3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Check it out, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it.
I still don't know which one of the 4 wildcards in that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the EWC North American Closed Qualifiers. We are here for our third and final day. It is Seeking Shark and Kips here bringing you the action. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And Kips, the hour has nearly arrived. We're actually technically 4 away still from that qualification match, but by the time we finish out today, we will know which team will be having the honor of representing the North American region and being the sole representative, by the way, of the North American region at this year's Esports World Cup. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's always rough, right, to see an entire region reduced to just a single one, but that's the nature of competition at the same time. That's gotta... everybody else has to fall. There can be only one. And right now, well, we're going to say goodbye to one more of these 2 teams that will go up against the one to beat eventually later in the day.
Yeah, exactly. As we just kind of recap where we came from and where we're going, as you say, Shopify Rebellion waiting in the grand finals. That is a best of 5 qualification match. This match here to be played wildcard versus your Riyadh ABO3. Kip's kind of recapping for people that may have missed out to wildcard and your Riyadh's journey to this lower bracket final match, as it were, or the other semi-final match. You know, how's it been looking for both teams? Who do you think has the edge going in? And do you think Devi was right when he said see you tomorrow?
I mean, the man's seldomly wrong. He might be rude from time to time, but he's not wrong all that often. But no, that is most likely my expectation for today as well, and that's borne out by the fact that we've already seen Wildcard take out Yoro Riyadh earlier in this tournament. A pretty decisive 2-0 where, well, we compared it to a boxing match, right? Riyadh gets a couple of punches in, but not much else, and the KO absolutely comes from Wildcard.
Yeah, pretty much, right. It was fairly one-sided. Now, I will add it was a much closer series than 9Z had versus Shopify Rebellion in their first round. However, I would say it was as close as Wildcard versus Shopify. But, you know, we'll see how that gets going here. Our first draft already just about to get started here. Kips, we've got that now live on all of your screens. Thanks again for joining us. Again, this is a BO3 series. Winner faces off versus Wildcard into BO5 for that one and only slot from NA. And well into the first banning phase here already. I didn't see who won the toss, but I think it's Wildcard. I'm seeing a lot more first pick these days as far as priority goes.
Yeah, over Radiant. Everybody who gets the choice seems to want that first pick over the Radiant, suggesting that, you know, not having to ban that last desirable hero out, taking that one for yourself. Not going to be Shadow Shaman though.
No, a lot of supports banned out at the moment here for Wildcard. Feels good to be a support player at the moment with the support Tinker NP, which is not really just a Wildcard specialty. We're seeing that a lot overall, but you definitely don't want to give that to speed. And of course, the Shaman and the Oracles being frequently banned out, even in the first phase, honestly. Now, it does bring up with an Oracle ban, it always makes you think of those lane buffers, especially like your Dark Seers that come to mind quickly. So I'm wondering if maybe that's going to be an opening consideration for Wildcard, as they will have their third and final ban into 8th pick.
TA's still in. Are they going to take her out right now? She hasn't made it through the draft a single time yet in this entire bracket.
That's a good point, actually. Bristol's been frequently banned. What else have we seen?
Kunkka.
Yeah, that's right, Kunkka. TB banned.
All right,
What,
Wildcard.
BTA?
Yeah, like clockwork. Well, she eats a lot less chainmails, but
That's true. That's true. Everyone knows they say, you know, one clockwork chainmail a day keeps the MMR gain away. You gotta slim up.
as
Summer's upon us. Lose that MMR.
slim down. Bulking season is over. Oh, you know what? I have, because I've been more or less forced to take a large hiatus, I have never cast a Ringmaster match before. This is my very first.
He's kind of fallen off. He was rather popular in the patches prior, being this incredibly annoying elusive hero. There is a lot of skill in that Wheel of Wonder setup with the minimum distance required. So I'm eager to see how your Riyadh are going to use it here, but it's going to be the first Ringmaster pick for the NA Quals.
It is. I'm trying to remember the Southeast Asia player who really made the hero break through into pro. I'm sure you know.
Was it Whitemon? I don't know. It's
Yes.
probably
Yeah, I'm
was
pretty
Whitemon.
sure.
If you're looking at a standout SEA position 4 and 5s, it's usually the ex-Talon boys. Whitemon is certainly up there.
It might be him, although
5 seconds
my
remaining.
brain's like shorter name. We'll have to see the amount of area control that you can get out of this man, as well as like just I want to say the tricks up his sleeve, but we don't always get to see those.
Yeah, usually it's the Carnegie Classics. A lot of people not really going for the sideshow. I forgot what the other alliterative word in there is, but
Secrets.
yeah, but it can be really good, actually. The Strongman Tonic feels incredibly powerful, to be honest. It's just like a huge amount of HP delivered fairly quickly. The Whoopee Cushion is great mobility. I mean, it's for the same reason why a Tumblr's toy is still commonly seen. You pros still will pick it up for the active. What's that last one? Not the pie, is it? It's
It's the Funhouse Mirror.
the Whoopee. Oh yes, that's actually really strong. Because you know it's basically the support equivalent of Mischief. So
10
it's real
seconds
good.
remaining.
It's real darn good.
A little reminiscent of the
5 seconds
very
remaining.
old Phantom Lancer. What was it called again? I used to go Invis.
I remember the icon. I can't remember.
It's Doppelganger. There we
that he
go.
used to go invis on. I feel like his ult used to be super weird, but that was way back in the day, like when he was just added. I wasn't even playing back then, but anyway,
Yeah, that
That
me
hero.
neither.
that hero Kips. We're not seeing a PL. We haven't seen him or heard of him for quite some time here already.
And may that period last. May we have peace on this world.
Yeah, those illusion heroes are just truly something else for sure.
Riyadh's really burning through that reserve time right now. That's most of everything they've had. Already gone. Wondering about how to burn the Templar Assassin down. You have a lot of options, but none of them feel like one hero is gonna do it. And I think that that's the problem with her. Like, yeah, you can grab yourself a Jakiro, a Viper, somebody who's going to be taking down those charges. This never quite feels like enough. And instead, Dark Willow double supports. We've been hating on that a little bit here.
Yeah, double support opening. It is a little bit reactive as well from these supports. You know, the Ringmaster Willow, I think they do best when heroes are diving into them, especially with like a Terrorize and of course the box. I always forget the name, Escape Act. But maybe they're just saving for this a powerful second phase here, as Wildcard will show the Chen. So likely we see the safe lane. This Chen TA lane honestly looks pretty strong.
5 seconds remaining.
Your Riyadh will need to pick a strong position 3. At least they know the lane to try and hold back that early possible momentum.
Going on a Templar Assassin, like trading with her, you're almost never going to win. So it's all about like, okay, can we make sure that we get a couple of kills on her? But with the extra regen and protection from the Chen now as well, that's gonna be a tough ask. And now a Tusk save from a lot of the AoE abilities coming out from the Ringmaster and the Dark Willow as well, plus extra minus armor, extra damage for the Templar Assassin. For the mid game, that
10 seconds remaining.
looking
Minus
good
armor
so far.
strat, lots of push,
Mhm.
lots of regen and sustain.
A 4 that can do something.
Radiant team pick.
There's the burn damage.
Yeah, I like it a lot. The lift, the interrupt, the ability to kind of get onto these squishier, like this Chen, right? Just kind of run at him with the Brewlings. Basically, as soon as you hit level 6, can potentially be something that strong as well.
Yeah, and you can get yourself a little more armor in the lane if you're mostly in the Earth Roller stance, right? Very
Stances
necessary
are super
versus
fun to
TA.
play with. It's crazy to see people like, you know, I always think still to this day, people that are able to tread swap in between farming the different camps. You know, that's just like easy mode compared to really what this hero brings you as well. It's just so crazy.
I was about to bring up this hero actually, and I'm like, yeah, I played Luna for like a week straight just to practice my tread swaps. Never got me anywhere, but I did do that, and it'll take you a lot more than just a week.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
18th Enigma overall. You do have a little bit of saves, but at the moment, nothing to really get through a potential BKB black hole. So that's going to be a little problematic, and, you know, sometimes that's what you see. I mean, it's an 18th pick Enigma. You're usually not going to save, you know, a support for 24, but, you know, you tend to open yourself up to things like this when you open with 2 supports anyway in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. They have the complete confidence now that they see the Luna. There's no flexibility left here whatsoever. This Brewmaster is not going to go mid. They're not going to go swap anything out here. The Enigma is going to be up versus the Luna Ringmaster.
5 seconds.
Is going to have a great lane there. And they don't even feel the need to ban out, for example, the Dawnbreaker here. No, our Enigma is just going to buy a BKB. He's going to be good.
Last bands coming through. Like you said, looking for some mid laners, right? That Puck, that Huskar ban. Huskar always makes me think of the Spirits, especially Ember in particular.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be one of the most sad matchups to watch. Ember Huskar. You just kind
Oh
of
lord.
can't really do too much.
Yeah, and unlike the Storm, the Ember can't also really retreat into the jungle. He's sort of stuck with it. It used to, like, at some point, I think when the
10 seconds remaining.
why do all my words slip away from me right now?
It's the warm-up game. It's the warm-up game.
It is. It is. Now, when the double impact was at its strongest, there was a period where the Ember could sort of squeak by. But that is now also gone.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll use this with the Pangolier. Now, Pangolier,
5
yeah,
seconds
good
remaining.
team fight in a bottle, right? Great guy, is not going to be stopped whatsoever by any of the supporting power that they have here. Luna is a ranged Gary that can pack a decent physical punch earlier on in the game though, so the Pango is not completely without being threatened, and yep. The power of the overall last pick means that Senku is completely free to pick up that Ember Spirit and go with the Chain Gang.
I think that's great. Helps with the overall control. I think when you have these like Brewmaster Luna heroes, until Luna's like really ready to just start ripping through bases, like late game with, you know, Butterfly plus another damage item, BKB, your front line's a little awkward here, right? Brewmaster isn't exactly a poking and prodding kind of hero. Quite famously, he just kind of ults and runs in, and that can be quite easy to kite around if you're not ready for it. So I like that as a 24th overall.
Yeah, get the vision, be a hero that can be followed up on as well. Not much in the way of threat towards him in this game either. Pretty much anything that the supports can throw at him will be able to dodge. Of course, the straight up physical damage in this game, pretty real, especially once Yamsun reaches his full potential. We've been talking about the triple D, the quadruple D, the evolution, where you have such a good game that you don't need a BKB, go straight in for that Daedalus. I do think that this is a BKB
Dagger,
game.
that's so Daedalus. It's just all too strong.
It's the dream. The 4D dream. Let's see then. If you look at these drafts just on paper, not even at the teams yet, I would give the edge slightly to Wildcard, just because I feel like this Templar Assassin is
Prepare for battle.
not really properly answered. She is going to have her peak at some point. She's not going to be forced into any awkward itemizations unless she, for some reason, really gets hunted down during her farming period. And that automatically leaves Riyadh, who already are the underdogs for this matchup, who we expect to, you know, maybe be able to give Wildcard a bloody nose here, but not much else. Already doesn't put them in the greatest position, I think. Especially the team fights from Riyadh have to be where they make the difference. They do have the area control, they do have the damage. That is where perhaps they can score some points.
Yeah, I would normally say I really prefer the early team fight as well, just because of the damage on, you know, something like an Eclipse, the Terrorize, Wheel of Wonder lockdown into the Primal Split. It's all real strong. But, you know, with the Hand of God, even just one early, a little Walrus Punch interruption, the ability for a TA to join a fight, you know, not as early as, I don't know, some Lifestealer, some Bloodseeker kind of a carry, right? But relatively early join these fights with some impact. And, of course, this Black Hole, which is unaddressed. I'm not so sure. I think Riyadh, they've got to really pick their fights and utilize their experience kind of power spikes, right, as they find them. That all comes with getting a good start to the lanes, making sure you can actually play the lanes as we do hit a quick pause. Someone's forgotten to pick up a bounty. Ah, yes, and this is what I was expecting yesterday. I think we saw a Chen yesterday. Speed, once again, he's gone for the summon, the Satyr convert, Pardon, and he's already got his Satyr parked in the mid lane, ready to burn some mana here against the Ember Spirit. This is going to be super annoying.
Just what I was waiting for.
Was it Riyadh who played the Chen yesterday? No, it was not.
It's just
Anyway,
so annoying.
It really is. Just a little bit of an edge to that lane. Convert is now properly summoned back.
Yeah, burns 50 mana. It's basically one less Sleight of Fist that Senku can use in the lane. We'll see if that's going to add up into anything, as it's a flawless first wave still for the Chandelier.
That's really gonna hurt.
Yeah, really good. Good pressure applied early here. Almost flawless right now from RCY.
Yeah, he's got a wave now. Senku has to be very careful because he will get dove.
My god, the denies under tower here as well. Brutal. Thankfully does get himself up to level 2. Deny on the ranged. 7 and 3
Yikes.
to 1 and 0 in the first 2 waves. That's pretty
Another
brutal.
one. Senku is getting his teeth kicked in right now. This is not pretty.
Yeah. And you know who he has to thank for that? It's speed, man. It's all that Satyr convert. Really does all the damage.
I mean, honestly, it's pretty sporting to just retreat that thing and not have it camp to mid lane all the time. I can appreciate that.
All the other lanes going. Honestly, not much better at the moment. It's a strong start here for Wildcard out of the gate. Kips, you brought this up yesterday as we were wrapping up the show, right? Wildcard, they've got a potentially pretty long day of Dota ahead of them with a BO5 to play after this if they win, right? And you said kind of being the favorites, they do have to kind of... What was the word you used? Kind of like keep that in mind, right? Like they don't want to spend all their energy
themselves.
here.
Exactly. The pacing is very important. Like, finishing fast would be very beneficial, but being sloppy because you're in a hurry to get to the next game could blow up in your face. So a lot of control required over a very long period of time here. Especially because you expect yourself to be the favorites as well. And that is something that some teams can really struggle with. If something even starts to go wrong, it really messes with them. I don't think Wildcard is particularly that kind of team, but yeah, we're gonna have to see how they approach this one, just from like this is a marathon, not a sprint kind of standpoint.
Absolutely. And credit to them, it's a fantastic start across all 3 lanes.
It looks so good.
Especially mid. I mean, so far so good. It's going to be up to Ryodan to see how they can kind of recover from this. Thank you. He might... No, he's going to be okay, but just phenomenal pathing here. Good spell casting by RCY. This Ember is 8-0 to the 20-7 as I talk over First Blood down bottom. Fade eventually here on that level 3 power spike with the summoning. Level 2. Be able to close the gap. Did he? No, he didn't even snowball. You can snowball in the Eidolons, by the way. You can drag them into the snowball with you. Oh yeah, it's quite a cute combo. We might just get to see that this lane.
Yeah, no doubt. But the fact that that wasn't even necessary is just straight up the lane pressure. Luna too fragile to stand out there.
Yeah, and speaking of lane pressure, you can see now Yamsum actually taking a little bit of a bruising in return. He chose to try and melt strike the Willow, who had the Shadow Realm. Now Karma is free to just kind of run down Yamsum. Blood Grenade will slow him here a bit as Yamsum does get his refraction charges back up. Pretty significant buff there, but it's going to be a solo kill mid, followed by another death bottom here, back-to-back on the Luna. That might have been a snowball in onto the Eidolons. Action across all 3 lanes here, Kips, but it's only winning cards showing up here for Wildcard.
And even for the Brewmaster, right, he gets a shot at Yamsun there, but even if you use your Cinderbrew to take off the refraction, he's going to get a new refraction, and you'll still be sitting on 4 more seconds of cooldown before you get your next Cinderbrew, so it's annoying. It's going to be better for him now that he gets more levels. His cooldown goes down.
Luna's had to take to the river to get back into lane faster. That's a little rough, but such is life down here with a back-to-back death and the TP still on cooldown. All of a sudden, it means these Boots of Baron will be online even faster. That's level 6 already for RCY, my goodness.
Yeah, and that's a good reason for the Luna to not want to show up to the lane anymore at all, I think.
This is a pretty brutal smackdown in this mid lane. I don't want to just keep hammering on it, but I want to give credit where it's due here to RCY. I mean, he is really heating up here. Fade down bottom is doing just as well now, especially with 2 kills in his belt.
Yeah, but the mid lane, this is a 50-50 matchup, right? And he's slammed the door shut in Senku's face. Pure solo, no support rotations. I think Bignum moseying on over is the first time anybody has shown his face here.
Uh-oh. Ember, he's not even close to level 6 here, Kips. Okay, a little bit of a mistiming there on that last Rolling Thunder.
Chain
Gang. It's good, but they won't get the kill onto Senku here quite yet, but good pressure applied as they will not choose to snowball in. There's that amplified damage rune showing up. Curious that, you know, they didn't decide to try and make that play with the rune.
Yeah, might have gotten him the kill, but on the other hand, the economic damage is still devastating, right? Because Senku got really low from that rotation, and now RCY has a full regen backup, plus now, look at this, Senku can't even come close with the AD rune on.
Yeah, what's a little tough about it, though, is that they did clear the wagon, so Senku at least, you know, keeping his wits about him here in this difficult lane matchup. Finally gets his level 6, and he is going back home to the Fountain to regen. Top lane, though, there is a wagon currently sieging here under tower. Meld Strike here thrown towards the Brewmaster, but he does have that Drunken Brawler active, so he's safe and sound. Willow attempting to try and defend her own Wisdom Shrine, but only gets caught there by the swashbuckle of RCY. Max level already with a few seconds left on this amplified damage rune. It's going to be a pretty meaty shield crash. Skill having TP'd in, doing what he can with these Tame the Beast charges, but it's just not going to be enough. Escape art used. Not going to be able to save him, but Yamsum does go down. They did get the kill onto the Ember first, however. Another TP coming on in as we've been fighting so long. Rolling Thunder is ready to go again. Even Thunder Roll, not hard to catch up to this Brewmaster. Eventually they get him. Fade has just murdered the Luna casually down bottom here, by the way, as RCY collects an ultra kill up top with his rotation. Is that already a full defusal? Don't tell me it's a full defusal already, right? That's illegal. 7-minute, 45-second defusal.
That's one of the fastest ones I've ever seen. And he did it basically all on his own too. That's the American dream. Right there. By his own bootstraps. Nobody to help you. Just raw, unfiltered capitalism.
He didn't even have any boots, Kips. So it is a naked diffusal blade, but like you said,
no bootstraps.
He went so hard, he sold the boots and the bootstraps to be able to get there. That's truly, I mean, my goodness. They're calling him the greatest success story of all time here. We'll see how things keep going. I mean, and of course for Yoru Ryodan, it is troubling here. They do get a single kill onto Yamsum, but he's not the problem child right now.
No, and the fact that they put everything on the Yamsum kill, they've done the math, they've done the calculations, like, okay, we're going to lose the Brew for sure, the Ember maybe, but we can get Yamsum. And then he doesn't die first, and the Ember bites it. It's a tragedy.
Yeah, forcing the Remnant back here just in the middle of the wave. Such is life with that so early diffusal blade. Just terrifying, really. Drums online here for Fade. He's actually going to be going into the Blink Dagger build. He won't be going into the Boots of Bearing this early on or any other kind of aura item for the time being. I don't mind. I think it's going to be an extremely effective build here this game. Oh,
yeah.
The Eidolons.
There'll be more of them.
Bignum. He's here for revenge. Doesn't quite have level 6, but the escape act canceled out by some lovely ice shards. Skill, though, good enough there on that second Tame the Beast, and now there is support here in the vicinity. This is only a Luna level 5, though, so she can't really offer too much but moral support. Still, Sankyu eager for a kill here or there. Does have to be mindful of that black hole. And in comes Speed here, that Hand of God to put an end to that. Got the Chen army cutting the wave mid with the Pangolier. So lots of map pressure here currently being applied.
It feels so bad. You finally get yourself an opportunity. Ringmaster escapes from terrifying amount of tag team damage from those Eidolons. And all that happens is that a hero on the other side of the map presses R, or their efforts for naught.
Thank you. He does have a remnant somewhere. Will activate it, but it was right next to the Pangolier. Escape back to try and get around these ice shards. Ooh, a little bit of miscommunication there. The Hurricane was pretty good, but RCY was not on the same page. They do at least dodge out the Dark
here.
Willow stun as Karma lets loose on this Primal Split, trying to get on top of Speed, but Fade running on in with the drums, has the Black Hole ready to go. Speed is going to be forced through another Bramble. Good kill there using the Void Brewing, as the damage is starting to mount a little bit here over on the side of Wildcard. Karma, he's going to end that Primal Split in the middle of 4 enemy heroes, though, that are very upset with him. He will fall alongside the Tier 1 tower. So it is still momentum in the court here of Wildcard as, you know, the Brew ult comes out for, I'm just not sure how much gain.
I mean, there's a couple opportunities created in that fight. I think it was the correct thing to do, especially with XXG pretty well covering off that ramp. I can see for sure how this could get you more kills in a much better fight if your enemy isn't, let's say, 5k gold ahead at this point, if they aren't significantly outskilling you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of the problem that they find themselves in here, though, right? Is that your enemies are that far ahead. Just doesn't really get too much easier here without some kind of a miraculous move.
Yeah,
See just how poorly the fight turns out after the ultis are expended.
I'm a little sad that the Luna shows up on level 6, but she doesn't actually have the Eclipse. Now, I also understand that it's not exactly a great feeling. But that could have perhaps made a difference. Bignum does not look...
That is a clubbed Walrus, but it is going to be a dead Cloud. Fade gets a kill onto the Luna. I suspect that wasn't even a black hole. Oh, no. That was just kind of a kill onto the Luna.
He just walks at her, man.
RCY will extend his streak to 7 kills here in 12 minutes. He's going to TP top lane where they're going to look for Karma. Fade doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Trying to catch up for the Malefice, maybe into the black hole here. They might not even need it. They have got to be mindful of the TP away, but they catch him here behind the trees, and now Karma, his fate is sealed. He is not death number 8, actually. The mischance was just simply too high, but Fade gets the job done there with the damage over time.
And I like how much Yamsun has been showing up to everything here. I think it's very indicative of the mindset that Wildcard have here. They're playing this like they're gaming gladiators. Like, just, you're basically A-clicking the enemy fountain whenever you can with everybody. No such like, oh, we're winning really hard. That means my carry can sit back. It's like, no. Every time we're winning, we want to actually be winning as hard as we can in that very moment. And that is a brutal way to... end games, especially if your goal is to end fast and expend as little energy as possible. And they definitely seem to have their eyes on the prize here.
Yeah, it seems like we're starting to approach that point of these games, Kips, where, you know, kind of sensing how big of a lead they have, the items coming online, the level advantage, and just, you know, the way that the game's been playing out, we're going to start to see Wildcard, yeah, I was going to say, get up in the face, extremely aggressive. There is a Primal Split, but they will commit the Black Hole here in order to secure the kill. Oh, no, and they got the Hill Troll Summoner here with a pretty big wave. This could be a tower. There's no Deso. It's flying here to be completed by Yamsum, as Bignum steals the second Shrine of Wisdom of this game. He'll hold back the offense on this tower here for now, but... again, just another death. I mean, that one in exchange for a black hole, so it's something gained. You still have the split. Yep. So they could look for a fight here.
It might be one of the last opportunities you're going to get. It's going to have to be a defense fight on one of these tier 2 towers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's so hard. I mean, the Blink Dagger pickup on the Enigma, right? It's... You can say like, oh, that's for good black holes, but the bigger threat here is honestly the extra mobility, the fact that this hero with so much solo presence, we've seen what he can do to the Luna alone, now has so much extra reach and movement speed around the map as well. All those blinks add up. You cover a lot more terrain.
The mobility, the spells, the gold, the items. The levels, especially on these supports, it's not really that dramatic actually in this game, but of course Speed, he do be farming a little bit on this Chen, as Chen's want to do. He's got his own set of drums here actually, so they've doubled up on drums for the time being over on the side of Wildcard.
Man.
Speed. Look at him. It's 1v5 with the Chen army alone.
Yes.
He's getting in there. In fact, he'll find a stun onto the Brewmaster. I don't think the Chen army kills him here. Oh, I don't know about this. Big Num trying to go onto the Dark Willow as Karma. Still alive for now, holding on to the split. Will be forced out now, but they get the kill onto Yamsum first. So Wildcard taking this fight here without the numbers in their favor. There is no black hole, so as scary as Fade looks when he blinks in, he's not going to be doing too much. But here's RCY, and there's the return damage. 3 dead just like that, and they perfectly time it. Catch up to Karma at the end. Double kill for RCY. 9-0 and 5 on a godlike streak early on this game. Okay.
Listen, you gotta give credit to Riyadh for that fight there. They're hiding their Luna, waiting until they see Yamsun, who is a little bit flippant in his approach to that fight, and blow him to shreds over on the flanks. And then afterwards they find out that how big that gold differential exactly is, because the amount of damage that gets done almost casually, especially by this Pangolier, is surreal. They just don't have any damage left on Riyadh to do anything against this.
Willow in trouble. Escape backs. Trying to escape here, saying he does catch 2 on the chains. Enough to save the Willow for now alongside the Tame the Beast. Big Num, I think, is going to look for more. Gets vision here onto the Brewmaster, who almost has this Radiance, almost, another 1,000 gold away. There's a black hole should they need it. I suspect they will not, however. Fade is just going to go ahead and, yeah, you know, why not? Just let loose on that thing. Cancelled by the Tame the Beasts. What would win? An elemental that is the gravitational force incarnate of the universe, or a clown with whip?
Well, the fact that Clown with Whip stands a chance at all is terrifying. Clown should not be in this equation.
It's a decent point. Decent point. Either way,
Yeah.
with the Deso completed, the tag team, the Eidolons, so much physical damage here. Down goes Roche.
That's frankly a late takedown for this lineup. They could have gone a lot earlier.
True.
But
Yeah.
it's good restraint again, because I think the one time that you lose fights versus Riyadh is if you are in, let's say, in the river and they can come down over the top of you with all of that AoE that they've got.
It's kind of crazy to be like, yeah, for as good as a game as Wildcard's having, Yamsum's not as farmed as he should be, but he's still got 10k in the bank here. 18 minutes in, it's a darn good game. Karma, oh, he can't even get the split off. Nice whip there onto 3. Still no Wheel of Wonder that we've seen quite yet as Fade, ooh, unable to catch up to the Ringmaster as he's going to whoopee cushion out into the trees. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much of an escape speed. He never even stopped looking at that tier 2 tower. He's got this double Dark Troll Summoner, and they're straight back up to the high ground with now, what, 12 rallies. Yamsum nearly 2-shotting the Willow here. He's able to at least evade death in the Shadow Realm for the time being. Oh, okay, that is until Fade decides to jump in and just get the job done himself.
And you can't even say like, okay, well, the Luna isn't here because she's farming, you know, her BKB, something that's going to allow her to stand. No, she's finishing off a Yash.
And all these summons. Karma, go get in there and ignite him. Oh, he's so close to this Radiance, but also just still so far away.
Gonna be looking at a Blink Dagger on the Tusk again soon as well. Once the Tusk Blink is out, I'm not sure if anybody on Wildcard dies again, ever. Like, Big Num would
Yeah.
have to mess up.
Yeah, and the blink on Yamsum's now just online, right? So what are we looking at? Two blinks, 3 blinks soon with the mobility built in of this Pangolier. Yamsum, of course, with the Aegis, is eager to get on up there. And that speed will throw in his own summons. The drum charge is used. Terrorize is going to be committed into that Tame the Beast. That'll clear the Skellies. Actually do some good work here onto the Chen army itself.
Senku with that Maelstrom.
Right. Quick little jump on in on the Brewmaster. He's once again going to be burst before the Primal Split can come out. Dead for 30 seconds, does have buyback, but is very quickly losing his top lane. Barracks down, they go. Wild card, they are forced back only because they are not going to go for the tier 4 towers quite yet, and they're still a tier 2 mid and bottom.
Yeah, this is exactly where playing fast is not actually being in a hurry. Everything in its time. Forcing it here could cost you a lot more. But how's that saying go again? Like,
smooth is fast.
yes.
Smooth is slow. I don't. What are this? Smooth is fast.
No, slow is smooth.
Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast.
Yes.
I think that's how it goes, or
It's-
something
it's-
like that.
there's-
I don't know.
There's 3 steps, but that is the final and most important conclusion. Taking your time often saves you a lot of time.
Yeah, in Spanish they like to say, "Lazy people do the job twice." You know. Oh, black hole, mid lane once again. Fade just eager to throw those things out, and for good reason. Every single time he's netted a kill with it. This time it's going to be onto not only the Ember Spirit, but also onto the courier. As Bignum and RCY put together the lockdown to take down the Brewmaster. Ooh, okay, Wheel of Wonder is finally out of good control here onto Yamsum. He will go down, but it's only the Aegis. That was the Eclipse and the Wheel of Wonder. Fade's going to jump on in now. Escape backs to try and save the Luna, to try and bail her out of this fight, but she's forced to duel versus Yamsum. A losing battle there. Skill going for the Fortify, but the Hand of God heal is there to keep them all topped up. The trap, ooh, nice attempt there to cleave off of it for Yamsum. Doesn't quite catch the clown, though. Karma, he's currently enjoying some AFK Fountain and Vulnerability. Such is the, there it is. Okay, now he's TPing back out to the tier 2. He just wants his Radiant so bad. He's been so close for so long.
And it could make a decent difference between all of the Eidolons.
Damage here. Oh no, thank you. He's jumped out. He bought back on the Luna. The Bramble Maze, good to control Bignum here. He might go down there to the Bedlam. This time they don't have a Hand of God heal, as Sankyu eventually assists in the kill. XXG actually with the credit there. Primal Split was committed here by Karma. Can he actually catch anything besides the Chen army? Doesn't quite look like it, and unfortunately the Dispel Magic doesn't quite work against the Converts as well as it works against the Illusions. Now the jump back on in, they're onto the Luna. Luna's just fought back, and Yoro Ryodan, they just have to abandon her. They can do nothing but watch.
No, great restraint. Like, Wildcard backs off at the right time, but it's not like they abandon their forward position. They just need to wait out that Brewmaster split. And then as a little surprise on top, a little gift on top, that Luna just gets out way too far in front. And the game is over just like that.
Just like that, 1-0 lead here in favor of Wildcard. Yoro Ryodan. Look, it's the warm-up game, right, Kips? But it's, in a way, it's an easy game to dismiss because it's like, guys, you know, bad draft. We lost all 3 lanes. We just couldn't play Dota. But also, those are some of the most troubling games to lose because it's like, well, what do they do except not lose lanes now?
Yeah, and it feels extra painful because the last time that they faced Wildcard, they got a couple more words in edgewise than they got this. Much more like the beatdown that was delivered to their colleagues at 9Z by Shopify than their previous matchup against Wildcard. So yeah, normally you're like, okay, well, we faced off against the big boys, we didn't lose completely, we got some good lessons, we're gonna do even better next time. And this is a rough reality check.
Yeah, it's kind of turning out to be that way. So a little bit of a scary game 1 result there for them. As for Wildcard, you know, just solid stuff. Honestly, all 3 lanes kind of getting into their favor, and well, they are 1 step into those grand finals that they are going to need a repeat of what we've seen here, of course, in this BO3 series, if they want to take that rematch up against Shopify Rebellion. That will be taking place here soon after the break, folks. Do stick around about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll be back with game number 2 of not Shopify Rebellion, but of Wildcard versus Yoro Ryodan. We'll be back soon. We're gonna have a long break.
Mm-hmm. A very long one. I'm thinking about what I would have said if you would have thrown it back to me one more time.
2, 1, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman only one woman only Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman only one There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup North American Regional Closed Qualifiers. It is Seeking Strike and Kips bringing you the action of our last elimination series before we move on to the final boss of North America. The gatekeepers for 2, maybe even 3 years now, Shopify Rebellion, awaiting the victor of this series. And Kips, for the people that missed it, it was quite the wild card shellacking in game number 1, wasn't it?
It was, even unexpectedly so. We had a much better showing from Riyadh the first time that these two teams matched up, and I was pretty hopeful that we'd get to see some competition from them again. But, well, where previously they actually got to play the game, they got to make some moves, here it felt like swimming upstream. There's absolutely barely anything for them to do ever. They had 1 or 2 plans, they got a couple of kills on their own accord, but I gotta say that's not a match, and I want to see a match.
As do I. Yeah, trying to swim upstream, and unfortunately, unlike our rivers in Dota, that's actually quite the Herculean task in real life, and might just be here in this second draft that is now live and underway. Let's go ahead and jump right in, as our first pick is taking the field for your Riyadh. This time around, TA is banned, and they pick up the TB. Any other big adjustments from the first phase? Just the Brewmaster and no Oracle ban. And, well, lo and behold, out comes the Darkseer.
Yeah, and the question is now, do you grab that Oracle yourself immediately, or are you gonna risk it if you're wildcard and you're saying, like, that's... I mean, only if Riyadh doesn't ban it here, of course. Or, excuse me, they wouldn't ban it here. What am I saying? They could, you have one more pick to ban it here yourself.
I wouldn't mind. I think of heroes to play into, Oracle with the False Promise. Well, actually, I don't know how False Promise and Sunder would work. Because False Promise locks your HP until the end of it, and then does the math. Sunder swaps HP, so it seems like it'd be a pretty good counter if you False Promised someone who had a low... I have no idea how that would work, actually. No clue whatsoever.
I'm gonna let you down as your analyst here, because this is one of the things that I used to know, and I don't think I do anymore.
Well, that's okay. I think it's going to be picked here anyway, and we're going to get to see it in game because they have not banned it. Ench is... She's actually got some stocks I've seen on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, but we haven't really seen her a lot. These quals contested even at all. And with the other Dispel ban being that Brewmaster, I do think the Oracle here, no. He will be let through. Maybe it's just a terrible lane, Oracle TB. They're like, they won't pick it.
Yeah, and it's definitely also a terrible support duo together. And it would once again mean to support opening from Riyadh, which they haven't been opposed to previously.
I'm going to do it. I mean, I like the Oracle this patch. I actually think he's quite strong, especially if you can farm up towards the basically just arcane boots, maybe a glimmer, maybe the holy locket.
The locket, yes.
Yeah, with a shard, and then you're cooking. You're cooking basically all game. So we'll see if you can get up to that. Of course, Doom does prevent healing, so this does seem like kind of a block pick, right, in that regard, doesn't it?
Absolutely, that Doom is in anticipation of the of all of the heals that are going to come out on this Oracle. At the very least, they're going to be able to stop just one very important target from receiving those heals.
Yeah, or if you just doom the Oracle, no one gets it. Then of course you're dooming an
Yeah.
Oracle. Which isn't actually
Yeah.
that bad. This guy's super annoying if you don't deal with him.
No, you'd absolutely want to doom the Oracle. It's really, usually as a doom, it's not up to you. Somebody else has to find the Oracle for you, or alternatively, the Oracle needs to show up. So Doom is one of the reasons why Doom likes it when there's another, like, first order initiator on the team. Somebody who's just gonna go in there face first, get all of the reactions, and then you can pick and choose where to throw that Doom. Well, there's another Doom target for you, though. So as we've we've learned earlier, you might want to Doom him early or not at all.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, okay. And the Marcy will come through then for wild card. So, what is this? Some Marcy Darkseer lane potentially? Some kind of 5? Wait a second. Where's this Doom going? Is this a mid Doom for wild card? Do you suspect? Or a support?
What about Carry Doom for Yamson?
Okay, yeah, he does kind of. He's a little bit of a freak. He played the Undying earlier this tournament, didn't he?
Yeah, no, and I have vague memories of him doing things like that as well earlier on. It feels like the kind of thing he'd get up to.
Well, it fits at the moment with the Marcy Disruptor showing a wild card with 24th and, of course, last pick. So, yeah, I mean, I ultimately get to flex it between mid and carry here, I presume, at the moment. This Marcy might be a carry. Again, it's a little bit more difficult to say that with any confidence these days, with Dota 2 Pro Tracker being what it is.
And without the IO, I'm tempted to say that Marcy doesn't really stack up versus any of the other carries that we've got available to us. No innate farm mechanism. Not
I'll tell you what, though, I am seeing a lot of games of
us.
Marcy mid on Dota 2 Pro Tracker with a pretty good win rate. So maybe there is a little bit more flex here to that Marcy than we're thinking. What are they banning? They're banning Storm matchups, which makes sense. Honestly, if I'm Sankyu, I'm banning the Pango. Get rid of it.
Get rid of the pain.
10 seconds remaining.
I gotta say though, picking Storm Spirit into Doom Disruptor is sure, like technically this lineup doesn't have easy hard lockdown for you, but you gotta play so careful this game. Like, you're the first one to show, you're getting doomed. If you stop zipping at any point, an AoE silence is going to get dropped right on top of you. Disruptor will be picturing you every time he closes his eyes and imagines where he's going to drop that.
And even if you do not stop zipping, you might just be forced to stop zipping by the most powerful vacuum of all time, as we've seen before. It is difficult.
True. Truly, the only thing you've got going for you here is that there are other targets that could technically demand those spells for themselves, like, for example, the Oracle. It's one of those things where, like, the really good Doom games, where you could Doom anyone on the team, are sometimes also almost the worst Doom games, because it's like, well, anybody here would be good. There's always going to be 4 of them slipping through the gaps that I would have liked to stop instead. So there are other targets than the Storm Spirit here.
That's true. I will say I don't really usually love Storm with these kinds of save heroes, especially more the backliner ones. Like, not a Tusk, right? Like a Tusk you could see maybe saving a Storm. An Oracle will struggle more just due to the nature of their positioning naturally in team fights. It's going to force the Oracle to be positioned a little farther forward. Yes, you have Stampede to maybe mitigate that a little bit, but that does put him in a more vulnerable position against these kinds of, you know, jump in your face and mash you to death Marcy, Dooms, and to a lesser extent Darkseer. So that's something fundamentally I don't like in this draft. We'll see how they wrap it up here with a secondary support being the Windrainer. Okay, sure thing, boss.
Yeah, very... the Guild Force is nice, especially considering that there's a lot of melees on the enemy side right now. This Marcy, you know, we're not thinking it's going to be a core, but this is definitely one of the reasons why that and the Terrorblade health swap, right? Why it wouldn't really feel like a great Marcy core game here. Presumably now we get our final carry matchup, and I'm a little bit surprised that we're most likely going to see the Terrorblade as the carry coming out here after getting first picked. You don't see that very often.
That's true. Yeah, they wildcard banned in anticipation of a support TB with some carries being banned in the last phase. And, well, they will close things out with a middle Monkey King. So it is the Doom carry and the support Marcy alongside this Disruptor. Seems like a pretty good lane, honestly. Even if it's a double melee into kind of two somewhat ranged heroes, does seem quite strong.
Yeah, especially down to their brawling capability. Marcy pretty good at pulling waves as well, can tank a couple of hits. You're always going to get to the level where you can start, well, we don't see the full back lane that often anymore, but where you can basically be anywhere on the lane and be totally safe, and in fact a damage threat because of the double ion shells.
That's true. I mean, you've got the spell for one, Phase Edict, to block the damage momentarily from the other. But overall, might be very tricky. So Oracle is going to look more like a Maiden in this lane in terms of his positioning. But there's like a slight amount of counterplay. It's not maybe enough to really write home about.
So slow him down.
Yeah, I will say that Oracle does have some moves to be made in this lane. Again, I actually think this hero is low-key pretty strong. I think that's why, you know this hero is strong when Insania is tweeting about it, okay? He's tweeting about how the hero's not strong, which means he's strong.
Yeah, it's like, please look elsewhere. You're starting to get it. I don't like that.
But he's one of the better Oracles I've ever seen. But I do think that the hero has a good amount of play here.
You're right. I was discounting him too much here. This is, he's got a lot of potential.
I mean, but you're still not wrong. Like, he's that kind of hero in Dota where, like the Maiden, yeah, I do a lot of damage, but you could also just die in 2 right clicks.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same.
The
very
duality.
Slow. His spells are, I don't know if he's actually got a slower turn rate compared to other Dota heroes, but it sure kind of feels like it. It feels like he really has to, like, you ever see like a road crane, where they have to like deploy the supports before they can actually uplift the crane? He looks a little bit like that when he turns. He turns like a sumo wrestler.
Ungainly. It's the big scroll on his back, man. Like he's dragging that thing along.
That's true.
That's what
he's turning on whatever the opposite of a dime is. That's how I feel when I play him. But a very good hero these days. And, well, Kips, is it a lineup that you think will force us to a Game 3? You didn't really like the lineup that Riyadh showed us last time. Are you a little bit more convinced here? And you'll maybe have some time to think about that because we might fight. Big Dumb, he's not afraid. No, he's a little afraid.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't necessarily think you wanna fight Zarryudan. And now I don't know how to pronounce her name anymore, man.
It's
on the
the
level
Japanese
1.
names are hard for me. Okay, I'm sorry. The only anime I've ever seen is the Dota 2 anime.
I did watch all of Yu-Gi-Oh, but that's sort of like everybody did that. Everybody my age did that. Does that count? I'm not sure.
Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know much about it. I've only ever seen the video of the guy playing the Yu-Gi-Oh card video game, and he gets pot of greeted into the Exodia immediately without getting to play the game, which is very funny.
Oh my, that's good. I mean, listen, the anime at the very least saves those moments for when it's narratively most satisfying. But I'll give him that.
Very well, very well. What lane to look at? Let's see, mid lane RC Wines, thank you. Again, off to, well, let's see how he does here. Yeah, the static slide does make things a little bit easier here for the Storm, so even if the wave's under his tower, he'll do just fine in these first few waves. I think we'll have to wait for bottom to heat up a little bit. But generally speaking, you're looking for level 3 here on your Darkseer when you have level 2 Ion Shell. And until then, you can see Bignum is doing a good job here at skipping the wave. In top lane, the man who's disconnected, the man who's paused, the Doombringer on carry. Now, what's the idea here, Kibbs? Because if I had to guess, is this one of those, like, off lane from the carry roles, and then you let your mid be the true hard carry kind of a thing going on?
Yeah, that is pretty much what you're describing here. And didn't we praise Wildcard as, or was it Shopify? Might have been, I don't remember, but the flexibility in these roles at any rate is something that I've really enjoyed in development of Dota in the last couple of years in general. It's like, okay, it's not about who is the carry and who is the offlaner. It's about who can do most with the amount of money that they have or are likely to have at this point in the game. So yeah, Yamsun is going to be more of a battering ram, I want to say, in this game. He's gonna show up with a lot of money in his pocket, and we know Doom. Sometimes on the off lane, it becomes like, okay, I've had a really trash lane, but because I'm a Doom, I still have a normal net worth. You can become properly gigantic in a very short amount of time on the safe lane, in the more guarded terrain. And then you're going to leverage all of that in order to walk at these poor Radiant heroes.
Got some pretty decent lane protection as well with speed on the Disruptor. So I'm eager to see how that will play out. And how active this Monkey King is going to be then as a result, right? Because you do kind of have, as we say, offlane from the carry. Like, how is he going to be looking to be active? Obviously, these days, you don't really see too much Primal Spring, especially with the new changing of the guard facets. So, yeah, I mean, I want to see how that really ends up looking as far as how this monkey is going to get activated here early on. Something I've constantly been commending these position 4 players for, and Bignum is no exception here as he is getting harassed by skill. It's the fact that they are able to really focus and prioritize giving experience to their offlaners. Fade dragging that wave behind the tower. Bignum still solidly level 1, but it is going to get them closer to that all-important level 2 Ion Shell.
Yeah. But it's so important as demonstrated here, because if you don't drag this wave back, you're going to be so exposed. You're not going to be able to surge your way out of trouble. That's going to get cancelled immediately.
It's going to be a fair amount of damage here onto the TV, actually. They don't have another Fortune's End. He might be dead. Vacuum is going to be committed here. They have another Ion Shell, so even if the Fortune's End is here to dispel first, Bignum, considering giving chase, is not going to be fast enough, but it means they might be able to settle for skill instead for first blood. The creep's kind of screwing over Wildcard here a bit. And Fate decides he's got better business elsewhere. But not before he's dispelled.
Every single time. No, this is the game you gotta play as a Darkseer here. You have the shorter cooldown on your Ion Shell. That's it.
Oh wait, duration. Oh, the duration got decreased. I thought the cooldown was decreased or nerfed. Nope, hasn't been adjusted.
No, so you get 2 Ion Shells, which to be fair is 200 mana, and you're only getting to keep one of them.
Yeah.
And certainly not for the full duration, but
in exchange for 100 mana.
On the Oracle,
Gonna go for a Vanguard first on Fade, so it's not like we're gonna see a Soul Ring early to counter this, as Terrorblade did not like the way that that Marcy disposed of him. And he's gonna actually pop the meta here. Level 2 Metamorphosis for a little bit of extra tower damage. Got a big wave under tower. Maybe he's just trying to deny. Very well. Bignum instead, focusing this time back onto the Oracle, who has himself a Fortune's End. They jump onto him there. Oh, a very nice vacuum onto 2. Finally, the Fortune's End's going to come out. They try and get the kill there with the Purifying Flames, but they're just short of the damage they needed. And now Fade will tickle this Terrorblade a little bit beyond the creep wave, but it's first blood there. Kind of unfortunate. Really awkward positioning there for the Oracle, especially with TV kind of pathing around the trees the long way.
Yeah, he wanted. He was like, okay, fine. I guess they're gonna pull his wave all the way back. I might as well get some denies on the tower. Might as well lay some damage into the tower, and then too far forward, gotta get out in a direction that the Marcy cannot jump me, and that means he leaves his Oracle high and dry in the lane.
Careful mid
Yeah,
lane
Marcy's
here.
mid.
A little bit of action now onto Sankyu, who does not quite have level 6. The regen used to make sure they don't pop to the kill shot. It is still going to be a death there onto the Marcy, but RCY picks up a key kill before the Storm can hit level 6.
It's if you're the Storm, losing your galvanizes here just before 6, it's, you know, they're gonna try. They were ready for it with the TP, and they just didn't execute quite well enough.
Careful there, RCY. That is a level 2 power shot. Okay, Marcy back in the fray. A little
Speed's coming over.
disposed there onto the Storm Spirit. RCY, yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's what that kill shot does, my good friend. I think maybe he was trying to do some fancy footwork here with the changing of the guard.
Yeah, I think so as well. And as a Monkey King, you are very predisposed to your abilities to kill, meaning that you're gonna get in there, you're gonna get low, you're gonna get enemies to overextend while you're gonna come back up again with your Jingu stacks, right? And perhaps dodge something with a mischief here and there. It's part and parcel of your playstyle. That means you're predisposed to taking risks like that, and the kill shot does not care about any of your shenanigans.
Nope, it does not. Very squarely put into the grave. TP's top lane. Excuse me. Where they're going to try for a kill on a Yamsum. They do get the Storm in the triangle, but Yamsum will take a dive as he was alone for far too long, they've decided. Back down bottom, though.
the
That's
TB.
going to put the TB in some trouble as they vacuum him back. They have only one Ion Shell applied, so the surge necessary to secure the kill, as he will be tickled to death by 1,000 purple spikes. I guess they're gold here with this individual immortal.
It's one of those rough decisions. Like, as a TV, you should be playing further back, not giving that opening, because you know they're going to go for you as soon as they spot your Oracle on the other lane. On the other hand, if you get too far back, you're giving away that your Oracle is not with you. So
Level 2
it's
glimpse. They might have a kill up
careful,
here,
song and dance.
and I reckon they will, especially with the hoof stomp splitting the posts.
and bot.
Oh no, are they back onto him? They're chasing again.
Yep, RCY's here.
Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, I think they've got him here. They just need a little bit more. They actually don't have an Ion Shell applied here onto Fade, so pretty good footwork to evade for as long as he is, really, but eventually they'll slam that door closed. No big response here at the moment here from Yoda, but that is 2 back-to-back deaths on the carry, which we saw last game also not really get responded to, right? It was, what, the Luna dying to...
Fade
Maybe done.
solo several times, Enigma.
Uh-oh, RCY, careful here, another Purifying Flames. Actually, he's still alive, but only for a second longer. Speed, he's already used the Glimpse, so that's going to be the second time this Monkey King has gotten a little bit too big for his britches. Taken down, finished off. That's going to be a little bit painful as he was contesting for that rune, a rune that he ultimately doesn't get.
Sink, you get a little top me up from skill here as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got his galvanized stacks back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, awkward start for the Monkey King, who, okay, currently has a cornucopia queued up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know about how I feel about that.
That's Mage Slayer, right? So
Yeah, I'd say so.
what's the idea of that? It does get applied by the Wukong soldiers. So I guess the idea is to
Radiant's
maybe
middle
let the
tower
Storm
is under
jump in, ult around him, and then try and make the fight unapproachable. There's a Doom top lane here. Karma, he's been doomed by the namesake hero, but he's going to live through this here, actually. Skill, in the meantime, he's giving chase, but it's really the kill shot here. These supports are lethal with the amount of damage. RCY making the jump in now. Does get that bonus damage from the Jingu Mastery, but forced to wait a second there by that Fate's Edict disarming him. The quick Dispel as well to get rid of the damage. A quick jump forward now from Bignum on that rebound. They do find XXG, and the Dispose on top of the Glimpse. Make sure he's going absolutely nowhere. RCY back in business. That's his third kill of the game.
And that's another thing that RCY has to be careful here, that getting his Jingu stacks dispelled off of him. It's another one of those churning moments that you're just simply, it can be denied to you.
See that in the replay? How quickly he does get those stacks removed. Kept it on him for a little while. Maybe we're just waiting for cooldown there. But yeah, it's you can't dispel the number, but you can dispel the buff. Is how that one works. If you're a little confused why he doesn't do it any earlier or later. Really, the biggest winner out from this laning stage is the Darks here, who a quick surge away will force Sankyu to zip a second time as the team struggles to catch on up to him. Fortune's End is ready with this surge still on cooldown. Speed is here to intercept them with the Static Storm, prevents any further action here, especially with that kill shot whiffing. Good response there, well measured here by Wildcard. As Bignum, he's right back on in there. RCY is going to hit with that Shackle shot. As he maneuvers around the trees here and picks up, what should be a kill? Yeah, the Glimpse ought to secure it as Bignum finds that little fickle redhead. Down she goes.
Down she goes. That Wind Ranger has been doing so much work this game. A lot of damage coming out from Power Shot, and she is very hard to bring down for this lineup. There's, you know, relatively lot of melee heroes here, relative lot of physical damage. She lives a long ass time with that Wind Run.
Man, she does a ton of damage too. 3, 2, and 2 actually on the Windrunner at the moment, who's TPing to the tier 1 tower. In anticipation, pardon me, of some movement here. You'd be right about that. Fortunately does not get Glimpse back into base. Big ol' rebound there. And Speed actually still alive. Glimpse is out. The Storm Spirit, who's completely out of mana now at the moment. Skill getting charged on down thanks to the Stampede buff, but it's Sankyu who's get caught up to now. He's going to be A-okay thanks to the wand charges,
Shackle.
though. Shackles on the money now as Bignum. Another rebound may have been one too far as he's going to die, I think, to the tower damage. Skill is going to receive that first false promise of the match as RCY is left empty-handed here with his third ult. At least this one doesn't result in his death.
Really hard for Riyadh to move in that fight, actually. Between the wall over on the left side and then the threat of the Monkey King from the other side, we're going to see a lot worse situations for them, because they do not have the team fight advantage here. Not a lot of big circles. It's all down to positioning for them.
And I'm starting to wonder when the Doom is going to start showing up. Yamsum's got a Radiance in the quick buy. Still needs a lot more money for that, but of course between Devour, between the Midas, between the Devil's Bargain, that ought to be sooner rather than later. Good stuns onto the Oracle, and even better Shackle shot though. They have stacked the Disarm, but it's good enough to disengage. Nice work between these two supports. They cover each other actually quite nicely, I've got to say.
Yeah. The Wind Ranger with a lot of threat, a lot of damage. These Shackle shots from XXG have been immaculate in general. I think we've seen him play this before, and they've always looked real good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Uh-oh. KMC, he's had a little bit of solo farm time, but that may already be over. Double Ion Shell running at him, not where he wants to be. He's got a Sunder, he's got a TP, but no way out. He is going to be pinned down in the corner and killed off.
Yeah, nobody on his team is currently in a space where they can, well, buy space for him. You can see everybody else on Riyadh would rather stay on their own side of the map, avoid contact with the enemy team, knowing that that's probably going to be fatal. But that means that you leave it open to Wildcard. Who are they going to pick out of the heroes that that are currently on offer? Because they're not getting distracted anywhere, and that's going to be your Terrorblade every time. I used to tell teams, like, you gotta pick who goes under the bus, otherwise the bus picks for you. Like, that's the urgency.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because nobody wants to show their face right now. Absolutely not. It's very risky. But you gotta get better at showing without dying, or attracting attention, or asking for, you know, something, anything. Because it all buys time, like even this here. Yeah, you're giving information to the enemy, but you're also asking mental attention. You're fishing for something.
And these opponents are farming actually fairly well overall. I'm checking a very important interaction here, by the way. I'm seeing if Marcy's special delivery innate buffs the Monkey King courier.
While he is, I mean, but he isn't a courier, right?
It's true. Yes, he's a
Just
monkey.
looks like one. You look like a monkey.
Okay, he's gonna put a ward up there. Well, sentry as well. He's not been scouted, but I think, yeah, they actually see him under this ward now.
Oh no.
Quick disarm. A little cheeky deny there. Rebound on in. He's being chased by a very deadly Cloud. Actually will ult himself. Let's see here. I don't think, well, he might live actually. No, okay, I was completely off the money, and thank you is just about as wrong as I could have been there. With speed setting up perfectly that static storm, and a quick double kill. Just simply too much damage.
Yeah, we've seen this from Senkyu before, where he just doesn't quite have the patience to wait out these long periods of no action. Like, he knows what he is. He was a Void Spirit previously when we saw this happen, now he's a Storm. He knows that if he's not supplementing with kills, he's falling behind relatively. So he takes opportunities when they come, even though, you know, the risks there are much too great.
Yeah, there's going to be the Jingu Mastery RCY. Having recovered well from his earlier deaths. What's this? Blink Dagger ready on the Centaur. Senkyu zipping on in out from the smoke. Wild card playing it a bit safe here, lacking ults on these supports. They won't really stick around too long. I say that, RCY might be thinking about farming a wave. Really thinking about it, jumps into a tree. Perched up there, does see a few heroes broken in the smoke. Good ward, I think saw speed. As the stun clears and one-shots the wave with the Mage Slayer alone, huh?
Yeah, that's an impressive amount of damage.
Guess the Orb of Corrosion. Everything kind of chipping in there. Fair enough, fair enough.
And he's not gonna die so easily again, even if he's not necessarily always going to get the turnaround from the Jingu. He's also got the Vampiric on his Essence Ring right now, so 240 extra health, plus 12% lifesteal and 8% spell lifesteal as well. Yeah, he's a tough target to take down.
One tough cookie, they call him. And I'll tell you who else is really starting to tank up as well. It's Fade. It's a full pipe of Insight, that Heaven's Halberd, which is a very nice item. I do miss when it had evasion, a little bit of evasion built into it, but that health regen and the attributes and just the raw HP, it's a pretty tanky item now these days.
Very good. Bang for your buck kind of item.
Magnum. There's a tiny little golem. Oh no. Golem, get ya gone. Check your posture, XXG. It's no good here. Trapped inside of the kinetic field. He goes down to the magic damage if they can't right click him. Nicely put together.
And he had such a good juke going there. Dodging all the way towards the enemy base. Did confuse a wildcard just for a second there.
You have some? Is he gonna doom this? Yeah, okay, why not? It's pure damage. So it is going to go through the Fate's Edict, and also, of course, Doom dispels. But what's the price going to be? A beautiful counter initiation. The stun onto 2, and Big Num, he'll go next. Wildcard just throwing themselves at the Oracle, who will die. So greedy.
Yeah. I mean, this is some carry Doom gameplay. It's like, alright, I farm one item, I rebuy my Midas, and I just show up. It's time to turn, boys.
I think Big Num's probably getting a talking to about that rebound, I bet, throwing him under the tower. Let's see, where do I disable help again? Thanks, guys. Just wondering. Kill there's onto speed out from Senkyu. Not bad at all. Builds him back to 8 galvanized stacks, and almost, it is actually enough for the Witchblade.
He's never been there.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
He's never been there. Phenomenal blink reveal from Karma, by the way. I was wondering about the blade mail that he was building earlier. Like, will he really have the time for that? And it was while I was talking about, okay, this team's not asking for any attention right now. They're not providing any threat of their own. Now they do, and now Wildcard is gonna have to think a little bit more about the moves that they're gonna make around the map. Their lead right now is, I think, the lowest lead that they've had at any 20-minute point in the games versus Riyadh so far.
That's true. And, you know, constantly ticking up on that net worth and contributing to that lack of a gap is this TV who continues farming skill. Yeah, he's going to die to the glimpse. Again, pops the ult here. Is there any chance at a little bit of a revenge? I don't think so, and he's not healed nearly enough there. It's just too much damage. So down he goes. You heal a deceptive amount, by the way, with that thing, so it's doable. If I'm reading this correctly, he died basically to... He died by 130-ish. So he got pretty close. You really do heal
Yeah,
quite
right,
a-
actually. If you look at that recap there, that's not as much as you want it to be after all of the, well, Oracle gets a
smacking.
lot of discounts on your damage, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Of course, these heals are doubled. Now, skill is building into the Aether Lens. Normally, I really like, probably not the Shard early, but maybe like a Glimmer or the Holy Locket. But I think this game, when you have these cores that are going to kind of tend to overextend, it can be pretty good. As XXG, he's killed off trying to contest the enemy Wisdom Shrine. It's a little bit of a shame because Bignum stole theirs. Again, this guy, he's just been relentless.
Doesn't Insania go blink a lot on his hero?
I
As
think he
the
does.
maximum positioning tool, just so he can be fully, and I do mean fully, out of dodge. He's on another screen while the initial initiation happens, and
I think
then he
what-
can pick and choose.
What can be troubling about this game, however, is the Monkey King, you know, who kind of can cut through a lot of the traditional pathing that maybe you can try and position. But yeah, I think that's also a good idea. I'm not really so Giga Chad, to be honest. My hands are just far too slow to be reacting that from far away.
Well, Skill's thinking about it. He's got it queued up after the lens.
I think that's fair. I do think that's fair. I would maybe... Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I also think the Locket and Shard is just so good, but maybe it's not that kind of a game.
It's a
Another
double!
two-man stun. It's beautiful. They're going to focus onto the Monkey, but he's going to be saved by the rebound RCY. BKB thinking about the Wukong's command going on in. They still get Bignum down, and two heroes cliffed suddenly by the Vacuum. Sunder is perfect. Yamsum, he loses all of his HP and all of his life in a single right-click as this TV cosplaying award doing tons of damage, defending the triangle. Fade in a ton of trouble, finished off by the kill shot as RCY turns and burns with the boundless strike. Sankyu playing this fight nearly flawlessly. The shackle good enough to save him, as still trapped on this cliff is the Terrorblade. He unfortunately will run out of time as he is killed off by his own illusion, but not before he takes down Speed. A shockingly good fight for Riyadh, considering the pace of the game.
Yeah, that was nuts. The fact that the center gets to go out again, make another initiation stun there, that they don't all get killed by the devastating AoEs. And that poor TB, he tried to, I believe twice during that fight, Manta style himself off the cliff. Doesn't shuffle well enough either time. Here, I thought it was over here.
This is crazy. Found the strike, and then he's like, "Oh, what's up, Yamsum?"
Yeah. That
Yep.
Crimson Guard on Karma, I think that's the reason that it is there.
Must be.
Physical damage, not enough.
Yeah, must be. Wow, phenomenal fight though. Phenomenal fight. Love to see that. Karma's been killing it so far on the Blink hoof stomps. Sometimes I want to be British so I can say hoof stomp. Hoof stomp.
Oh yeah.
But no, not quite.
I have the pleasure of casting with Rob Ronald sometimes, and the way that he says things like a bear and stairs is just, it's art. I wish I could sound like that. He has a burr and stirs and poetry, man.
Poetry. Well, we'll see. We'll see if this game turns it back into Botry for wild card after a little bit of an upset
Stagnation.
here. Yeah.
That goal differential is staying. It's been at 7K several times now,
Radiant are scanning.
and they just can't get to a critical mass where they can properly start running over Riyadh.
Radiant's bottom tower.
TB is slowly becoming a threat now. He's up to level 16 as well, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and Senkyu's living long enough in these fights as well to be really annoying, pump out his damage, give vision where his team needs it. It is starting to really add up, and I'm wondering then, with the Monkey King going for S and Y, I sense we may have a slight lack of damage. Like, yeah, someone's going BKB, fine. You know, he's got this ratings. He does a ton of damage when he can actually stand his ground and fight. But I do think it's kind of a difficult game for him just based off of the Stampede, the Storm, the Oracle. Like, I think he's got actually quite a difficult game to play, basically. Until he gets, like, whatever, Refresher, Ags, whatever. Like, late game Doom, absolutely. Like, he's still got this. But it's more of this mid-game transition that does feel a little bit scary now, honestly, with the mid-monkey.
Yeah, it's gonna be the monkey and the chasing down a lot of mobile targets.
God, this Windrunner's so annoying. She's dead, but she's still very annoying. Look at her just poking RCY. Stop it, it tickles. Godlike, though, on this Monkey King after kind of a rough start. 12, 2, and 4. Quite the recovery, as Skill is caught on the wrong side of the map. I'm not really sure what he's doing over here, to be honest with you. But he will slowly but surely die. Looking for like a ward.
I was about to say, the answer is normally always warding, but he didn't. He bought some now. He didn't have any in his pocket as Karma. Oh, this is becoming a painful...
Yeah. The feed train full steam ahead right now. And Sankyu, okay, he's going to be able to at least not get ran over by this one. Fade. He probably would have caught him if he had a vacuum, but it's just coming off cooldown, so Ball Lightning does get him out of that pinch. With RCY, look at him. He's jumping on in. Oh, and he's got the vision. Speed sets up for the Static Storm. He's got a shielder, and he's actually really tanky here.
Yeah,
and
still
with
alive.
the False Promise, he will escape, but how good does this fight now look? It's still going to cost the Oracle. He will live. I mean, it's better than, it's better than the Storm dying for sure. But it's just another death here on this Oracle, who's just, I mean, poor guy. He's so poor. He is just, he's in the bread line. Oliver Twist is letting him have some of his soup. Is that the right play?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly like Industrial Revolution poverty.
Yeah, the soup kitchen one, right?
I'm not familiar enough.
I thought it was the police, sir. May I have another bowl of soup? And then the guy's like, absolutely not. Back to the coal mines.
Basically, or down the chimney, depending. I guess he was too big for the chimneys at that point, which is if
Yeah,
you
he's too
feed them
old.
too much,
The problem with those
they
kids,
grow. Yeah. You gotta keep them skinny, otherwise they don't fit down the... Anyway.
I see why. Finding the jump here on the Windrunner, and this time she's actually going to be kept alive. RCY with a pretty aggressive jump on in, but a
it's
big
a
back
big back.
wall onto 3. Stampede is out. Static Storm actually only catching onto the Terrorblade. Was going to be able to stand his ground and fight this Amplified Damage Room. Storm just needs to find another opportunity in. Disposed. No chance there for the Sunder. No support, and unfortunately 23 seconds left on that False Promise cooldown. What could have been if he had level 12. Unfortunately, he is just completely out of utility here in this fight, and it's Wildcard picking up a 4-for-1 trade. Oh, that's a tough fight to swallow there for Riyadh.
It is, yeah. They did most everything right again as well. They get decent counter initiation off with the Centaur there. They are mostly getting to get out of the way of the follow-up vacuum thanks to the Stampede as well. Once again, a lot of damage being absorbed by the Crimson Guard.
Yeah, seriously. Hey man, you know what kind of sucks is I feel like Riyadh, like, they just got to get their initiations a little bit cleaner. And then I actually think they have the tools in the box to win this kind of a fight. It's just the way the last 5 minutes, the last 3 minutes has just been so bad for them here, and it sucks.
No, like, one of the things that happened again during that pause where they dropped a couple of kills is the mistake gets made before, where they just want to fight, they feel good about themselves, and they let their pup instinct take over and they spread out and farm. And what they don't do is keep tabs on the enemy, keep points of contact again immediately. Just push out the waves until you find somebody again, because you're giving them time to regroup and set the tempo again, and that's where that chain of pickoffs happens. It's very hard because the enemy is not pressuring you in that moment. You just gotta win. You don't feel like you have to do something right now, but you do.
Okay, nice stun onto 2. This is
good
actually
stop.
way better, but the Static Storm might be good enough. Yeah, 3-man back wall, back into the Static Storm. Storm Spirit doomed up. He is dead. Minced meat here, as unfortunately even the False Promise doesn't allow him to do much of anything at all. That is 4 dead just like that. What looks like such a promising turnaround. Just, I don't know, the wildcard support's just firing on all cylinders right now. Now the network lead explodes up to 18k. Wildcard back up to the high ground. I don't know if they're going to be leaving without at least a lane of barracks, maybe even 2.
And a lot of it is in these BKBs. Like, yeah, there's not too many disables if you're stopping from the side of the Riyadh here. They haven't had that many. The problem is really just the fact that the only physical damage that you've got to pump into them comes from the TB. And the TB, sure, sizable, but not big enough to stand his ground. You can see him farming up right now on the top lane towards a BKB of his own. That's the only thing that matters right now. I think you might want to give a second Rax instead of dropping even more net worth, as long as you get that BKB up. So he's the only one who can kill these BKB targets.
Straight to rush now for Wildcard, as they get the mid lane of barracks wiped out. And will now reset for another big push here. Time is running out for Euro Riyadh. Big items upcoming, at least a BKB here for the TB. That's freshly completed. BKB still a little bit too far away, honestly, for the Storm Spirit. He's 1,000 gold away, so it's doable. And that's just about it. This Nullifier being queued up here by XXG. That's actually a pretty strong item this game, for sure. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get the gold that he needs for that relic, still being 1,000 away.
Who knows? We've seen some kill shot double kills on occasion. There's some decent money bags on the enemy side.
Well, look,
TB just
that's
popped
true.
20.
It's doable, but Wildcard, they're going to go in on this mid-wave once again. We've seen this song and dance onto the Windrunner, this time nullified and finished off, and the follow-up is beautiful. The 3-man back wall into the Static Storm, the Doom onto the Terrorblade, so he can run, but he cannot hide. He cannot turn and fight here because he's not going to heal at all in this fountain. I think he realizes he's dead to rights. He ticks down. Another phenomenal fight. That's another decent initiation here from Karma, but the follow-up is simply not here in time. 3 dead now. Yamsum on the double kill, and Wildcard just going for the tier 4 towers straight for the jugular. This one, Kips, I think it's all over.
It is, but what a stand you make here as Riyadh, and you know, maybe not fully to your own credit. The more I look at these next couple of fights, I'm more like, man, were they lucky that the TB was actually really hard to reach in their own triangle fight, because that seems to be one of the key problems here, is that as soon as a Terrorblade can be reached by Wildcard, as soon as they can just shut him down, there is really not enough damage on their side to actually properly win these fights.
Right. Yeah, no, and it ended up looking so tough there, man. It's just your Riyadh looking pretty clean overall and actually finding some good fights, especially there in the triangle, really, with some decent spell casting and solid initiations on the Centaur. And for them to kind of go on and unfortunately lose control of the game like that, yeah, it's just not how they want it to be. We'll get that bracket updated for you here in just a second, folks. But it's rather simple here, the story, and I think much rather what most people were thinking here, as Wildcard find the 2-0 in their rematch over your Riyadh. We have not had a 3-game series so far, but now, Kips, we will be guaranteed one as we head into the grand finals as Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard get set for battle.
Wildcard here, getting just a little bit more resistance from your Riyadh than they really wanted, but at the same time, this was not a slog, this was not a particularly hard game. They just had to properly focus up. But, you know, nonetheless, taking more than an hour in total to take this team out, it's good. Your pacing is good, your confidence is good. I think you got to try out a couple of different lineups here as well. And of course, you know that Shopify has been, you know, keeping one eye on this while they've been playing their pubs. So now you got to use this break in order to fully solidify how you're going to deal with them, how you are going to switch up your drafts. What information have you given them so far? Do you have anything else left? Do you have anything? Well, we've been talking about saving strats. Do you think they've been saving strats?
I think maybe there's going to be something to come out here. I was theory crafting this earlier, and I'm like, okay, if you're an NA team and you're already pretty good, like Wildcard's pretty good, you know. I think you play. Listen, you play 3 BO3 series, maybe 4 BO3 series against them, and I think Wildcard beats you in one of them, right? Like they can win fair and square. I think you take a look at the NA region this year, especially this year in qualifiers, and if you're a team like Wildcard, you go, okay, what do we have to do to get into the money for these tournaments? We have to beat Wildcard. I think they have to beat Shopify. I think they can be like a team that kind of specializes a little bit more like this to finally break out onto the international stage, to finally get that international experience, maybe get some sponsor, a little bit more support. You know what I mean? Like it snowballs from here. And much like the MENA region, you know, eventually we had those teams like PSG Quest come, take down Enigma Galaxy, you know, like these things happen, you know. So I think if you're wild card, I reckon you focus a little bit more on anti-Shopify strats in particular, you might actually be able to take this series. I'm looking forward to it, Kevs. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I think you got a very... It's almost like that situation in time loops, right? Where it's like, okay, you gotta win every time. I only have to win one time. Because Shopify has slightly higher ambitions than Wildcard. They're usually the ones that make it through. They need to do more than just be the anti-Wildcard team. But Wildcard can really limit their scope for maximum potential. I like that perspective, and I'm very, very curious to see what that means for the match that we've got coming up.
Yep, as am I. But like we alluded to, they've got actually quite a long time to get ready for that, which means we are going for a very long break. We have 2 hours and 20 minutes, counting for the delay, 2 hours and 15 minutes here, folks, before we get started with that game 1 of the BO5. It'll be taking place live on this channel here. Kips and I will be back then. Until then, guys, there's TI quals on, there's EWC quals on, plenty of Dota, lots of esports right now. Gearing up for their capstone events here this summer, and we'll be back in just over 2 hours' time for the NA conclusion. See you then.
I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my own woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the anticipates of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. one, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We are We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the road to the Esports World Cup. We are here with our final match here for the North American Regional Qualifiers. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone, on a Saturday. Hopefully you're having a lovely, lovely day. I am joined here by Kips, myself here, Seek and Strike. Thanks again, guys, and we hope you enjoy the coverage. As Kips, we have a phenomenal series about to take place here, don't we? It's going to be a full best of 5. Winner goes to the Esports World Cup. I think guaranteed as a team a minimum purse of, let me double check. Oh, the prize pool distribution is not public, but it's a $3 million prize pool at the moment. So you're looking at a pretty healthy sum of money there, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely enough to justify a year of playing. And this is not the only tournament that, well, I mean, if you win this one, this is probably not the only one that you're going to be attending this year. So that is good earnings.
Certainly is. And we've already alluded to, we've seen what the match is here, what the matchup is, but let's take a quick look at our bracket, just to quickly see how our teams have gotten here, just so we can go ahead and recap basically the story so far. I think, like we said before we started at the end of the day yesterday, at the start of the day today, I think this is the matchup many people were expecting and also kind of hoping for. Isn't that right, Kips?
Yeah, I mean, you want the closest possible matchup, and this is the one. You know, I can cheer for Riyadh to pull out a wild upset somewhere on wildcard, but the problem is that if they get to a best of 5 versus Shopify, their tank's gonna already be empty, and it's a best of 5. A best of 5 is a whole nother animal than a best of 3 usually, and the team with more experience, the one that learns more, is going to ruin you. So wildcard is absolutely the opponent that is going to give the best shot at taking down the favorites here.
Absolutely. And you spoke of not running out of gas in the tank. That's important. That's what Wildcard did. They had a 2-0 series early today over your Riyadh. That was an affair completed in about 90 total minutes from start to finish. Let's see what they've had to rest, if they are going to be ready for this BO5 versus a well-rested Shopify Rebellion, as our first draft is now just getting underway. Kips, let's jump right on in to game 1 of our BO5 series. Your prediction here, Kips, when we were discussing this, and I'll shine a little bit of light here. When we were discussing this, kind of in the run-up to this, I was saying, oh, maybe they can go all the way. You know, Wildcard, they've taken games off of Shopify, but you've always clarified yes, but pre-Divide. Isn't that right?
Yes, pre-Divide. And that is a pretty big difference maker here, I think. You'll never see a team that he's in get lost in the sauce. There's always somebody in charge. And you know, that can have good parts, that can have bad parts, like especially if for some reason he's not on the money today, then your team as a whole is absolutely going to suffer more than one that's more autonomous. But what's sure is that even if they have a lapse in a game somewhere, I doubt that lapse is going to last for the series. He's going to take control.
We'll see what kind of heroes he's going to be able to get as our first phase of bans is about to wrap up. Wild card with the respect ban on that Timbersaw, the Doom, and the Kunkka, and I guess the Bristle also removed. TA is, well, certainly not going to be a wild card here. She's banned out. I think we saw, what, a handful of TA games, and I think that's for the best. Anything else that snuck through here? Anything else they'd be considering? Maybe there's Darkseer with that Oracle ban here in the first phase by Wildcard.
Yeah, and the Darkseer definitely, yeah, there we go. A contested hero for both of these offlaners, right? And this is the next candidate. The Bat Rider, the flexibility, the pick-off potential. This could be a support, this could be a core, this could be a DPS hero, this could just be a plain old blink dagger lasso, let everybody else do the work Bat Rider. We don't know anything.
I guess that's another reason why we've seen so many Oracle bans. Oracle kind of just destroys this hero with basically his entire skill set. So that being gone, let's make this one a little bit easier to pick up. Like you say, it is a very flexible hero. Speaking of flexible heroes, and one that I was maybe expecting Wildcard to first phase, was actually the Nature's Prophet. It's not picked up here by Shopify, but we've seen that guy be highly, highly contested throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and here as well, right? The speed, big aficionado. Scam absolutely knows his way around the woods, but we just
10
start off
seconds
straight
remaining.
up with the Enigma. And you know what? You can do that if
5
you're
seconds
Davai Lama
remaining.
and you say, "Well, I don't care about the black hole." We saw him do that in the last series
Dire
versus
team
Wildcard, with his Aether lens and everything, doing that, as he pointed out to me correctly, the most hero damage in that game while only hitting 1.5 black holes. Um, if if you're not afraid to itemize differently, if you're not afraid to adapt your playstyle, then it's a lot
10
harder for this
seconds
Enigma to
remaining.
feel like it can be counterpicked properly.
Sure.
5
Yeah. But
seconds
then
remaining.
when it's a different kind of a beast, right? When it is going to be uh, just utilized and squeezed as efficiently as possible, it does make it possible to kind of first pick this kind of hero, right? In a
Yeah.
sense, the Bat Rider is almost a counter, you know? The Enigma's got to kind of cast Black Hole around himself. I don't think we'll be seeing any Aether Lens Enigmas this game, but maybe I'm speaking too soon. It is Devi. We'll see what he has
Exactly.
in store for us.
Always a surprise. So this could be double core already. Of course, you can still switch the Enigma over to position 4, but not extremely common these
10
days.
seconds remaining. 5
Gyrocopter.
seconds remaining.
When's the last time you saw a support gyrocopter?
It's been a while.
Dire team
Yeah.
Probably 738 personally is when I've casted it. It's been a little while. I think he's just a little bit better as a core. I think secondary strikes is viable enough to run to get this hero activated early. I think his builds are pretty well suited to be a
10
carry
seconds
right now, where if you want to just farm and go luxury, it's like some Falcon Blade into the
5
jungle,
seconds
you know,
remaining.
Ag Scepter, BKB, Satanic, or if you just need a fight now, it's like an early Crystallis, which can be quite valuable. I just think he's better as a carry at the moment.
Yeah, perhaps if you look at what's on offer in like the ranged supports right now, he's middle of the pack, honestly. You think about a Wind Ranger, you think about, well, even this Bat Rider. We have alternatives.
Yeah, and then in response, the Pango is going to come out. That physical damage, a lot of AoE. RCY had a phenomenal Pango game in their earlier game, in the first game of the day, actually, where he, had a 7-minute, 45-second diffusal blade. It was pretty ridiculous. Don't know if he'll be as fast this game against Yopaj, but never count him out too early.
No, that would... I mean, I would seriously have to see if somebody, like, glued Yopaj's keys down or something. That would be... that would be pretty
5 seconds remaining.
spectacular.
How do you feel about this Warlock hero at the moment here, Kips? We've seen it once, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty reactive. That's sort of the makeup of the hero, right? It's always going to be, you're gonna want to see everybody in front of you in order to properly get fatal bonds on as many people as possible. That golem always best used after somebody else sets it up, whether that's your team or whether that's the enemy Enigma. And in that regard, I want to see heroes that this Warlock enables. Get a hero that would normally not make it through the laning stage through the lane. Like this pick versus the Pangolier. Roll is no longer a get out of jail free card.
Dire team pick.
It's true.
Clockwork.
And a lot of scouting, a lot of backline vision, and more confirmation that this gyro is almost certainly going to be a core here, unless this is going to be the first hungry Clockwork, but I kind of doubt it.
I kind of doubt it as well. And this
10
is
seconds remaining.
the way that this draft is going right now is one of the reasons why I love the idea
5
of
seconds
picking at
remaining.
least one core early, but if you can get away with 2, because the utility is usually in the supports. And Shopify Rebellion says, okay, well, now we can pick a duo that really covers each other's bases really well. This is a classic support duo, right? Bane, a lot of single target lockdown, Clockwork, a lot of disruption. The Bane is a follow-up hero, the Clockwork is an initiator. Like these two plus any mid that can do anything is a kill.
Tiny, the 18th pick then for wild card. Does have me question. I mean, all three of these Bat, Pango, Tiny heroes can go mid, actually. Is there room for a Tiny position 4 here for them potentially? Or do you think this is an 18th mid Tiny with some bans upcoming to protect him?
Hard to say, really. The Clockwork definitely makes the Tiny a lot less appealing. Working around the cogs is really a chore, but the same goes for the Pangolier, and you don't have the flexibility to switch that man to the support any longer. If I had to pick between the Tiny or the Batrider support here, it matters a little bit what kind of matchup you're going to get in mid. If it's a hero that the Batrider is actually going to just grind into a fine paste, then you can still switch it out, but otherwise I would favor the Tiny core here.
Well, let's see where he's going to end up. Safe lane, mid lane. Is there a chance, we get a support last pick here? Maybe some offlaner? Shopify banning out the Lycan and the Brewmaster.
Dire team pick.
Is that Storm then for wildcard?
Radiant team pick.
Storm 23? Indeed it is.
Yeah. I think they banned the Ember early just because they don't want to give it away yet, but it's interesting because Shopify has already been expecting this Tiny or this Bat to go mid, I guess. Taking out the Lycan, taking out that Fade Brewmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
No, he is going to be on the Pangolier most likely. And that is one of the ways that you can react with the 0-2, the Clockwork being in the game. Like, he is downgraded now. Ooh.
That's something different. Now, this is not the first Death Prophet we've seen. I believe Wildcard picked it in their loss versus Shopify. Am I crazy?
Yep, that is exactly what happened. So Shopify is going to show them how it's done.
Spirit
Perhaps.
Collector Yopaj taking to the field. I love the supports he's got with him. I'm not going to lie to you. This Hellscream, Clockwork, and Scam on the Bane, they seem to have pretty solid solutions. I mean, that's probably why they've downgraded that Pango to off lane with a Tiny carry here for Wildcard on that 18th. What are your thoughts here?
Death Prophet DP bringing the AoE silence definitely ups the risk level for the Storm Spirit a little bit more. It's not the worst Storm Spirit game though. Like, you're always scared if you're going up against either one of the instant hexes, so the Lion and the Shadow Shaman, or versus the Bane, because they can grab you the moment you come in, and there's really nothing much you can do about it. But here he's not the only target. Playing a Spirit as the only initiator is so fraught against these heroes, but Fade's gonna come in here, Yamsen's gonna come in here. I doubt Yamsen's going to wait very long with buying his Blink Dagger, for example. So he's got pretty good insurance against being, well, either needing to be the one to go in early, or alternatively spending his entire time in the fight Fiend's Crypt. So
Right.
I like this wildcard lineup a lot. It's got moves, man. Every single one of their cores can do things. Now, of course, the Warlock is very dependent on them please doing something. But then together with Bingham, yeah, it looks good. And I need my faith in this Death Prophet to be restored.
Ooh,
She has a support duo
okay.
that's gonna help her, but well. And what about you?
I'm shocked. I want to dig into that. You're a fan of the Death Prophet, generally speaking.
I am.
Okay. What do you like about her?
What I like about her? I like her as a tool to force the enemy to make map moves.
Okay. That's true.
And it has definitely, like, I'm showing my age here again, but the first Exorcism definitely not as good at forcing people to def their towers or lose them as it used to be. Like, even if you get a catapult wave, usually not enough unless they seriously misplay. So her map power has diminished, excuse me, and that makes it hard to do something with a hero that otherwise has no gap close and no stuns. You want to be able to force a reaction out of opponents, and she can't right now.
Yeah, that's true. She's actually, her CC is pretty limited in general. She just gets a little bit of bonus move speed from Exo, and that's about it. Careful here, Devi. Cogs are going to help him out. Most certainly, that second one sent screaming after Bignum. Well played there.
Why am I surrounded by such peons? Next time.
And runes will go then
open it.
3 for the side of Wildcard here. Seems like they got away with 1 extra.
I wonder how often these gentlemen scrim each other. It's like, I'm sure they're trying to scrim across the ocean as much as possible, or down south, making sure that you don't know each other too well, but at the same time you're sort of stuck on this island together.
Yeah, that's very much how it is. Yeah, I imagine. I think I'm trying to remember. Not since what, the second season of DPC have we had more than 2. Well, I guess Nouns made that lovely TI run that year, right? When Estini was still being heckled. Those days.
Did we ever stop?
No, honestly they didn't. And I'll tell you what, he's about to have his first child. His family's about to grow, so I'm sure the heckling will only continue from inside the house this time.
As it
Father,
should.
you did not change my diaper correctly, but best of wishes to him and his family, of course. But
Lovely.
he's not here. It's NA. He's over in Europe. He's got the direct invites. This is the trenches. This is where the stories begin here. Shopify and Wildcard. So far, pretty even here. Devi having a tougher go here, but of course, as he's skipped a wave, you can expect this to stabilize here shortly.
That Hellscream's gonna find whatever creep waves he can and drag those over. The Tiny, of course.
A little bit of cheeky farming in the side camps here by Devi as well. Make use of that downtime.
Supplement that income. Because between the Tiny and the Warlock, the Fatal Bonds plus any of the AoE from Tiny, whether it's the physical or the magical, it clears through your Eidolons real quick, like. Yeah, Hellscream is just straight up doing laning right now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yep, Devi's farmed 2 camps in a row down here, and well, he's resummoned the Eidolon, so I don't suspect he's too eager to get back into lane. We'll see what he wants to be doing here. Blocked.
No, you really need some extra levels on your Eidolons in a lane like this. Extra magic resist, really important, the extra HP. He wants to probably try again once he hits level 3.
Yeah, I mean, excellent micro on the Eidolons. He hasn't lost a single one, and straight into farming this side camp. There's level 2 Eidolons, and we shall see when he returns to lane. For now, Yemsum certainly enjoying the peace and quiet, and Hellscream doing a good job here. You can see him, a little ring around the rosy, the mind games. Of course, he's got this battery Sultan Cogs to play with. We'll go ahead and summon those now. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, okay, there it is. He got the sentry. That's not half bad.
Yeah, I was confused when that cog didn't go flying.
Yeah, me too. I'm just so used to seeing that now.
And here on the bottom lane.
Okay, sorry, I just want to mention, before we should look at the other lanes, you're right, but Devi is still jungling here at the moment, so we'll see when he decides to let up there. But what's going on down bottom here? Tomato seems fairly happy, 18-4 to the 15-4, fairly even.
Pango doing surprisingly well, holding a point currently.
And taking a glance towards mid, also fairly even here, but Yopaj with 5 denies, and even an additional deny there on the Observer ward, as it seems like he's well positioned to secure the bottom water rune. And Hellscream's rotated on over as well. That means, well, actually, that's not true. Devi's over in the top lane, currently back with Yamsum. And you can see why he wanted those bonus levels, as Yamsum very quick to just demolish the Eidolons with the Avalanche and the tree.
Yep. It's really no fun to be feeding those over to Yamsun all the time. Really rather get them a little bit more of an insurance policy.
Yopaj is starting to build a gap here. I just want to quickly point that out. The first wildcard rotation didn't really amount to much and didn't refill the bottle of RCY. So he's going to have to, I don't know, I guess he's going to have to leave the wave here for a little bit. Yopaj, so far so good.
Yeah, RCY just not getting to refill on the runes there, a pretty big issue for him. And here's where Death Prophet's really happy, because a laning opponent is going to have to start choosing between copping a lot of damage but holding his tower, or her straight up taking it. Are the supports going to rotate over? What are they going to do to answer this?
First Night falls. And no, I'm not talking about a BKB TP away. I'm talking about 5 minutes in, and Yopaj quick to let loose those exorcism spirits. Fortifies a little bit early here, I have to say. And there's a counter glyph. So the wagon's now assisting in the push, and Hellscream's waiting behind the tower with some vision here to back him up. This is a very serious push. Check out Skem as well. He's bullied away Bignum from the lane. Storm's TPing to the tier 2 tower. As his tier 1 already down to half HP.
He's not interested.
No. I mean, how could he? He's not even level 6 yet. Not really even too close, really.
Yeah. Well, listen, if you get this big of a laning win where you hit your level 6 way before your opponent and you then get to take down the enemy catapult, hold your own, no enemy support rotation whatsoever, then yeah, Death Prophet tastes exactly the same like she did 5 years ago.
That's very true. Still looking the same here as that tier 1 tower goes down. RCY, he's got level 6 now, and I like the supports he has here as well. So I just heard a TP part of me. Where have they gone? I'm not quite sure, but we'll see how things are going to get cooking here. Next point of contention that these teams are looking at is going to be the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines. I almost called it a rune. Right now, we've got Speed and Bignum up top lane, but you've got Scam, who I thought was maybe going to consider a Nightmare there. He does have Sleepwalk, so maybe they could have gone for something, but instead he's more interested in setting up vision, and actually he's going to go and TP and contest up top lane now, where Divine Llama's just shy. Oh, he just got level 6.
Yeah,
Black Hole is ready here. Yamsum, he's going to throw out the stun to try and clear the Eidolons, but he's failed to do so, and now Hellscream's going to TP on in. Cogs will be set up. Yamsum, he doesn't have an easy way out of this. Oh, the Black Hole instantly canceled. I didn't quite see what canceled that, not going to lie, but it doesn't matter much. It's a first blood 7 minutes in. And it is going to be 2 kills here for the Shopify Rebellion offlaner, who had a very, very difficult start. Not only that, Kips, Shopify got both Wisdom Shrines. Couldn't have gone much better.
No, that is pretty insane. And then a ton of damage on the bot tower as well. As they have to scatter and run. Devi is just a little too high level for them here. I swear it looks like he cancelled it himself.
I was going to say, is this old Tiny where Craggy Exterior mini stunned him? Because I'm not really sure what else it could have been.
Yeah, those two supports famously have 2 very big stuns. I'm pretty sure we would have noticed them, and also the early level 6s.
Yeah, that's also very true. I'm not too sure what to make of it. Either way, a calculated move here by Divine Llama. He knew he had the kill, just trying to really catch him off guard. RCY now, his first big zip in. He's looking for another stack of that Galvanize, and will pick one up. Looks like it could be 2 here, but with Yopaj now closing the gap, if Hellscream had hit that cog, they might have been able to find him, but no such luck. Scary moment there, though. Yopaj, I mean, EXO level 1, not really too much to be concerned about, but with, combine that with a shield rune, and you might be able to cook something up there. Let's look down bottom, though. Fade, he's just hit level 6. He's got an empty urn. I'd love to see him rotate, or maybe someone rotate to him to try and get his ball rolling a little bit,
Yep, but either of the supports, I do think you need the... I mean, maybe for the bat you don't need the level 6, but... none of them have a good way to buy distance.
Yamato is not going to give him the chance. He's going to preempt any rotations and make his own rotation. Check out this ward by Scam and this smoke. Yamsum, if he gets out of this alive, I would be shocked. And, well, it doesn't really look like that's going to happen here at the moment. Cogs being set up. Yamsum doesn't really know where to go here. He will fall. 5 heroes in his jungle. My goodness.
Yeah, and 5 Eidolons up. 8. Taking down your tower.
That is 2 tier 1 towers here already, whereas Wildcard have not been able to find a move. Good news for them is they're not getting, you know, classic Shopified, where it's the win 3 lanes, win game kind of coupon that they always, you know, kind of cash in. Not the case here. The net worth lead is quite minimal, I have to say. Where I'm a little bit more concerned for Wildcard, even if it's not kills or map control, it is going to be in these support levels. You know, they did miss out on the Wisdom Shrine, and Bignum is you know, just level 4. The Warlock a bit closer here to level 5, and he's got the Black Grimoire maybe if he really needs to pop that in an emergency. But I'm a little bit concerned for the XP situation for them.
Yeah, I am as well, especially with 2 heroes that are so very dependent on their ultimates to properly get engaged in the game.
Again, to go through the gate, trying to set up for a fight here. He's got a self-nightmare, but there's going to be the Grimoire popped by speed. Sets up for the first kill on a Scam quite easily. Bignum, he is only level 4, falling very quickly, but uses the Firefly movement, rather, to get away from Yopaj, who has another max Spirit Siphon charge yet to use, and a regen rune in the bottle. RCY trapped inside the cogs, but really it's Hellscream who trapped himself in there. Might have bought them the time. Oh my goodness, he melted. Yes, it was certainly him trapped inside those cogs upon revisiting that. And yeah, it's a 2-for-2 trade with a tower, but it's 2 cores for 2 supports, and Yopaj clean up that tier 1 tower to boot.
That is your last tier 1. And it takes him so long first to get Scam here, but then in general, the amount of damage that Yopaj soaks here is the kind of thing that only Death Drop can do for you, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long that we've seen Death Prophet. I feel like it's almost worth mentioning that the Spirit Siphon is no longer percentage-based. It's just flat damage, right? And that is worse later on in the game, but it's much better early.
But right now?
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is why maybe this is going to be some kind of timing that Yopaj and the rest of Shopify look to play around, as RCY is quick to get a return kill again onto Hellscream, so his galvanized stacks are up to 4. I'll tell you who I'd also like to check in on, because I was saying, oh, I don't know if we're going to see a 4-staff Aether Lens Enigma this game, and that might be wrong. Divine Llama, he is going to go for this Helm of the Dominator build. Pretty normal, right, when he does have the counters against him. Kind of what you expect, right, when you first pick this Enigma. But he did really engineer something quite special in the first wildcard match, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Especially the like the turn of the tempo that happened in that team as soon as that Helm of the Overlord came in. It really did look like Wildcard was holding the reins of that game, but as it turns out, Shopify were just waiting for that Overlord. After that, everything went downhill, so a Wildcard are on notice right now.
That's true.
They are on a timer.
They've just farmed a really big stack in their triangle. That's finally got Bignum up to level 6. A little bit of extra gold padding his pockets now. This Pango Fade, right, has at least the vessel with charges in it. But the ultis are ready to go again here from Shopify Rebellion. And we'll sweep through the map here. This is Yopaj and Hellscream, this time, of course, armed with that hook shot. Bignum, here to break the smoke. Oh, but the invis rune by Yopaj. The root control has been out of control here, I have to say. Yopaj just doing some advanced scouting. He's like, oh, really? Just the two of them, huh? All right, in we go on to third. They kick it off with the silence into the cogs. They got to get at least a bounce here, and, well, they managed just that. Perfectly executed there onto the Pangolier.
And that lets him keep the Fiend's Grip as well. So
Very good point.
that means even a next roll or a next zip in is not safe.
Levi's starting to push out this top lane with that Helm creep. So this push is only going to get a little bit stronger now as Wildcard. Their smoke's breaking instantly, and what's kind of upsetting to them is this just Hellscream farming a camp, really. It's not really that much useful information. They're ready, though. I mean, they've got their ultis ready to go. Yamsum up in the top lane farming away with his Echo Saber. Wants to get that Shadow Blade online. And you know what? Against this lineup, that very well could be a key instrument for them trying to get their foot down first and correctly in these fights.
Yeah, they have quite a bit of burst damage available to them as long as that Tiny can get in. You can get some Pango hits over the top, get the Storm Spirit zipping in. But they do need to find the right targets for that first. So playing the information game with the Shadow Blade, yeah, might just work out.
I'm just, oh, hold on. I'll have to come back to that in a bit. As Bignum walking up the wrong cliff. Another power rune, by the way, for Yopaj. I'm going to have to check the replay, but I'm pretty sure he's got nearly all of them. Amplify damage rune this time around as the Golem is looking pretty good with the Vessel as well onto Yopaj. They don't have enough for the kill. And then comes the Black Hole. Oh, no, it's caught all of them here. Yopaj eventually will drop, but Divine Llama comes in to lay down the law. My goodness. What a turn. What a fight there for Shopify.
Several things just missing the mark from Wildcard, right? They don't actually get the Bane down with that Storm Zip, so that catches the Storm on the opposite side of the fight. You lose the Bat Rider.
Yeah, out of the gate.
Right,
That's not a good start.
there. No. Fango out of position. Here. Bane gets the loop, gets the turn. That Death Prophet is so tanky.
Wow. Even with the Vessel debuff, Storm's got to dip all the way in. And even then, the cogs were so perfectly placed.
Those cogs? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they actually almost... Imagine, Shopify get out of that fight without losing a single hero. That is impressive.
I was
thinking also... Oh, go ahead.
No. That's why I made that sound. I was so sure that the Death Prophet was making it out.
Wow. What I think is key, and why Wildcard didn't really get out with so many heroes, is Yamato actually. He's gone for this early Crystallis, so he's pretty keen to show up in these fights, right? They did go for Afterburner as well, as compared to when most people are going for Call Down. Maybe that helped him eke out some kind of an advantage in the laning stage. We were kind of mostly looking at Devi, so I can't be too sure. But his farm, for sure, is undeniably strong. That's the Axe Scepter completed on top of the Crystallis and the Falcon Blade. 16 minutes in. Not half bad at all.
Not at all. And this is one of the things that happens when the enemy loses all 3 of their tier 1 towers. They can't get out on the map to challenge you. It's so easy to read when they move past the river, because they'll have been off map for a while, presumably with creep waves that need tending to somewhere on their side of the river. Undisturbed farming time.
Frustrating as well as that map shrinks. You know, Yamsum, he's so close to this item that they can use to really open up their game and maybe try and get a little bit of a foothold. But you can see him quite timidly farming underneath his own tier 2 tower for good reason. But this is a nice move now. Wildcard from behind, up in a smoke. There's no Black Hole for 38 seconds. Bignum gonna kick things off. They actually have found Divine Llama in the middle of the lane, but he's got a hell of the Overload creep. Hellscream's gonna completely whiff there, but it's gonna be fine. Yopaj runs in to try and cover his mates. Divine ticks down to the damage over time, so Bignum sacrifices himself for the good of the team. But now Yopaj running around with a haste rune and an exorcism every single time he's running into the fight. He's got some power rune here, Kibbs, and now he is on top of these heroes. He might just kill RCY. My goodness! Duration of the silence, they end up tossing him onto Fade. I'm not really sure if that's going to work out for them here. He's finally out of Spirit Siphon charges, but is that going to make any bit of a difference at all? Not to Yam Summit, it won't, as Yamato connecting onto the fight, Scam let loose on the Fiend's Grip, and it's a full 1-for-5 trade. Yopaj, what a game he's been having here, man.
Absolutely devastating. Well, I was saying I need my faith in Death Prophet restored, and there it is. There it is. Deals too much damage to be ignored, but is too tanky to actually bring down.
I cannot stress how impressive it is to me that every single fight that Yopaj shows up, he just seems to have it. It's been incredible. And sometimes even a little bit of a difference maker here. You know, having that haste turn, you no longer get 550 move speed. Again, it's been so long we've seen Death Prophet. You no longer get 550 move speed whenever you activate Exorcism. That used to be a thing. So it's actually huge for Yopaj here. It allows him to basically run down these heroes.
Just incredible. And the perfect understanding as well of the fact that all of the damage that goes into him is damage that does not go into his allies. He positions for it. And yeah, rewarded with an Aegis for his troubles.
Death Prophet for Yopaj Fade. Okay. Wasn't sure if Devi was going to black hole him there. I think that there's always a chance with that guy. No disrespect.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no disrespect. Just understand. Like he looks at the game different. He sees the value of the black hole much differently, and like they can win a fight without him using his black hole, as we've just seen.
Yeah,
So
I mean, he
why wouldn't he
basically
spend it?
just kind of tanked, didn't he?
Yep.
Now the siege power really starting to showcase
On the jungle.
why it's so good. But in the jungle, Yopaj, he's quite fearless here, and for good reason. RCY dies to the lingering spirits off that Ag Scepter here that Yopaj has picked up. That is going to be a Storm Spirit, very sad. Am I seeing this right? Down to 1 galvanized stack. He's no longer galvanized, he is just Galvan.
Yeah, that.
My best joke of the night, folks. It only gets downhill from here. And there's going to be that solo black hole that I was talking about from Divine Llama up top lane. Fade, he's actually swashbuckled onto the wave. He had absolutely no counterplay there. Down he goes.
Down he goes. Things are going from bad to worse here. Death Prophet now with a Blink Dagger. Love this pickup on the hero as well. Positioning is the name of her game. She wants to be unignorable, and that's how you do it. You just put yourself as far forward as possible and make them walk through you if they want to not be hit by the exorcism, or alternatively run into your team. It's a
I've been
win-win.
saying this for the past maybe 5 minutes, but it's time. Yamson's got his item online here. His Shadow Blade ready to go. Maybe some kind of repositioning into a strong fight with a Golem to cover you and a Rolling Thunder here and there. That might be enough for them to find a key pickoff, but of course this Age is still online for another 3 minutes. 4 men are taken, so now Hellscream with a jetpack, he'll be even more annoying. His Fade is taking a bit of a bruising here from that DP just so casually. 8 spirits collected, by the way, so when Yopaj next exos, we're going to get to see lots of storm spirits, I think, fly around mostly. Down bottom. Speaking of storm spirits flying around, there goes the clockwork up into the jetpack. Decent control here onto Scam. He's holding onto that Fiend's grip. Yamson running on in. There's the flaming lasso now onto Scam. Can they even burst him in time? Doesn't look too likely as Yopaj blinks on in. They turn with the Fiend's grip now. Yamson completely isolated. There's Shopify Rebellion and circle and take down the Tiny. RCY hitting in the trees. Hellscream just knows where he's at. What in the world was that? What are they? What was this?
They think he not had a scroll or something?
I'm not sure, but he will fortunately make it out alive. My goodness, have I never seen a Bane be that tanky?
Yeah, so they don't get the Bane, they don't get the Clockwork, who had a full magic wand. Solar Christ definitely doing some work there. So even when they find the 2 supports isolated, they can't break them down. It's
right. And that's not even like, it's not even like Shopify have some like, you know, IO relocate, some NP heroes, some, you know, Dawnbreaker. There's not even a tier 1 tower there. They just rotate well. They just read that very well. It's got to be frustrating, honestly. Big Gonna run right into Tomato. Kind of breaks a smoke here. All down missiles heading his way, and he's got no way out of that roach blitz.
a little hook shot.
Uh-oh. Okay, that's a self-fuel scepter. Cogs getting erected, perfectly placed, but thankfully the Essence Ring ought to be able to get the Storm out of trouble.
Black
Careful
hole?
here with that Spirit. Okay, he's okay. Black Hole. He's on a Yamsum. Have a toss. It's not going to be good enough. Yamsum. He still shall die. His Spirit collected, ready to be used in this next exorcism.
It's starting to feel like such an uphill battle here for Wildcard now. We were hoping for some turnaround around the Shadow Blade, but really no difference seems to have been made at all. Even if they would have gotten those supports earlier along, the Vi was still... Oh man.
I think he's trying to cut a wave, right? He's trying to buy a little bit of time here with that Golem. The Vi's paused. Yep. I think headset low battery. Okay, well, it's a valid... I do appreciate the team letting us know why they paused, by the way. It's just kind of a funny reason. Skem and Fade, by the way, up top lane, they're doing a little ring around the Rosie. This is a level 12 Bane, and if you weren't around for the core Bane days, you might just get to see a little bit of that now, as we can see Speed trying his best to drag away this creep wave. I mean, he is burning a lot of time, it should be said. Meanwhile, there's a Fiend's Grip with Tomato taking down the Pango. And, look, I'm not above making puns and jokes based off of team names, but Shopify, they basically have this game added to their cart at this stage, you know? All they got to do is just enter the payment details, just double-check everything, make sure they select the correct shipping date, and basically this game one's in the bag. It's really difficult at this point for Wildcard.
I was gonna say, ironically enough, that means that it's Wildcard who's gonna be checking out.
Yeah, well, of this first game.
Paying the price.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I would be shopping too. If I could make my opponents pay everything.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom tower is under
so would
attack.
I. But, alas, for Wildcard,
Alas.
it's not been that kind of a game for them. I think for them, it's about, you know, at this stage, remembering it's a marathon, not a sprint here, right? Just kind of getting through this game here as best you can, preparing for what's ahead. As Skem is going to get scouted under vision. Can they burst him? RCY? Oh no, Yopaj is here. Oh no, Yopaj is here. They don't have Fiend's Grip, but they do not have a Black Hole either. Okay, RCY gets TP out. Yamsum?
Yamsum, no.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be as lucky there. Hookshot is, I mean, it's just not the best hookshot I've ever seen from Hellscream. I cannot tell a lie, but Skem is immediately there to interrupt that TP away. Yamsum, he might be able to get through help. No, not even close, unfortunately. Not even close.
I mean, honestly, the most impressive moments we've seen from Hellscream this game have all been without the hookshot. Like,
That's
the
so
amount
true.
of cog catches that he's found in unlikely angles they've just been really beautiful. So yeah, whatever. He doesn't need it.
Yeah, he's hit one good hook shot when Yopaj was invisible standing right next to the Pangolier. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Big
Not
Num.
again.
He just fireflies through a camp and finds Yopaj. That's a little unfortunate, and now doesn't really have a lot of room to maneuver. Blink Dagger does at least give him a little bit of space here, but Hellscream, he's going to scout him. Hook shot. Let's see it. Oh, but that's okay. He's going to die anyway here to Yopaj's right clicks.
Yeah, and we're now definitely in the throwing bodies stage, which is better than not throwing bodies down. Like, we saw that Golem make his way down the bot lane. We see this Batrider get found, waste a bunch of time. It is the most efficient to drag them as far back towards their own base as possible.
It's all
your
about
creep waves.
creating that space,
Yeah.
trying to give your
Yep.
Tiny the opportunity to farm
Buying.
one more item. This game has just been a nightmare, though, for Speed, as he has slept walk away from his base into the not-so-loving embrace of Yamato.
No, there's this is why I say buying space. Space is not created. Space does not come down from on high from some almighty being who has decided and there was space. No, you gotta bleed for space. And Wildcard's bleeding.
It requires sacrifice.
Yes.
Lots and lots of dead warlocks and bat riders.
Unfortunately, yes. The road to the comeback is paved with dead supports. And this is a long road. Very long road indeed. I don't see how you kill this gyrocopter in the next 10 minutes.
He's tanky. He's got 4,000 HP. He's got a Satanic and a fresh 9-second BKB. Sanj and Yasha. Yeah. No, it's going to be rough. Oh, and he's been chop shopping, which you love to see. I love to see. Oh, you don't love to see that if you're Yamsum. Team smoking out to try and meet him. But he's dead 50 seconds in the fountain. And I think Yopaj knows that they've gone out to the Wisdom Shrine. You can see, well now especially with the Eidolon, but you can always see through fog if it's active or not. Now they know that someone's farmed that thing up. Good patience by Tomato. He's not leaving anything to chance here. Oh, he has accidentally sold the Blades of Attack. That's not ideal. But that's okay. And they've managed to skip past Yamato, actually. Skem's a decent target, but no one's going to really join RCY that far forward. Only missile now on the way. as he hides behind his favorite side shop tree. He's not even close on that missile. Don't even worry about it.
The positioning from Shopify there as well, they know they have so much HP, they're so tanky, and Wildcard needs so much time to bring them down. Timato was pretty alone there. He had like a Bane as a little bit of a buffer, but they're playing quite audaciously right now. They know they own this place.
Yeah. Roshan has burped. He's being attacked by the Radiant. Maybe now Yamato takes. I mean, he's good in slots. I'll just give this to that Prophet, honestly. Storm. Big ol' zip on in. Skem can hardly believe his eyes. Doesn't actually have a grip here. And RCY does not have a TP for 30 more seconds. That's going to be a pretty decent interrupt, though. In goes the Rolling Thunder. Roshan is very low, and this side gunner is going to keep right-clicking him down. Faye doing what he can, but Aegis ultimately in the hands of Tomato. RCY being solo Black Hold on the side of the fight, but it's Hellscream at least who will drop first. Maybe a sign of positivity here for Wildcard. Oh, the fade jumped there by Divine Llama, and he's just going to call it. The GG well played. With the Storm dead to the Black Hole, there was not really a chance for them to hold the high ground. It is a long series. It is a best of 5, but it is going to be a game 1 in the victory books for Shopify Rebellion. That's the thing. There, you go to the victory library, you'll see this one. This book is in there.
Yeah, this book is in there. And under the category of wipeouts, I want to say this was incredibly decisive. It doesn't even matter too much what the other two cores do in the first 20 minutes of this game, because Yopaj is king. He ruled supreme.
But he did. He made it look good. He made it look easy. I mean, just always in charge, really, wasn't he? Did he die a single time? He did. 13-1 and 8 though, and managing to just own the lane against the Storm quite confidently really made sure that no game was really ever had. This is also like another game where, I don't know, whenever I see the core tiny, I feel so many games end up just going this way for this hero. He just kind of seems a little too feast or famine-y. To really try and claw back in some of these kinds of difficult games, which is obviously tough considering that was Wildcard's 18th pick, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw that one coming in and we're already like, is this a support? Because it just doesn't feel like a pick with conviction, like they know what they want to do here. And to be fair, like the laning stage, it was good. They did force the Vi Lama back for quite a while, but the fact that he almost takes the wind out of their sails by just jungling basically from the start. It's like, oh, we don't even get the kill or the 2 kills where he learns his lesson that he can't be here. No, he knows that he can't be here. And it's just, we're laning against the clockwork. Sure, the CS is free, but the Enigma is not shut down whatsoever.
Yeah, and then if the Tiny's not getting any kills and his farming mechanisms aren't that great as a self-built-in hero compared to a clockwork, then one can see how that game quickly slips out of control. It takes exactly 30 minutes then for Shopify Rebellion to defeat Wildcard here in game number 1. It's a BO3 series here, so still 2 more for Shopify. Lots of chances for Wildcard to force us back equivalently to a BO3. We will be going to a very quick break, folks, but when we return, we'll be back with game 2 of the NA EWC Grand Final Qualification match. We'll see you very soon. Bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the EWC North American Closed Qualifiers. We're in the finals, about to get started with game number 2 between Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard Gaming. It is Shopify leading 1-0. And Kips, it's a similar story here for Shopify as it was in their series earlier when they met in the upper bracket finals. It's a Shopify that stays cool. They anticipate what they need to do. They make adjustments without making the mistakes, like you pointed out, and they prevail over Wildcard in Game 1.
Yeah, and that is really a gap to cross, let me tell you. When you're still in the process as a team, where you need to be like, okay, we can't do that, what do we do then? You're not just one step behind, you're honestly 2 steps behind. You needed to make the mistake first still, and then you still need to brainstorm the solution. And the other guys, if they're anticipating you, the amount of time that it saves them is absolutely surreal. So if it continues like that, if Wildcard cannot force them out of a pattern where Shopify already knows how this game is going to work, then they're in for a tough time.
That they are, but that all starts from the draft here. The draft, which is now just getting underway. Let's go ahead and jump straight into game number 2, where our opening picks, well, more specifically, the opening bans are now coming through. And so far, no major adjustments. It is going to be 18th pick this time for Shopify, so it looks like we have simply swapped sides and picks for game 2.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
question is about that Death Prophet. If you ban it, you're
Team ban.
gonna let one of the other favorites through. If you don't ban it, Wildcard tried this themselves versus Shopify. It did not look like the clinic Yopaj just put on. Not
10
even
seconds
remotely.
remaining.
So do you take it yourself? Do you get an Ancient Apparition?
seconds
I
remaining.
do feel like AA was banned in the first couple of games that we saw and then just never appeared.
Radiant team, Dire team pick.
Darkseer, yeah.
Okay, so a Darkseer without an Oracle ban. And we will not see an Oracle, at least immediately responded with...
No, Oracle is
a
banned.
Wildcard. Oh, is he? Oh, yes, he is. My bad. I was going to say, that doesn't shock me because it seems like a lot of times Devi's like, yeah, whatever. Just first pick my hero, and whatever they do, I'll just play around it and enjoy it.
Yeah, that is such a boon for your draft as well. Getting to pick a core immediately and have somebody who's like, yeah, well, I'll make up a game plan for it. I'll tell you how this one
10
goes.
seconds
Okay.
remaining.
It's like an anti-jabs, you know?
Seconds remaining.
Just pick me this. I want to play this hero. Straight away. But what? Enigma first phase? What if they pick any one of the very many counters? That's fine.
I didn't even check how much hero had damage he had this time. Of course, it was never going to be the max because Yopaj
Team ban.
had enough damage for 2 games, I think.
Well, that's true. Let me go ahead and check that real quick. I still have the stats open here. Rightio. Yes, it was not as impressive as the previous game. He still did an impressive 10.5k, but Yopaj tripling that at 30. So yeah, pretty impressive game out from Yopaj, as he still has not had the Death Prophet banned out. Wildcard showing the Sven, showing the Bat Rider. Shopify with 2 picks to come out
10
here.
seconds remaining.
Will they
little-
go back to it?
5 seconds remaining.
Darkseer, Death Prophet, you're lacking a little bit more of the lockdown. And perhaps Darkseer is better at saying like, well, I'm gonna buy all the auras so we can get somebody who's not the tanky on their own, and you can come hands and sharing all the auras together, and you'll get the same sort of effect. So maybe something else later on. I'm curious about this Sven. I can understand why you go back for the Bat Rider. Like nothing Bignum did in that game, would have helped them out anyhow, but also nothing he did was the problem there. Nothing was the hero's fault either. You just grab it again. But that Sven, why do you prefer that first? That is my question.
Radiant team
Yeah.
pick.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm not sure. It seems like a pretty early pick as well. For a hero that isn't, I think, for a lot of teams, necessarily first pick material, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And
usually,
it
if you're
shouldn't
gonna...
be.
Well, I guess it's not first pick, it's second pick, right? But
Yeah.
still, same concept.
Like, look at all these slows. Look at all this area control. This is what happened. It must be a pivot into a support pick. I cannot imagine that you pick this Sven first if you're just going to play it straight. This is our carry. We picked him first. I don't believe you get to do that with the Sven. You barely get to do that with a Terrorblade, and he's a lot more flexible.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe this is one of the strats coming out from Wildcard here. What's tough now, though, is that you've kind of second picked a Sven, which is like, okay, if you're going to second pick something in a kind of an era of drafting where there are a lot of strong heroes arguably in the meta, usually you want that second pick to be a response to that strong first pick. Because in this second phase, you don't have a team, right? And that means that your opponents get two very powerful bans to protect 18, which is basically going to counter your entire draft in some kind of theory. So this phase feels pretty make or break right now for Wildcard, I have to say. Mostly because I am not really impressed by this Sven at the moment.
Yeah, it's gonna sound so mean, but I think the Sven cannot start impressing more with anything that they pick. As usually what happens if you pick something first is like, no matter what the initial value is, a bunch is always going to get chipped off by the fact that you're going to get countered.
Mereska has arrived.
Okay, paired with the Willow, so presumably both supports out, so a little bit of flex. Now we've got to show, or at least define, an additional core here for Wildcard. You see the bottom lane. It's a Darkseer Clockwork lane.
10 seconds.
Well, I guess that's the top lane. Sorry for Shopify. Your bot lane matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it gonna be Sven Willow then?
I guess it is.
Off.
Yeah.
It sort of has to be. Mid Sven has, I don't think, ever been a thing. Offlane Sven, he's got armor, but yeah, there's the Fade Brewmaster.
Yeah. Okay, so the only thing that we're kind of flexing here then for Wildcard is it's a bit of a reach. I suspect it's just going to be some Sven. But this could be like a position 5 Sven, position 4 Sven, some Batrider mid, you know. I kind of doubt it though, honestly.
5 seconds remaining.
But 18th pickup coming now for Shopify. They see 2 lanes. They might just pick the mid. They might pick the off lane here. Wait, sorry. Carry. They have
Safe
the off
lane,
lane.
yeah.
Thank you.
No, I would say that you try to get your mid here again. Doesn't really matter. There's only one more pick upcoming, but that dodges 2 bans, and you need to try to dodge the bat, and then you don't know what else is coming after, but you still get to protect that pick with your upcoming bans. So this is the best point to do that, and we're going puck. Yep.
Very classic Shopify mid lane hero. It's a puck, it's a storm. My god, is it a puck? Is it a storm? Oh, it's an 18th mid from Bulma. They've done it again. Oh, it's a good pick though. The silence is really great to set up and follow up. You know, it's this kind of initiate heavy first hero, which Darkseer really loves to play into. A lot of mobility and honestly a really good puck game, right? Like there's a little bit of catch, but nothing that is really great at setting up onto a puck.
No, like the worst it's going to get for now is Yules from the Dark Willow. Like that's gonna be decent, but she's gotta get there first.
Right, and against Shopify, that is generally that's been a challenge for a lot of their opponents. This qualifier.
It has been, as wildcard, putting some effort into protecting their Brewmaster. Gotta say, the Lifestealer, yeah, ton of great infest targets here. Great lane with the Crystal Maiden as well. That would have been pretty good.
Radiant team ban.
And then the Deuce.
Ban here for Shopify, protecting the puck here a little bit more. What do you usually see into Puck? Some kind of tiny hero? Do you need that kind of first line initiator? Yeah, it kind of seems nice with
Yeah.
the wild card showing.
5 seconds remaining.
I also kind of like something, again, a little bit more better at poking. In terms of like some Ember Sleight of Fist, you know, because right now, again, like the Sven, Bat, Brew, they're all very all-in kinds of heroes. And they are
Yeah.
not the best at drawing out these fights.
No, and it's hard to destroy a Puck in lane. If you want to do that, you need something like a Timbersaw, who's currently banned out.
Right.
And then what usually happens is that even if you counter the Puck in lane, later on you're not the kind of hero that actually contributes to the lockdown for it. So it's sort of a choice. Do I get something that's still useful later against it, or am I gonna try and keep it out of the game for as long as possible?
Dire team
24th upcoming, but first Shopify, they round out their draft with the Troll Warlord.
Okay.
Do you just OD here? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of starting to look like a
10
pretty
seconds
pretty
remaining.
decent pick.
Wow.
No,
Okay.
it's
Not too
it's
far
the man.
off. It's the big boy. RCY says, okay, yeah, you know, they're down 1-0 to Shopify Rebellion, the best of 5 grand finals in this rematch. It's time. It's qualified. It's an emergency. Break the glass. Break out this guy. Huskar out to play. Wow, a first pick carry overall then for a wild card in this draft, by the way.
Yeah, and one that's going to have, well, a nightmare playing positionally in this game. All 4 of the first picks have some way to stop him from getting to where he wants to be. That's going to be, well, the RCY is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in this game. And we know that the Huskar does well against the Puck, but it's exactly as I said. Sure, you're going to have a great time in the landing stage, and then later on, the Puck does not die to you. It does not happen. Yeah, you can contribute a bunch of damage, but for Puck, really only the last point of HP counts. And unless Yopaj is going to give that one to you, I'm not sure how you get that last point of HP out of him this game.
We've seen a few Huskar bans this tournament.
Mhm.
Shopify Rebellion, we'll see if they're going to, after this game, adjust their ban list to include this guy, especially in that final phase. Tomato playing this Troll Warlord. It's an exciting game. I like this. I like this here. I
No,
think at least you got a lane to play around, you know, and that has been sometimes a struggle for teams in
Yes.
Shopify Rebellion. You know, it's what do we do after lanes? Pretty clear picture here, right, with the Huskar.
Exactly, you got a guy to play for. That gives you a lot of security. It narrows down the tree of options that you have to, you know, that decision tree, really very trimmed. Everything's about this Huskar now. And sure, that makes it easier for your opponent, but, you know, when you know that you're going to do well in that mid lane.
Ready to have some fun?
I wonder how much he's been playing this recently. Do you know if he has a history of playing Huskar?
I do not. No, I cannot tell a lie. I cannot
Because-
tell a lie.
I've seen problems with the Incendiary where a lot of players take too much of their own HP. They trade really aggressively in the first couple of levels. Treat the Burning Spears like, oh man, these things deal so much damage. You had to... both of us.
Yeah, that's
Mess up
true.
their regen economy.
I don't know. I'm
Ward
just not so
found?
sure.
Nice.
It's a very advantaged hero into the Puck from the stats I can find. We'll see if it's gonna get the job done here. I also want to see what these builds are right now at the moment. Yeah, okay, still Armlet, Sange, Blink, EKB, Blink Dagger. No, not Blink. Ags. Yeah, okay. Standard stuff then. For him, he hasn't changed too much.
Yep.
Runes. 2 so far for Wildcard, but careful. They're in onto the
Oh, man.
Huskar with First Blood. Going to the Maiden. It's Battle Maiden time, bitches. Skem, get in there.
Oh, he gets the first punch in while he still can.
4 runes, though, for Wildcard.
First blood on the maiden, not necessarily getting that much instant profit out of it.
No, Yeah, probably kind of. I mean, it's a good outcome for Shopify because they do kill the Huskar. You know, a little bit of bonus experience, and you can see Yopaj eager to basically dodge as much of the lane as possible.
Well,
Even actually jaunts onto the wave.
wanted to pull it, I think.
I
But
think
he
so,
got the
but
idea just
RCY
a little late.
Yeah, he was ready for that.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that hurts. That burned most of his mana pool as well. As a Hellscream, not long for this. No, longer for this world than I thought.
Close.
But
Close. Pretty good regen.
he's fast.
He will be okay, but that's basically all of his regen already forced. So, mission accomplished, though. He has cut the first wave. See Yamsum trying to deal with these Ion Shell creeps as best as he can. Oh, Hellscream's got his salve canceled, though. That is... he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Yeah, he's already sending out more tango, so he'll be all right eventually. Down bottom, though, Big Num. You may not be able to say the same. Yamato, not enough damage there. I think I heard a Fairy Fire get popped there by Big Num. Spot lane starting to look a little bit spooky. Everyone worse off for wear, really.
Yeah, his troll lane on bot, he is super spooky. You don't really get to trade with him very well. He's constantly going to be throwing axes while you're not even within slapping distance. Can spam his whirling as much as he wants to with that extra help from the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, Shopify really like destroying this top lane as well. There was a moment where the cores were battling outside the Dire Tier 2 and the supports were battling in front of the Dire Tier 1 tower. And now there's a double stacked pull. Paid. Big Num, they're fine down bottom for now, but they're really starting to take quite a bit of a bruising here from Yamato, who's shy on regen. 7 wand charges and a Fairy Fire to his name, but yeah, the Scam's got him.
Yeah, he's going to get supplemented.
Oh, John's under tower. He tanks 3 tower shots there. On bottom, though, Yamato, again, just taking a little bit of damage, really. Starting to add up.
Yeah, definitely a little more than I thought he'd be taking here.
But the plan, the Huskar, I mean, it's working as intended. 4-1 for Yopaj, RCY, 14 and 13. And Yamsum also doing excellently here into this lane. I do wonder if that starts to change now that we are approaching Darkseer level 3 with that level 2 Ion Shell.
Might see Hellscream either rotate off to, I mean, listen, rotating off to mid, sometimes you gotta not help the lane that's losing because all you're doing is feeding the guy who's already going out of control more. There's definitely a possibility here.
He's managed to pull away the creeps, but he's left behind the range creep, which gets denied. Oof, and he is just...
Nope. None. None creeps for you.
Yeah, yeah, okay, good jukes here through the trees. Uses the sentry mostly for vision to make sure he doesn't actually die here. That's good, but now basically all out of regen. And not really in a better off place. That's, what is it called, Puckish? Yeah, the Puckish innate. Doing a lot of work here to keep him in the lane. It's starting to really add up. Down bottom, Yamato, oh goodness, the regen, the healing, and the barrier. As meager as it is at 40 HP physical barrier level 1 here on that Crystal Nova, it's good enough for now.
I'm a little surprised that Scam wasn't bringing in more regen already, and now Yamato is mostly out of mana. Yep. They don't need to let him closer to the creep wave right now.
Oof.
In fact,
dead thunderclap and sent back to the fountain to regenerate there. Yeah, Scam going for the pull, and Yamato just going in for some whirling axes.
Yeah, he was sort of applying for the job, honestly. You're low on HP, you're low on mana, you're like, what am I supposed to do here? Perhaps you'd rather die.
Oh my goodness! Sorry to cut you off there.
I missed that.
That was just that smoldering resin really getting put to work there. I didn't think that the Darkseer was going to go down. Neither did he. I don't know if the wand was on cooldown, but with a Ring of Health, I would have thought he lives there. But he got up to 10 stacks of napalm, got hit with a flame break, and it was just a few auto attacks that did the job. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, the Batrider, man, we're going to see so much more of this hero.
That's a little troublesome here because I thought level 3 was going to be a turning point. They did do a good job to get Wildcard up in this top lane lower on HP. But now they've managed to regen up a bit. Wave is under tower in an awkward spot where you're not going to be able to utilize this first wagon very likely. Not the end of the world here for the Darks here, especially as they just sniped the Morbid Mask for free.
That hurts. That's a big delay for oh, scam. Poor summer child.
Yep, he's been chased through the twin gates, and he will die then to the Dark Willow. Wave is being cut behind the tower, so I was wrong. This wagon will do a little bit of chip damage, but really nothing too substantial. And Yamsum off to a much better start here on a hero that can probably do a bit more early than the Tiny can.
The ion shell damage, like the way that you kill him with the Clockwork and the Darkseer is just too slow for the Bad Rider to not take advantage of how long the fight's taken.
Yeah, careful here. They might... No, they're not going to get Hellscream. By the way, 6.5 minutes into the game, Yopaj, he's still level 4. He'll get level 5 from this creep wave that he's managed to finally steal, but it has not been a very cash money experience for the Puck so far this game.
No, this is slim pickings. We were talking about Victorian-era orphans, I believe.
Yes, Oliver Twist.
Yeah. Page might want to get to the poorhouse because he'd be getting more there than over here in this lane.
He needs soup. Get him to the soup kitchen. He's got a shielder in at the very least, but yeah, he has not really had the luxury of a lot of supports rotating on over because these side lanes from Wildcloud, they're strong. And for now, they're doing their thing. Cores in all the side lanes have died so far for Shopify. And Tomato, he might make it another death here, honestly, with speed rotating on over. It's just so much damage. And look how slow he is. No way out. Using all the regen he's got available. They need one more right click. Big Num. Yeah, okay. He's going to give it to speed at the end. But a big kill there as the Troll dies for a second time this laning stage.
And there's not going to be any punishment for dives like that because the Puck is in no shape to do so.
Yeah, true. There's not even a coil yet. We're 8 minutes in. Second power rune's going to spawn in. And there's not even a coil.
Oh, he got his third creep wave. And you know what? Yopaj, king of rune control so far.
Yeah, it's been the case for game 1. And the haste rune into the bottle here after the shield. So what? We are still looking for... Honestly, even the illusion rune in this kind of a game can be pretty nice. That can enable him to play a little more aggressively. Okay, haste rune forced out there by RCY's life break.
But listen, Yopaj, happy as a clam. He got 3 creeps out of that.
It's too true. It really is kind of that... It's that kind of a game for him. And, okay, so... Let's kind of break out how this laning stage has gone so far, right? Strong lane drafted by Wildcard. I don't know if this Darkseer lane is meant to play out this poorly. Maybe Sven is just a better coach for the Darkseer than I initially thought. Tomato's had a really tough time down bottom, which is very rare because trolls don't always lose a lot of lanes.
Both lanes, I think, underperforming here, both in our expectations as well as in Shopify's. You don't pick a troll if you think his lane's going to be hard. That's not what you take this hero for. He needs a good lane.
And so basically, especially with the 24 Huskar, it's all 3 lanes that go very poorly for Shopify. That's the situation that they're in at the moment. You've got a really overfarmed Sven. You've got some auras that eventually will come out here for Divine Llama, who has come out the best by far out of anyone on his side.
But he's a Darkseer.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the game plan from here, right? We've always complimented Shopify on their ability to adjust and pivot, but now they're facing down the barrel of what is the Shopify special. What do they do here?
Yeah, what I would look at first is like, okay, who just gets damage from levels? And the answer is not very easy here. It's probably Yopaj, but he's got, well, not the furthest to go. But RCY is on his case.
And forced away to jaunt pretty much immediately. Arcane Rune active, though. So we'll see if we can turn that into something here. Thank goodness, he's really gotten every single power rune in this game. Speed lingering in the area. Okay, so basically you try and maximize your efficiency with what little space and reserves you have.
Yeah, gold takes a lot longer. EXP is something that can snowball, especially on a puck here who could solo kill.
Seems unlikely now, and Yopaj is just going to eat, wow, a lot of damage actually out of that Shadow Realm with the throwing shade facet. Careful here, Speeds maybe gotten a little bit too aggressive and will die here to the duo of the wall hook shot combo.
As one of the other benefits of having a clockwork, right? Or we've been praising the Tusk for this as well. Like, you've got yourself a position for who can actually set up anything, even if all you have going for yourself is levels. But these Ion Shell kills are slow. They need time. If anybody's near to help, it's not very likely that you're going to get your target without giving up significant casualties yourself. Speed's just right back on the case.
Yeah, Speed's running him down. Life break on the mark, and Hellscream realizing he's got really nowhere to go. Bedlam, Hellscream, just no spells, no chance. He's even going to save the Lotus and the stick for another life. And back down bottom, by the way, where Wildcard have kind of also run away with this lane. Fade is going to go straight into the Radiance after the Urn of Shadows. So he's basically got a lot of luxury. You know, he's paid for the emergency exit row. He can really stretch out a little bit here, take his time, you know, enjoy the ride a little bit more, and look to scale a little harder here versus Shopify.
Yeah, the only question is, of course, since Shopify is pretty defenseless right now, shouldn't you be running at them instead?
Well, you make a good point there, Kips. What? Disarm. Heaven's Halberd.
There's a run.
In the world.
Yeah, and I was gonna, I was gonna bring that up.
Motto. He's gonna die bottom. There's a little bit of run at you action.
Yep.
First item, Heaven's Halberd.
I know. This guy, and he changed his mind for it as well, I believe. He didn't have that queued up just yet. It was all auras previously, but no. Wants to make things happen.
Hold on here. First aggressive move from Shopify. Very well read there by Wildcard. Very well read. Yamsum wastes no time to TP out after he clears the Ancients. Realizing that the enemies are very likely to mirror a move that his team has just made, and he gets out of the way of that one.
I just got a flashback to Yamsun Sven dying twice in that exact area against his exact team. Or was it Yamsun? No, it was Timato actually.
I think it was Timato. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Timato on the TB and then on the Sven one game, right?
Yeah.
But it was fine because he just farmed. He was just
Yeah.
kept farming.
They're killing him, he's still hitting creeps. Yeah. No, you're right, that was actually the other way around.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
RCY confirmed, or sorry, excuse me, Yamsun confirmed better than Timato.
We'll see.
You
I
saw it
mean, hey,
coming.
this is they're off to a good start. Now it's not the most
Yeah.
high kill game, right? 3-6, just now barely 14 minutes into the game as Yopaj somehow gets another rune under his control. Of course, the illusion rune. So what's next? Regen, amplify damage, invis. I think only those three basically. All pretty good runes right now, actually.
Yeah. Well, how good is a rune if your opponent has an Aegis?
Yeah, maybe not that good, but RCY, my goodness, needs to be a bit careful here. Devi eager to run on in to try and snipe his life off of the armlet toggles.
Oh.
Hook shot once again off the mark here from Hellscream. This Roche has been firmly interrupted. Speed on the wrong side of this fight, as unfortunately the flame break does not fail him to get outside of cog range. That is where Hellscream's at his best after the hook shot is missed. Fade lets loose here on the primal split as he forces back Devi Llama into tons of damage. Eventually, they will get the kill. This wall very awkwardly placed. Hellscream in a little bit of trouble. They throw the blood grenade after him. They'll set their sights here for the support as he's forced back by the Void Grueling. It's a really nice coil onto
Spacing.
3. RCY, I don't know if you can armlet toggle through this. No
Nuh-uh.
chance. Hellscream on a double kill. This wild card, go fighting. Bit of a swing and a miss for them. Careful here, though. Yopaj respawning. There is no lasso, though, to be afraid of at the moment. So Yamsum, you can just really farm in the triangle. But overall, it's a pretty solid fight for Shopify, who look to interrupt the Roche, and they even up on kills.
Now, Device storming in there gets the wall in a really awkward placement as well. It's hard for Wildcard to properly get their positioning in order after they come up that high ground. And he burns so much so many of their spells, so much of his time, grabs so much attention. The positioning of the rest of these heroes, like the course of action, need to do the work. The puck, as well as some glimpses here and there of the troll.
I think
off
it's a
screen.
little unfortunate that that speed ends up kind of just not using Firefly to run away over the trees into the river. Like the initial lasso was okay, but then you can see Wildcard had to run from the roast pit the long way around up 2 sets of stairs. And I think that just let Shopify set up too well here, honestly. I don't know if you can really get away with... I know, like, in general, with these Svens, with these like, damage over time, these damage building heroes, you want longer fights, but I don't think you want them like that. And now Yamsum, we've seen this song and dance before. Freezing field, no way to cancel it. It actually does not even have vision of the maiden. And a lovely kill there onto this Sven. This time he's unable to TP out.
Hellscream has been such a beast. Not on the hook shots, though.
Not on the hook shots. not on the hook shots. But he doesn't need them. He has not needed them. Everything else is hitting, just not the hook shots.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Yopaj seems to be recovering. He's got a rune again. He's got Witchblade. He's got the AD. He's got Big and Dead to rights.
This is too much. Like, you can't simply let a puck who's been Huskard, who is level 5 7 minutes into the game, you just can't let him get every single rune. I feel like this is, like, fundamentally something's not right here. You know what I mean?
It feels wrong, but on the other hand, would you have wanted these supports to rotate off of the side lanes that they were winning?
Well, sure, maybe not for like the first 2, right?
Yeah.
But for the 10-minute and the 12-minute and the 16-minute rune, probably the 18-minute, it just seems...
Probably
it
would
just
have had
seems a bit-
space, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like he's found something that Wildcard is just straight up not good at. And
I just feel like they've left space there. Remember, you're
Yeah.
like, wild card, why don't you run at them? You know? And it's like, okay, they want to do that. They're going to farm on all their other cores. Okay, fine. Do the supports really, like, they can't get to the mid lane and contest power runes and maybe get a haste on a Huskar to set up a kill? Even an Invis, honestly, on Huskar is not that crazy to set up a kill on, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it seems like Shopify, that they have sensed that there's space here, and they've moved comfortably in that, and now the game's fairly even. See here,
When it
hook
really
shot,
should not
there
be.
it is. You just need to end up finding a route. Yamsum, this is an oddly familiar scene, just mirrored on the other side of the map. Same outcome though.
Yeah. That is eerie. And we're just gonna take the portal straight over. Bignum's here. RCY's here. RCY does have the BKB now. Are they gonna go for Yamato?
They may just try. Pretty nice jump here. RCY's
It's
got
gonna come back
tons
to
of
bite
damage.
him.
Even has a BKB. Yamato won't die here. Doesn't even get off the ultimate. Fade, he's eager to run on in. Radiant's actually fully completed. This is a pretty promising fight as the lasso is good onto Divine Llama. Fade still holding onto that primal split. It's RCY who's now being ran down though by everyone, including Hellscream. Lovely job there getting right on top of him. 3 down now for Wildcard. Do have Yamsum here respawning shortly. Fade will probably not be able to get off this ultimate. I don't know. It's a tall ask. Yeah, back into the vacuum, and another cog there for good measure. A dominating streak here for the Clockwork. Once again, hook shot not needed.
They were juggling him like they're at the circus. Oh, and this is no way to debut your BKB. And it feels so good to start off with. You've got the enemy carry dead to rights, but your positioning is awkward. You've popped your BKB, and you don't get to hit anybody anymore. And then start picking off everybody else around you. RCY nowhere near to capitalize on the catch from the Vailama. Instead, already peeled off of his team almost.
Yeah. I mean, it's a kind of a layman's grasp, kind of looking at these fights break out. There must be more complex reasons behind this, but the positioning from Shopify has been leaps and bounds, just better than Wildcard in all of these fights. which is kind of a shame because Wildcard did put themselves, they drafted themselves and played themselves into a really great position here early on, and Shopify just outmaneuvering.
Yeah,
Simply
I don't
outmaneuvering.
think that that's a layman's way to look at it at all. In fact, the kind of sophistication of this positioning is something that is very hard to get and something that you need to focus on as a team. You need to talk about it. It takes a lot of work to be better at positioning.
Might be something here. Pretty good cogs. RCY disarmed, but the life break in will secure the kill here. Once again, who needs a hook shot? Certainly not a hell scream. Basically, it's just like a death celebration. It's a death throw for him. Fade. Even Chase. He's got the split, right? I mean, and he's still pretty strong here, right? It's not like Wildcard are completely out of this by any means. It's not the case. This BKB is still a very strong timing for RCY. I've got this Radiance with Primal Split, still very strong.
Radiant's top tower.
Sven's still at the top of the board, but he's not as far ahead as Sven would like to be anymore. And it feels like such a loss from the high where you've been, and how you manage that as a team, that's not easy.
Oh, he's got Crystal Clone already. That's real nice. Must have gotten that from the Tormentor. Love a Crystal Clone.
Speed on the hunt for absolutely nobody, unfortunately.
Yeah, that Maiden has TP'd away. He will be Maidenless down bottom for now.
I've heard there's ways to fix that. You can become Elden Lord.
I would hope so. Careful here. RCY. He's trying to farm a stack.
Oh,
Once
that was a
again,
hook
Hellscream. He's not going to land a hook shot for what feels like the 10th time in a row. I think he's
BKB
been, like,
forced.
I think he's hit like 2 hook shots in these 2 games so far.
Yeah, and he did them both last game. and it's still a win. It's still a win. BKB forced.
Yeah.
Taking those
Kind of
stacks.
is.
Vision established. Yeah. An artist.
Yeah, I mean, he should just put stats into his hero now at this point. What's the point of leveling this a 3rd time? You're just gonna waste your mana, bro. Save your mana, little bro. Fade. He might not. I don't know if he can get out of dodge here, to be honest. He might just be forced to split, and even then, rooted up, does get the split off. Yamato decides, you know what, I'm gonna hit this range creep. Definitely not the Brewlings. What a genius hero here. Earth Panda has already gotten out of dodge. However, Clockwork, he's on the case. And guess what, kids? This time there's a hook shot. This time it's going to connect. This time's going to be different. Waiting patiently now is Fade. He will escape for now. Hellscream, thinking about it.
Yeah.
Hey, he's hit the hook shot.
He's gonna be alright.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's gonna be okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Puck, Lincoln Sphere, the very second that the Dark Willow buys that Yules.
Yeah, that's unlucky. Good against, of course, this life break as well. It's just, you're picking up the tools here on the side of Shopify Rebellion, aren't you? To kind of fight your way back into this game. Now, before they've needed good positioning and maybe a mistake here and there. Now it's feeling a lot better. And Divine Llama, he's just so tanky with that type of insight. You're not killing him with a level 1 Bedlam, unfortunately.
Support still... Well, not the Bat Rider, at least. You're always going to get farm on that, but the Willow definitely still scraping together whatever she can get.
Radiant are scanning.
3K net worth lead, though, now for Shopify Rebellion as we approach the 25-minute mark. And they've recovered very well from what ostensibly were 3 lost lanes, honestly.
Yeah.
Are scanning.
It doesn't really look that way now. Look play down bottom. Hellscream. Got a hook shot. He's got a hook shot, Kips, but first he's going to eat the lasso. Tons of damage coming out. 4 staff away. Hook shot's going to connect. Good stun through the BKB. RCY immediately silences that freezing field, but there's just too many enemy heroes around. He falls to Yopaj. You can see Speed as well. He's on the run, but Yopaj has got his number. Coil committed. Glimmer Cape expiring, trying to hide behind a few trees, but only becomes food for Yamato. Picks up his first kill of the game.
Divide pinging how much damage Oscar did to himself there. Worth a cursory look.
He did 2,777 damage to himself.
And then he did also 550 damage to himself.
Yes, he did. Yeah, just a lot of damage, isn't it? Just so much.
Yep. I mean, he's got the BKB on. Spells aren't really hitting him. It's just mostly. Well, it's not exactly stop hitting yourself, but it's yeah, the incendiary. What can I say? It's very powerful, but it's also definitely cuts on both ends.
Yeah. Costs max health instead of current health, so he's with the armlet activated. It's like basically 100 HP per burning spear. Okay, 90 to be more specific. But as soon as that Reaver gets online, I mean, that's only going to get even higher, more expensive. Okay, I mean, look, Yamsum's still farming. This Huskar, yes, he's having a little bit of problems, but he's the hero that gets you out of the early game, right? And then at some point, that baton, whether it's on fire or it's a spear or whatever your favorite track and field event is, it's gonna be passed to this Sven, right?
Yes. And he is gonna buy his Blink Dagger basically right now, and that's where we have Sven online. Not at his scariest phase yet. The real turn, of course, comes once you get the crit up on the Sven.
When is that crit coming? I don't know. SNY just completed now, right? BKB alongside the Mask of Madness and Echo Saber. So a good amount of burst damage is present, especially...
Stutter stepping. Well, he needs his
armor.
blink first. Yeah, there we go. Now we can move
There.
in this smoke.
Okay. I was wondering. I was like, this doesn't look like 16,000 gold. Roshan, the objective now. Last time around, wildcard rudely interrupted. This time, they're looking to start off the fight on their own terms. Yopaj, oh no, he's getting greedy. Oh, something's burning the creeps, though. Oh no.
Fate immediately turned it off, but that's too late.
Yeah. I think, it could have been a catch, honestly. It's a little unfortunate. But, I mean, there's still a Lincoln's, right? It's not guaranteed.
No, you have so few ways to break it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We want a tower here. Try and get rid of that as Fade eats a frostbite. The ult
Three
season the world
cores?
ready. 3-man back wall, not bad onto all 3 cores. Speed trying to find something here as an opening, but Huskar is left behind. He's got a life break, a creep to try and run away. He's kind of getting bodied by these wall of replica illusions. He's going down, forced to BKB just to live, as he will be able to retreat safely. Fade actually does manage to get the ulti off, does not cancel Skem's freezing field though, so these Brewlings are getting completely bodied. Now, Yopaj re-entering this fight from the side, finds a nice 2-man foil as Bignum is the first victim of this fight. Yamato shows up to the fight. He's got an Ag Scepter, and of course, that Battle Trance ready to go, and he eats Yamsum alive. There is no escape. Fade hurls a boulder here into the face of the Troll Warlord, but he is running for his life, and Hellscream, he's on the money now. All those 20 hook shots before, those were simply the warm-ups. Shopify Rebellion back in form here in Game 2 was wildcard. I mean, honestly, go sieging for a Tier 1 tower when it was a mighty dangerous task.
If only they sieged the tower, but you run past the tower with all 3 cores right on top of each other. That's an unforced error. Nobody made you do that. And you've been praising the positioning of Shopify before, but honestly, Wildcard, they're feeling the pressure. They feel the need to do something. They want desperately for something good to happen to them. And in doing so, make it so much harder for themselves.
Like, I don't want to sound mean, but like, what are they chasing there? The Crystal Maiden? That's like the biggest bait I've ever seen in my life. And I read Twitch chat.
And the way that Shopify plays this out is still art, right? That's again in beautiful positioning here. Sven gets to hit nobody, nothing, nowhere. He's on half health before anybody wants to take the fight against him.
Good jump on the Hellscream. Yopaj fighting back though. Divide Llama.
Divide.
Oh, he's so tanky. And he's going to just barely get out of there all of a sudden. Scam, okay, a freezing field here in this economy? That's not very likely to work out, but it's pretty good damage, all things considered. 2 for 2. Supports now no longer on the field as Yopaj snaps the coil immediately on the Fade. Ends his life. He's got a Parasma, he's got a Gem, he's got a Blink, he's got an Amplified Damager, and he's got
a Grudge.
Chase. He's got the Bloodlust for this Huskar, who's got a BKB to try and run away, but there's actually a ton of damage here. Oh, good effort there. They maybe would have been able to turn. Yamsun just kind of running for his own life now as RCY tanking a ton of damage. Another good silence there on a 2, but Yamato, he runs up. It's cleanup duty, but it is a godlike streak for Yopaj, who, may I remind everyone, was like level 4 7 minutes in. He was like dragging creep waves away, Oliver Twist style, and he is 10-0-9 now. Second richest hero in the game. What a recovery.
Oh, and 9. And they never looked flustered doing it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Not been, and especially now that we see they're making it look too easy, because wildcard right now, we're seeing what happens when you know you're in a worse position than you should be, and you want to fix that somehow, make it all better, and you get these forced plays, and Shopify just has never, even for a second, looked like that.
Taking 2 lanes at once as the top tier 2 tower still alive. He's being recalled now to the defense. Fade, Silence gets the Glimmer Cape up, but he's down. He's dead. Did not get the Primal Spring off. And Hellscream again, 3 for 3 now on those last 3 hook shots. Sets up Beautiful for the kill onto Speed. But the bottom lane of Barracks, they are not long for this world here, Kips, and I suspect mid may be soon to fall quickly next.
Yeah, so here the question for the puck matchup has been answered, I think. Do you go for something that destroys it in a lane, or do you go for something that can still threaten it later? And the better answer, at least to the Yopaj puck, is definitely please make sure somebody can catch him later.
Well, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to get their hands on him now. Bottom and mid Barracks will come crumble. Wild card, their base scarred now in this second game. As Shopify continue moving around the map straight up into the top lane to continue to close out this second game. They're leading 21,000 here, 33 minutes in.
Surely
Okay,
this time
hold on.
Divide dies.
That's something. That's Divide here getting caught out a little bit too aggressively. Yopaj is still here though. Be hard pressed to really win the fight against this many heroes, however. So it's just a death on Divide.
Finally, I think I saw 3 attempts to go on him that all ended in a turn, so good for wildcard, honestly. That guy was getting away with too much.
Someone's got to teach him a lesson. Kips 2025, June 7th. We were here. We heard it.
He could come fight me.
Let's see why he's getting closer to that Reaver. That'll be a satanic for him.
Is under attack.
Might be just what the doctor ordered in this kind of a game. But there's still a minute left on Aegis. Shopify, do they need Divine Llama? They find themselves asking, pondering, thinking about the impact he's had in this game.
The answer is yes, though. Between the auras and definitely that halberd. I can't believe we didn't get to talk about that very much, but impact of the halberd has been immense. First off, you get to actually just play the top side of the map alone after you build that, because the Sven can't kill you. And that means that you can roam wherever you want. And that means that the puck's farming behind you now. You can play so far up. And we've seen how useful it's been in the rest of the game to negate so much damage.
Snipe. So Shopify just smoke ganked the secret shop, expecting heroes, but they actually did find Huskar's Courier, which had the what is it, the broadsword or the claymore? One of the swords, the sword that you need for the satanic. It's dead. It's dead for 3 minutes.
Claymore's in the grave. Well, I mean, what does it matter? He's gonna pop the satanic and he's gonna get disarmed.
Dire are scanning.
Yamato, doesn't need Aegis. Doesn't really look like it. That's a really great terrorize. The fear is going to connect, but he's so fast. Dragged by the lasso. Can they pump in the damage in time? Absolutely not. Yamato, oh, it's a perfect bait. Everyone caught up by the back wall as they will fall in game 2. Shopify Rebellion They go up high ground without the Aegis. They will come out with a victory here in Game 2 of our Best of 5 series.
I just caught myself in the preview. You know that face from the oof size large? Oh my lord. And where do you go now if you are a wildcard? Because you won all 3 lanes. You made a lot of very good choices in giving yourself a game against this opponent that now just seems indomitable.
Yeah. And you know what else it is? It's. I mean, I'm just sitting here a little gobsmacked, honestly, looking at the scoreboard for this game. This is again a puck. Let me really make sure I'm not exaggerating here. This was a Yopaj puck who 7 minutes into this game was still level 5. 8 minutes into this game, 8.5 minutes in, was level 6. Was 0-0-1, 8.5 minutes into the game, would not get his first kill until 15 minutes, and then for the next 20 minutes proceeded to pick up 11 more kills and 12 more assists and not die a single time. I mean, this is just honestly quite a journey.
Yeah, no, I was moving that slider myself right there, and it's incredible how few, especially like the amount of creeps that he gets. He's just stuck on 10 creeps from minute 5 to minute 7, basically.
Yeah, that's tough. Honestly, it is. It's a tough game there for wildcard, especially now as they try and rebuild and go back into Game 3 and just try and shake that one off. And there's still time. You know, it's a BO5 series, but you know, pulling out the Huskar cheese and having it shoved back in your face, it's got to be stinging, to be sure.
Yeah, no, because you've already done that because you're like, okay, well, fine, I guess straightforward doesn't work, so we're gonna throw a curveball, and you've had 2 home runs smashed on you.
Yeah.
So what else do they have in their pockets? Let's find out.
Let's find out. We are gonna go to a quick break here, folks, but when we come back, it is going to be the third, potentially final game here. Shopify Rebellion, they will be leading here 2-0 over Wildcard in our best of 5 finals. Do stick around, folks. The EWC NA closed qualifiers will return after a break. Welcome back, everyone, to the EWC North America Closed Qualifiers. It is a 2-0 lead here with 3 to confirm their ticket to head over to Riyadh here in July, already basically next month. So it's do or die time now for both these two teams. Shopify Rebellion, again, up 2-0. And for Wildcard, well, they've yet to find a win here against Shopify, not only in this series Kips, but also in their previous upper bracket match. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and I want to go one step further and say they've yet to find an opening. Every time that I think they've creatively found some new way, poking and prodding, looking for chinks in that armor, it's all been closed off. None of their avenues have still worked out for them, and it's remarkable to say about a team that just won all 3 lanes. Your opponent is not supposed to be able to come back from it like it never happened, but that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, especially when there's a Huskar in the mix, who's kind of traditionally one of these like run over the map kind of heroes and run over objectives if you don't fight him, and yeah, it's just kind of tough, right? Because I really do think that Wildcard had the tools, they had the means, they had a way through that game to take a much stronger position. I'm not even saying win the game, because it's a Huskar. You still got to play the rest of the game with a Huskar eventually.
Yes.
But I do think that they had the tools to win, especially that first Roche fight, and it just doesn't go their way. It doesn't go their way, and now we find ourselves in a Game 3 with a third draft here already getting underway. Let's go ahead and jump right on in to our third game of this best of 5. First band's starting to come out and through. It's just the Doombringer for now. Really, I'm interested to see how Wildcard will respond to this with last pick.
Dire team
I think the worst thing for them as well is that Shopify has not looked particularly predictable either in their drafts. Like, yeah, sure, maybe you can see that Darkseer coming, but the picks are not very similar at all between these games. So far, let's see actually. Have Shopify repeated heroes yet? I see, if you count the other match as well, then they've played the Enigma twice, and they've played the Clockwork twice.
10 seconds
That's it for repeats.
Wow,
Five
that's
remaining pick.
pretty impressive, honestly.
Yeah.
This is going to be their 5th game, and I do expect at least a few more repeats, and we have the first. Divide Llama opening up the draft again with a Darkseer. Honestly, nothing wrong with it last time, right?
No, absolutely not. Great adaptation with the early pickup of that halberd. And of course, Darkseer never in the hands of Fade during any of these matches. So they're gonna perhaps mirror Shopify a little bit. See what you do when confronted with this Enigma, with the flexible possibility of this either being the black hole threat or the push threat at roughly 17 minutes with Helm of the Overlord, or mayhaps both.
I think this is, I like this from Wildcard, taking a page out of the Shopify Rebellion book, saying, we don't care if you counter us, try your best. And for Shopify, I think this approach has worked for them, because even if you try and counter whatever heroes they send out first, it seems like it's hardly mattered, ? Like they just have been out fighting you, outmaneuvering.
Yeah, and it's an art to pick the heroes that you can do that with, but there is a lot to be said for making the first move. Like much like in chess, in Dota, as long as you keep on making the first move, you are in charge of the game. You dictate the responses that are good for the enemy through the decisions that you make, and that makes the enemy predictable.
That's right. That's why White has the advantage.
Yep.
That is right.
And White begins and wins.
Or at least draws. Happens a lot.
We don't do that here.
You know what? There is chess at this year's Esports World Cup, so that's actually relevant to the cast. Look at that. Not off topic. Not off topic for once. But Let's see what else we're going to get. A lot of support bans here. Well, 2 really, but that's a lot for Shopify in this second phase as they take out the Marcy and the Tusk, while Wildcard once again go back to banning a Yopaj hero. The puck removed. And I got to just assume a Yamsum hero, right?
Yeah, and then after this, I think on your next pick, you pick up a Bane and then maybe a Clockwork.
Maybe, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Why stop copying his homework? He's been right so far.
5
It's
seconds
yeah, the answers have looked good. Let's hope the teacher doesn't change the answer key on us now.
Radiant team picked.
What'll it be? Okay.
Well,
Dire team picked.
that is definitely that's also a repeat, and that's also a repeat. We've found the extent of Shopify's hero pool. I think.
There it is. They're washed. In comes
Yeah.
the Storm Spirit for Yopaj. Let's just see it already, Bulba.
Yeah, figured out. Wait, careful, you're gonna make me defend Boba if you keep this
10
up.
seconds remaining.
My goodness.
5
I mean,
So
hey,
I will.
you look. You and Bulba, it's just a difference in viewpoint as far as coaching strategies, right? You prefer
Yeah.
to go to the C players. He imports the C players. Okay, that's just that's the difference.
It's a difference. I mean, and I don't think his the style of the team
10
overall
seconds remaining.
fit a bed whatsoever. But what the style of the team did fit
5
was
seconds
that Storm
remaining.
Spirit.
Absolutely.
As-
Team picked.
That's where I'll stay with that. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, that's different.
CK.
Was it a bait all along, this gyrocopter? Is it a gyro support with the bat, or is this well, it can't be a CK off lane. Not with an Enigma showing.
No, I definitely don't think so. I imagine that is
10 seconds
gyrocopter
remaining.
support then, and CK
Radiant team
better than most melee carries versus that Clockwork, but chop.
Dire team
What
back.
stands out to me, I think, as a difference between the two lineups every single time, it feels like Shopify Rebellion has more synergy, like more interplay between the ways that these heroes work together. This time, maybe not a difference in who's going to build the auras, because the Enigma is on
10
wildcard
seconds remaining.
this time around, but it just feels like Shopify has a little
5
bit more
seconds remaining.
chemistry going.
Agreed.
Here's all like where's that, the CK, where's the CM or the AA that you like to pair this guy with, or the Batrider, where is a Lina or a Leshrak or something like that to blow up the target that you bring into your team. These things have been, I don't want to say absent, but definitely lacking in comparison to
Dire
Shopify.
team banned.
Yeah, I like this Bat Chaos Knight at least a little bit more. It gives you some synergy, right? Bring in the boys, throw in a solid stun to follow up, and just try and pummel in as much damage as you can.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the facet we're starting to see more and more on CK these
5
days
seconds
is the
remaining.
facet that randomly applies. I think it's a silence or a break or something on the Reality Rift target. And that one is maybe really good here, to be honest with you. Being able to follow up a silence, it's random, of course, but even like just a random break onto a Sven could kind of ruin his day. I like it. I like the pick. I like the pick as wildcard. They're dipping in deep here for their final ban. They've got last pick, so Shopify looking for a mid for a Yopaj hero. None of the spirits banned so far. Just the puck and the pango. And the monkey, I
Yeah.
guess.
Storm available for a pretty, the puck's already gone. Monkey gone.
Radiant team banned.
And it's the Ember Bandit. So,
Is there any chance
I
we'll see
feel
a DP again?
with this group of heroes, I'm not so sure, especially not because the Chen fulfills a lot of like the
10
tower pressure
seconds
roles here.
remaining.
You don't have as much catch as you used to. Like no Bane
5
to run
seconds
around with.
remaining.
I don't think that feels as good to you as last time. Even though last time he didn't need anybody.
Yeah, no, that's true. Now Shopify will finally dip into their reserve time here, plenty of it, to consider their final moves on how to sign off this draft. No real amazing counter to this Enigma, I have to say. Like, Clockwork Hookshot can get
No.
the job done. It's doable.
Yeah, but it's also he's also the only one, and getting a good angle is hard. So, yep,
Storm. Of course. We knew it. We said it.
we did. With the DP out of the way, so they genuinely consider that to not be a good lane for the Storm at all. They're saying this was not just player quality difference. This is a counter.
10
So
seconds
now, what
remaining.
other counter remains here against the Storm Spirit? With that Kunkka
5
band,
seconds remaining.
the DP gone, 15 seconds here of reserve time remaining for Wild Card in this decisive Game 3 match point for Shopify.
Do you upgrade your Bat Rider?
It's an option. And then what, you look for another support? I'd be looking for some more lockdown, some more stuns. Go with a Lash.
select your
Okay. That's
Well-
that synergy you were looking for, right?
I did request
Wait.
specifically the horse.
Wait. Huh?
Oh,
This is a speed CK. No, sorry.
they dodged twice here.
Bignum CK, huh?
Bignum CK. Okay. Let's see then how much utility you are going to get out of that irrationality, because I think that's what you're going to be counting on, but that is some 9 class
Yeah.
bullcrap here for sure.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a nice way of putting it.
No, and he's going for the Cloven Chaos as well.
I don't know what to think about it, to be honest with you. I like the Lash in isolation this game. I think it's quite nice. It's a lot of things that Sven hates playing into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not enough damage to burst him necessarily, so probably going to always take people down with him, and then eventually when you got that, you're gonna get to that Bloodstone at a pretty nice pace.
It's not like a Blade Mail carrier really built into this game. Like the clock
No.
can do it, but he's a support, right? So it's not very likely to be a problem. It's a good pick. I just, similar to yourself, big question marks around this CK support pick then.
Indeed. And we've also seen this Enigma struggle versus Sven before. Is Fade also going to be forced to start basically in the jungle then?
Right, yeah, we've seen this matchup. That's a really good point.
Oh wait, sorry. It was the Tiny, but it's potato, I'd say.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, no, the Tiny is better because of the magic damage as well. So you gotta remember that. But
Prepare for battle.
Enigma
Well-
CK lane.
Yeah, CK Enigma, they are the same pantheon of god level as far as lore goes. So if you look at the lore level, it's a very, very powerful lane. Oh, Bignum. Oh, he's getting in there. Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. Oh, look at that damage on the two of them. Oh my god, it's an even better something to Sven and Hellscream. You already know he's setting up these cogs. Speed. He's worse off for wear as Yamsum from the high ground, letting loose on the flat cannon. He's returning a fair bit of damage. Fade, even getting a split off now. That's a really good stun, actually. Bignum, he's going to be able to set up Fade to get a double kill as RCY in the Roche pit denies himself to the Roche. Fade picks up a triple kill there onto Hellscream. And Scam, he's going to be the lone survivor on this Shopify side. Well, all right then. Not too bad at all.
That is crazy fight. Eidolon's doing a lot of work on both sides there as well. It's actually most of the damage on the Radiant side done by the Chen, suspiciously enough.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He just yoinked that thing over.
Yep.
And then
I saw them split, I'm like, wait, but that health bar's the wrong color.
yeah, that's what also confused me, I'm not gonna lie.
But
Where did all
it
these
didn't
Eidolons come?
really work out. Oh, and Defy wants to know, inquiring minds.
Hey. Or
Did he do something?
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, you say that Enigma is on wildcard side, but definitely Enigma.
That's very funny. What's your
Unreadable.
Oh goodness gracious me!
But yeah, I mean, listen, it's also pretty funny for Shopify to immediately be down 1k.
Has been killed.
Happened last
Bait
time too.
themselves. Yeah.
Happened last time too. We'll see. We'll see if that is going to be more fortuitous this time here for wild card. Top lane, careful here. Yamsum does have Rocket Barrage now with the Afterburner Facet. Divine Llama is going to be safe and sound. I think they can maybe kill him here, actually. Yeah, with the Flame Break. It's just going to go for the TP out. Oh, my goodness. And unfortunately, Yamsum, he had the Creep Wave tailing him. So unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get that damage that he needs for the kill.
Yeah, no greed from Devi either. He was not going out to his tower or anything. Speed
your pain.
checking. we might get the opportunity to ask him about that pretty soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. Good start so far, though. For wild card laning, the early waves going so far so good. Really, what I want to see is this Bignum CK. Like, what's he gonna be doing here?
What's
then?
the sauce? Can he show us why?
He got his mana burned from the creep. Oh, that's a big death up top lane. Hellscream must have just owned him with the cogs, honestly. Divine Llama with the non-BM
keeps
tip
doing
onto
that.
his own team.
Yeah. No, this is the Batrider not being level 2 there. I think definitely problem. Otherwise, you might get those counter kills again. He just
Another good cogs,
separates
honestly.
them.
2 level 1 ion shells. Not good enough for the damage here. Careful with the Vi. That's Napalm's gonna stack up. Oh, but he's fine.
Only just about. It does cost the bat a lot of damage, a lot of mana as well. Spamming the level 1 napalms.
Okay, 2 second stun there on a Yamato down bottom, but even with the Eidolons here, it's just not really enough damage.
And one of the Eidolons is basically always stolen.
So true. Hold on here. Bignum kind of wins those fights, actually. This here does a ton of damage, and Scam, he did not get in here early enough. So Fade trying to outfight this one, but Yamato ends up being the one to take the dive. Scam, he's got Eidolons actually hitting Bignum here, so this is not as even as a fight as it looks. So he'll be forced to retreat, wanting to save this Lotus for a rainier day.
Listen, at the very least, we are seeing a demonstration of why lots of HP plus 5 armor is really damn good in the laning stage. You can't argue with that.
Hellscream, he's getting ran down here by Yamsun with the Afterburner. Even with, oh, but there's boots on Hellscream. That's going to be the difference maker. And finally, they managed to get him there with the last tick of the Rocket Barrage damage.
Davai just dodged a flame break by standing still.
He might even get a kill here on a speed. No, not quite. He's got a surge if he needs it. He's unlikely to die here. Kind of a whoa in mid lane at RCY. Nearly gets the kill onto Yopaj here, prompting the TP out from Hellscream. So RCY will go without a water refill.
Perfect. Might be 2 of them for Yopaj. Yeah, it's gonna grab the wave. Very effective rotation. Devi wasn't in any kind of shape to do anything top anyway, so Hellscream was free to roam around.
Ooh,
At least
Bignum.
what for Bignum?
He's okay. He's kind of getting owned by that Harpy Stormcrafter, as we all do.
That's the magic damage, because stealing Eidolons is all good fun, but it's really nothing more than tickling the CK.
Dire are scanning.
Fascinating lane. Still don't know how to feel about it. Like, clearly it works out for him so far, But then what is the utility that you're going to bring in the rest of the game? I presume you're a blink dagger builder, and you're just
Yeah,
going to be throwing double stuns?
I guess so, right? And you can kind of farm a little bit with your Phantasm. I mean, it feels a little bit reductive to be like, this hero has a stun, therefore he can be a support. But if it works, it works. I mean, look, he kind of kicks butt in the lane, right? He's kind of a bodyguard that something like an ogre would also kind of provide, giving you that space.
The stun's range is nice.
That's true. Yeah, it's pretty decent cast range, honestly. There's a lot of attention being focused mid lane here. Trying to keep Yopaj down. Does not quite have level 6. Bignum here not to walk up those stairs as that minute 6 rune spawns in down
There's the
bottom.
6.
It's an invis. It's the least exciting rune. I think Yopaj will be very sore to see that spawn in.
But he's got to keep up his rune streak, right?
That's true.
I don't think he cares. He's going to get every single one.
Flame. Yamsum is in some trouble here. That's 2 level 2 ion shells and now trapped inside the cogs. He is going to go down.
Nobody there to help him with the support. Still lingering around mid, hoping that they can put more pressure into this middle tower. Would free up the Leshrac a lot on the map. But
And speaking,
it's taking too long.
I was gonna say, and speaking of pressure, you know, Fade had to TP out and run back to the lane, so his tower's taking just a little bit of chip damage. Bignum's here to soak up the remaining last hits at the very least. This Sven is starting to become a little strong, and let's see. I mean, look, they've killed him before, a handful of times even. Oh, this is very nice. That's a big stack skill for RCY. Holy, that's amazing.
Very
That's
nice.
truly amazing for him.
Yeah, those stack steals always, you have to remember that those count double. It's not just into your pocket, it's also straight out of theirs.
Speed. He's gonna maybe be the first galvanized stack now as Devi runs in to really start piling on the damage with that ion shell. Down he goes. Bignum back down bottom. Doesn't have enough mana here for another stun, and there's TPs incoming. He's got a ward behind the tower. It'll see Hell Scream, but he's hasted up from the TP up top lane. Hell Scream's got cogs in just another second as they're going to try and break them up, but a little bit of mispathing there. Bignum still throws a stun towards Yamato, and actually Yamato's going to die before Bignum drops. So a much better trade here, and I believe through the gate comes Yamsum. So that is going to be 2 for 1. As a reminder, that is a CK support, of course, so very well worthwhile trade.
Yep. And this is the rotation that we felt
Wait,
as...
does Speed get a kill here onto Yopaj? I don't think so, not with the ion shells, right? Oh, it looked kind of close, though.
The damage is scary, man. But no, really, really nice rotation into the bottom here from the gyrocopter. Going early and into a lane with a tower pusher like the Enigma always feels good because you can always convert properly, take that tower down, claim that side of the map for your offlaner. It's a move with so much value for your team.
Yep. I know, and it's also a really, really solid job at kicking this Enigma, enabling the Enigma by kicking the Sven out of the lane, right, with that kind of rotation. That's what I meant to say. That's what they needed. They're giving chase here after Devi. He's got a wall if he wants to try, and just play it defensively, which he'll choose to do. Ooh, it's actually a big snipe on the courier. Had the Ring of Health in there. That's no fun. Mid lane, though. Yopaj coming back on
That's a
RCY.
lot of damage.
The Diabolic Edict, though, and I don't think Hellscream wanted to trap this many heroes inside of the cogs. He is going to go down. Skems Creeps unable to finish the job as well. Wildcard getting away scot-free yet again.
That could have gone a lot worse though. Yopaj not being able to jump back up on the high ground at the end there because he lacks the mana is a pretty sweaty fingers moment.
It's fair. It's true. Fade. Page out of the book of, I don't want to say it's like the Divine Llama. Enigma, right? Drums Enigma is not, you know, it's not really his invention, but it's been his go-to hero at least a handful of times this tournament, and well, we're going to see now Fade take it for a spin.
I think the most interesting thing is what he builds after, right? Because the drums first is pretty common, but he's sitting on over 1,000 gold here already. Now the question is, are you an Aura Enigma? Are you a Blink Dagger Enigma? Are you Overlord Enigma?
Right. And very differently than Devi Lama, who is utilizing his innate very well there. Just saw him aggrandize at level 7. Really cool. But differently from Divai Lama, who, when he's played the Enigma, has, I think, had a Warlock in both of those games to counter him. No such thing exists, right? So both avenues seem wide open to explosion from Fade. And, well, he's purchased something, but then he's queued up the Blink Dagger. So, the Urn. Okay, sure.
Okay. Really optimizing item slot utility here. Now, Hellscream surging forward, smoked on that top lane. There's not really anybody here to... Oh, well, Yamson just walked further up.
That could be trouble. In the
It is
meantime,
trouble.
give me, oh, well, yeah, Yamson, he's in, no, he is dead. But, hold on, back down bottom, it could be exchange for Yamato Fade. He's got a black hole, he doesn't really need to use it here. And we know Yamato, he's probably going to try and farm this camp.
Yeah,
there he
there we go.
goes. It's actually lifestealing a fair bit amount, but eventually will burn down there to that Firefly. So, 1-for-1 trade. But slightly better, of course, for the side of Shopify as they kill the richer hero, and they're going to get the tower off the back of that kill. Mid lane, Scam. This is a very sad death for him. We just ran down by the hasted Leshrac.
And hasted.
Yep.
Shopify letting go of their impeccable rune control.
Big.
Top tower has
Big.
fallen.
Fade is just
serious.
standing here.
Yeah, pretty serious tower push. Just trying to maybe give him the drums of endurance buff. Trying to deny the wagon actually does so.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Incredible.
Oh,
He's
by
just
the way-
watching that Sven TPN. Yes.
You see what Bignum's queuing up? It's just a straight armlet. I see people in chat saying this build, the CK4 is quite popular in Eastern Europe. I believe it.
I told you this was some 9 class shit.
Yeah, you were right about that.
And especially now into the armlet, like... Oh, man. I remember casting, well, one of the guys, I got to cast one of the guys' breakthrough series, where he absolutely owned, hold that thought, Fade is going to get owned.
Hand of God's pretty good, but
Nope.
Black Hole might even be better, especially if there's nothing to cancel it. Yopaj zips right on in, and Divine Llama prevented from throwing down a wall of replica. Didn't even have a point of the vacuum as they get a phenomenal lasso immediately after. RCY gets caught here inside of the cogs, but he's got Bignum to try and finish up the job. No, just lacks the damage, so it'll be a 2-for-2 trade. Basically even... No. Okay, slightly better than for Wild Card, as Hellscream will be chased down by that Chaos Bolt. 3-for-2 then this time in favor of Wild Card. Great Black Hole. Nice spell casting, Lance.
That worked out. Another ambush done really well. Anyway, I was talking about 9 class, I think. Very first game I get to cast that guy. That's it was the support centaur, and he owned, and I was like, oh, I'm good. This guy's not gonna last on this team. I'm not gonna cast him very much more.
Little bit. He's everywhere now. Meta defining.
Yeah,
I
well,
see Winter queuing up Slark now. That guy's not a core player.
Exactly. I was never gonna cast him again. He was too good.
Yopaj. Yopaj leading the charge through. There's no lasso for 10 more seconds as this smoke breaks. Speed awkwardly in the trees. Nice reaction, though, in the nick of time. There's a full vessel here online for Fade as they're giving chase. Bignum, he's got the move speed now, and he throws forward the Chaos Bolt. Also finds Skem with that one, but the counter initiation from Yopaj. Pretty good damage now. They're aiming for Bignum, but it's Divine Llama caught behind. How did he end up? Did he just run in?
Yes. I mean, that's been how he plays his Darkseer. He runs in, he soaks as much damage as possible, and then hopefully when people group on him, he vacuums, he walls, he gets a lot of things done. But the rest of his team is just not pumping enough damage in to actually capitalize on that, and so he looks like he just runs in and dies.
Well, and I have to say that the vacuum level 1 is a choice, you know, as well at this stage of the game for him. So it makes the run in and vacuum execution much more difficult, especially into these kinds of heroes. Not really friendly faces to be running into. Hellscream, man, he has not missed a hook shot so far on a single Clockwork game, I think. Pretty good stun out from Bignum. He's going to get off a Phantasm, but it's not going to change the outcome here. However, top lane, That was just a...
Oh,
Okay,
RCY,
it was a
we're
lasso
not
kill.
done mid.
Yeah, it was a lasso kill. We're not done mid. Not quite yet. That's a wall of replica drop, which does catch RCY for a second. But it seems like Shopify, they were tracking Roche there for a second. Now they're going to see speed. And now they won.
Yeah.
He rewarded them.
A really nice efficiency for speed there. Getting a lot done. Now, if he makes it out, I mean, yeah.
I mean, he might. There's no surge for a few more seconds. Hook shot in 8.
Yeah.
Vacuum again, level
Vacuum.
1, so. Very nice. So, one thing I do have to point out, though, very quickly is this armlet build is a little bit different than what I see on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Now, granted, again, Dota 2 Pro Tracker, it's not the be-all, end-all anymore, right? As, of course, it no longer includes like the really, really top echelon of games. However, it still has a pretty good sample size here of those immortal pubs, and not a lot of armlet I'm seeing here on the supports. Basically, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I've not kind of said a lot of NA Dota in the last few years. I must admit, I've been spending much more time in SCA in China, and one of my favorite Chinese player position 4s that I've loved to cast is Baboka. And we all remember the Baboka TB support game where he just kind of
Yes.
didn't do a whole lot, right?
It's
that's-
one of his specialties.
That's kind of what I'm afraid of happening here with this armlet, but who knows? Maybe it's the right choice, right? I
Yeah.
guess it's it covers the Enigma fall off, right? Eventually.
And listen, we were feeling like the vibes are that CK isn't the support right now, and Bignum says that is correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I'm seeing a lot of like Tranquil boots into Aether Lens Boots of Baron. So obviously you can't really go Boots of Baron because there's an Enigma in the game that's built them. So what is he to do then? Then he doesn't want Tranquils. Okay, fair enough. What are you to build? Ah, Power Treads. What am I
Yeah.
gonna go after Power Treads? Armlet of Mortageddon. Down goes Hellscream. Another vacuum here onto 2. Keeps him trapped inside of the back wall with the Chen army doing some good work here. But Bignum, I mean, he is tanky, man. He's got that helm of the Iron Will. Maybe it was the right choice. He can even beat up his own illusion here with ease. And he'll make it out alive.
Yeah,
Hold on, speed. It's on top of
oh.
Scam. Scam's got a hand of God, but he's got support, most importantly, coming on through. Divine
Yeah.
Llama quite notably here as they recall the Chen army on in. Look how fast he is with that surge speed. He continues giving chase. Throws the blood grenade in his dying breath. But will actually fall. And that was a 5-time kill streak, actually. Yopov got a lot of money for that kill.
No, Speed was doing really well for himself, but kind of hard to fly yourself out of that position, especially with the Firefly on. Like,
Radiant's middle tower
doesn't
is
really
under
matter that
attack.
you're glimmered up, buddy.
Yeah, it's like playing hide and seek in the dark with a flare attached to your head.
It's a lot safer.
That's true. But a lot less interesting. Hold on. RCY, you madman. Jumping in here on Devi. Does not have a follow-up, though, after the Atos and Split Earth. But the armlet's complete. That's nice. That's something.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's gonna be that much harder to bring down. I mean, he has been hard to kill.
Get
Yeah.
this shit.
Oppa. All right. All right. He's selling it.
I mean, look, it's he's
Doing
gonna
his
go Blink
darndest.
Dagger next. I mean, this is basically just carry CK, which is a little slower. But if it works, it works. Divide. Oh, that's some really nice control and brought back by that reality rift. Big Dummy's got another kill.
Yeah, we were talking about the burst potential coming out from his CK after a lasso. You were like, "Is good follow-up?" Well, yes, actually.
It kind of is. Kind of solves a lot of his problems when he's a little bit more disposable as well.
Dire's bottom tower
Meanwhile,
is
this
under
Gyro's
attack.
like,
Radiant's
guys,
top
don't
tower
forget,
is full.
okay? I'm the carry. But in all actuality, like situation report here, we're 20-minute mark, 11 to 19.
Dire are
2K net worth lead is pretty close. Fairly even as far as the game goes, as Yopaj goes fishing for the rune that spawns down bottom, haste. But it feels like Wildcard in a pretty comfortable position. Their lineup simply skirmishes better right now. But for how
Yeah.
much longer?
That is the question, because that Sven is coming up halfway to the BBB right now. And again, this was a window where they took down pretty much all of Shopify's tier 1 towers immediately after the laning stage.
Wow.
ended.
Nice snap call to just TP everyone away. That storm's
But-
it's scary. Oh, it's so scary. Speed. Oh no. Oh, I thought he was gonna get ravaged there, but he's allowed to die. That's fine. 1 for 5. 1 for none, actually. It's fine.
Yeah, went for a good solid dodge.
And look at the Tormentor, right? They're happy.
Yeah. That will all work out just fine.
Top tower is under attack.
No, these... Because the Gyrocopter right now went into the full Hurricane Pike here, specifically because you're dealing with... You want to take distance from that Sven, but you're also dealing with the Clockwork. You might want to avoid getting caught by anything of the Darkseers. It's a good idea, but on the other hand, it does definitely put him in a position where he's going to have his BKB later than the Sven has his. And there is a possibility that you're going to get caught in a fight precisely in that window, and that's going to be very crucial because you're most likely going to lose a Roche off of that then as well.
All right. I mean, speaking of Roche, it looks like Wildcard considering that now. Shopify, they'll send a Rocket Flare into the pit, but they don't really see anyone pushing top. They haven't seen anyone pushing mid.
It's Devi again.
And yeah, in he goes. Oh, the front
Out
break's
he
just
goes.
not perfect enough. That's actually a really nice back wall. A good force up away gets Yamsam at least closer into the hands of his team as Speed survives that initial onslaught of damage from Yopaj. Round 2 incoming though with Hellscream. Nice job there.
Excellent.
Oh, the cogs are beautiful as well. They push back Speed. Gets off the lasso, but he's just dragging the storm as far away as he can. In the meantime, Hellscream traded away by Bignum. RCY jumping into this fight. He nukes down Devi Lama. Runs straight into that wall. He's not afraid of looking and staring into the abyss. But they will go straight into this pit now. Or will they?
Dire are scanning.
They're really... They're thinking about it, but
Yopaj?
they can't.
Under attack.
What? How did they know? Good read.
Oh. Alright. I'm talking about a scenario where the Sven has the BKB too early and Wildcard gets hoisted by that particular petard, but it doesn't matter because actually he's way in the back picking up his BKB while that fight happens, and therefore Wildcard wins it.
Yeah, true. And because of that fight win, Yamsam is, closing in.
Yeah.
On the BKB. Of course, he's a gyro. He farms fast, and especially I would say with the Acceptor, probably faster than a Sven. But that doesn't mean that 2,000 gold is going to suddenly materialize, and the fight's coming
No.
now.
Here he is, Blink Dagger in hand.
Twin gate time instead. They'll make it on through. And we're scouted, however, by that observer ward. They will make it through the gate. And speaking of blink daggers, big blink dagger now for Bignum. And then it's literally just carry CK. It's literally just carry CK now. It's you throw stuns in the lane and then you just build like a carry. I love it. I love it.
I also love this call though. It's like, okay, fine, you escape to the other side of the map, that's cool. Now it's gonna take you forever to get back here. And Roche is on our side. So yeah, come through the gate. Storming up on the Leshrac, he's fast.
Yeah, he's fast, and actually that bash on a Roche might make things a little close now. Oh, okay. Just not confident enough there. I thought maybe we were going to see some Giga Chad blink black hole, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. Patience.
No,
Patience
listen.
prevails.
You pay with an Aegis on the enemy Storm Spirit though. As well as finishing off BKB right now. Exchanges his amplify damage for invisibility because runes are just, his bread and butter.
Scum's going to go like Aura Master. Scum's got a lot of money, and he's not going to build a mech because Devi Lama's doing that. So I wonder what you do with this 2,000 gold now on Scum. It's not going to be Greaves. It could be Boots of Bearing. It's not going to be Pipe. A Glimmer, maybe a Force this game.
Force Staff's nice. Save up
Beat?
for Wind Waker.
He's a little bit isolated there. Maybe going on a warding mission, pays with his life. Yeah, Wind Waker.
So
Okay,
some people
shot.
from the black hole.
Pretty good. RCY is going to do a ton of damage. He's going to get so much mana burn to your Fade. Let's loose on the black hole. Can RCY do enough damage onto the Storm Spirit?
Oh, yes.
Oh, no, we can't. Yes. Just barely, though. Scam. He's
Now he's
already
gonna get
thrown
chopped.
the Hand of God, but now Sven, he's in there. He's big, and he's red, and RCY is dead. Down he goes. Fade eventually gets that kill there onto Hellscream, but caught in the river is Yamsum. He's pretty fast, but he's out of mana now. No more Rocket Barrage's Afterburners. He is going to drop Yopaj with a double kill. As that Aegis pays dividends. 3 down for Wildcard as they take a rough fight there.
Yeah, and that could have been such a good exchange, right? You can absolutely see where they're taking that into the Storm Spirit in that river, just burn him down with the amazing amount of damage, but they were gonna most likely just leave the Lesh to die there afterwards. The Gyrocopter cannot stay.
Dire's middle tower.
Let's run down. Oh, he's getting close to that BKB. Next time he can just TP out if it happens to him.
They wanted to buy, though, without a black hole. It's pretty significant there, and a good catch out from his speed. Pumping the damage that they needed there.
Dire's bottom tower
That's
is
kind of
under
problematic a little bit here for Devi. He's starting to tank up for sure. But getting caught like that without being able to pipe mech and you know, really turn the fight,
attack.
put his team here at a pretty significant disadvantage. And now Yamsum, 30 seconds to peacefully farm. That ought to be BKB for him. That may just change the course of this game.
He
I
will
reckon,
finally
though,
be able to
Roshan-
stand his ground.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's relevant for Roshan fight number 2, right? Which is probably going to be the next really big fighting point. Speed might have something to say about that, though. Rocket Flare, just find him. Didn't actually see the Lesh, though, and the Enigma is not too far behind.
Oh.
Hellscream. No, it's okay. That just means he's going to get even stronger now as he's missed the hook shot. It powers him up. Lasso in 5.
Radiant are scanning.
Speed lingering. Looking for an opportunity. If he just blinks up here, he's going to get right into Yopaj's face. Doesn't have the vision, though. Yopaj right behind that tree. That would have been a huge jump onto him. Oh, but he found
Instead?
Hellscream instead, actually. But in the river, RCY gets scouted by Devi. Well as Yamato here. Yamsum taking his ground and fighting. He got caught in the wall of replica. BKB back. Fade. He's doing what he can. He's got Black Hole ready to go
Okay.
now. He might need to just drop it onto Yamato through the BKB. It's pretty good. They're trying to pile on the damage. Bignum getting on in there. Good control. The stun and lockdown are flawless. But Yamsum just didn't have enough HP for the follow through. Now is Yopaj jumping in again. Speed. He will drop. Yopaj. Oh my god. He's got 23 galvanized stacks. It's a wild fight, but one that once again Shopify, they just squeak out a win here.
Just about. That Gyrocopter takes way too much damage in the first half of the fight to actually come out as a winner, but beautiful turnaround with that black hole. Lots
Yeah,
of
seriously.
damage done by Bignum as well. It's working. He
It's
got the time to get online.
No, it's absolutely working. And yeah, this is the awkward part, right? Yamsum just gets pulled back here by Yopaj. With Yamato running through in the river, they just get so much damage in, and as you say, by the point they're able to turn, he's just too far low. He just doesn't have any lifesteal.
Not yet. Not yet. And by the time that he does, this Sven is going to have... Actually, that does not look like a crit.
Nope, it's a SNY. These any carries have loved their SNYs, I have to say.
I mean, that's all well and good, but you're Sven specifically. I do think that you're missing out on a whole lot of potential straight up just instant fight wins. Like, this is one of the things that the crit gives you, right? It's just the potential to end the fight as soon as it starts.
Are scanning.
Yeah, I guess it's a question of like, how do you forecast these fights going? I'm not really a carry player, but the way I can kind of think about this is Do you want a long fight? You want a fast fight, right? You look at both your teams. You look at your hero, Sven. I think he can go either way, honestly. But he's also
Yes.
decent in a long fight. Now that God's Strength lasts as long as it does, 35 seconds. It used to be really short, but now it's long, right? But he's also playing in Gyro, who would love to get a second Black Cannon in the fight. Bat Rider is pumping out a ton of damage as the fight ramps up. Same thing with the CK, it's an interesting question to ask, right? Because I do think SNY is a better long fight item in general.
Yes. No, I think that's exactly the choice that he's making here, and there's a difference between how he forecasts the fight, how much he values the idea of blowing somebody up immediately, which, as I said, you're foregoing a chance, not a guarantee. Whereas this is definitely a guarantee.
That's true. Maybe it works better with the Storm. This Storm, he's not really a burst damage heavy hero either, right? With this build, didn't go for the Witchblade Parasma. He's Kaya and Sanj with the Orchid.
Staying power.
So maybe they just want to go all in there. They've got this Chen, they've got these auras on the Darkseer. Maybe long fights are just in the cards, they reckon. Unavoidable.
Yeah.
But this next Roche fight's certainly going to be unavoidable. It's wild card. They won't send anyone back, really. They'll just defend with a quick glyph of fortification. And Shopify, they might try and find...
Comms were fast.
Yeah, they're going to try and find something here.
You could see by their movement that it was ping, we smoke now. Okay, slight movement, smoke. It was near instantaneous.
Yeah, but the Eidolon's doing actually a fair amount of work down bottom.
I love that.
And the fact that no one shows up to defend, that's suspicious on its own. Rocket Flare shoots on through.
Nobody
Yamato,
home.
he's been scouted. That'll trigger blink backs. Wildcard, not really eager for that kind of a fight. As Yopaj doing Yopaj things. Arcane Rune active. Shield Rune in the bottle. As we wait for this next Roche to spawn in.
That's good damage dealt onto the bottom tower though, and I respect Shopify for not going back, not blinking, but yeah, you gotta pay the price for that. And now next time that ding dong is gonna lead to your door getting kicked in. It won't hold another round.
By the way, next item for Bignum on position 4 CK, Nullifier.
Hell yeah, brother.
Good item, bro. Good item. Great
Yeah.
item this game, honestly, against the Darkseer. Against these kinds of buffs. Good item. I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
And we are now past the 30 minutes mark with barely any difference at all. 1k doesn't count at this point. These
Absolutely.
teams are finally going toe to toe.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really interesting, right? Because even like you look at the parity, and it's really close between the positions, right? I think the biggest gap is gonna probably be between.
Scem's got more than Bignum.
Yeah, yeah, he does, and that's actually the point I wanted to get to,
Yeah.
because Skem's playing this very defensive hero. He's got this Holy Locket, which is not as strong as it used to be anymore. Actually, I'm a little surprised he decided to build it. It's a slot efficient upgrade, lots of good stats for him, but they did kind of just reduce it by 10%, which is a huge nerf. That's a huge nerf.
Yep.
So I'm wondering why he still thought that was a good item over, I don't know, getting Ags a little sooner, right? So isn't it a 2,000 gold upgrade, that locket?
Yeah, roughly.
It's pretty expensive. Yeah, 1,800. All right, well, let's see if that's the right choice for him.
For Janssen. And we know they're not going to be able to blow him up. Very unlikely. He's going to get that off. Asuai's going to get his Bloodstone off. This next fight's going to be messy. Both of them have the same power.
Roshan has respawned. Yamato's in the
Hellscream,
pit, thinking about
beautiful pop.
Yeah, nice job there. Getting the cogs in. Yamsum gets mini stunned, and now a real serious stun in. But it's Bignum who actually finds the Darkseer first. Finally, the Pipe and the Greaves are all out. The Black Hole's out. But with all these auras, they're not doing enough damage. Back wall's going to be placed down. Yamato, he needs to lifesteal a little bit more now. But he's actually pulled in and killed off by Bignum and Fade. Double buyback situation now. Or single buyback, sorry, only from the Clockwork here at the moment, but the last man standing here is Yamsum. A crazy fight, dude. Bignum, what a fight from him there, honestly.
Yeah, great contribution. I gotta say, they're all fighting in the Midnight Pulse there, so that was not even as much damage as I thought it was. It is mostly the Gyrocopter just getting to live through that burst.
Oh, this is awkward. Hold
Yeah,
on. Sorry to cut you off. Roche is moving.
But it's
Chan
very
Scam
awkward.
caught in the wave, and Fade actually on the side. He doesn't have a BKB black hole this time around. Does drop at least a Midnight Pulse. Good back wall. Sorry, vacuum onto 2.
Chen walks
What
out
the
of
heck
it.
was that range? Hell Scream taking down to the damage. He's maimed, but he's still healthy. And Yopaj, he's going to jump in another time. Bignum looking worse for wear, but actually still able to throw around a few spells. Defy trying to actually find it, but can't get on top of him. Nice armlet toggle there for an extra little bit of HP. And Yopaj, he can't resist but jump in for a nice tasty snack, and he's going to be able to zip away. Oh, wow. That's crazy. I can't believe he lives.
I mean, I can't believe Scam lives through the start of that. That was a full-on split, right? Everybody that's left on wildcard is laying into the helpless Chen, who's just like, yeah, pick me, while the Enigma dies on the backlines, and the Enigma dies first.
Now, well, this is awkward as well. They can't quite finish off this Roche. He's just chilling in the pit, like a quarter HP. And Yanato's like, oh, wow, Roche for me? Don't mind if I do.
It's for me.
Can they get in there? Shopify without any support, it's not going to matter. The damage is simply too high. Oh,
No.
I say that? No! There wasn't the lasso. Yamato, he's going to pick up that Aegis. Speed now, he's being chased on down. Yamsum trying to bring the fight here, but he's dangerously low on mana. I mean, Missile is chasing after him, but I don't think we're going to see much of a fight here. Second Aegis into the hands of Shopify. After all that, it is still a Shopify win on the objective.
It is. I guess at least if you're wildcard, you force them to take it up on the Sven. It was a little too much. You know, you don't want to. You don't want to let that one slip through your fingers and accident because you're trying to give it to the Storm.
Yeah, definitely.
So, a little less optimal. We all know Sven not particularly great because you only get one god strength.
Right, yeah, these kind of transformation heroes, right?
But
Yeah.
getting to walk in, soak a bunch of damage. What you seeing?
We have 2 vacuums now. There's the vacuum that pulls a storm out of a
Radiant structure.
a ball lightning, and then there's a vacuum that pulls a storm into a black hole. That's pretty big now. And
It
the
is.
crits are being assembled. Yamsum with the Crystallis. Sven is actually no, he's still not gonna go for one. Just harpoon now.
Harpoon first, Satanic next.
Bignum going for the classic support item of Heart of Tarask now.
Alright, this is how it goes. And if you look at his contribution versus Skem's right now, even though Skem has the higher net worth, I do think that the way that he's been investing as this game grows longer and longer, he's looking better and better in comparison.
Yeah, I've got to agree. There's a chance that this new Ags for Chen is actually low-key very good. Channeling other units, they become debuff immune with 60% magic resistance, but the radius is pretty small, 800. It's not a whole screen. I guess it would probably be really annoying if it was a whole screen. So he's kind of stand in the middle of it. But that's a lot of regen. Maybe that's why the Locket's really good here. A lot of regen.
Radiant's middle tower.
He build up there eventually, yeah. And we've seen him tank a whole lot of damage.
That's
So
true.
standing in the middle is not necessarily a problem for him.
And he's also got this darn Outworld Staff, which is like a little mini, what do you call that? It's the Astral Imprisonment, basically.
Yeah, banishment.
Just the tiny one.
Yeah. We've got 3 of them over on the Radiant side currently. Lots of people would like to opt out of well, standing near the Leshrac for starters, I think.
Right. Yeah. 3 Ferric Cloaks, 4 Outworld Staffs in the game. Speed is still opting for the Mana Drought, interestingly enough. Let's see what he wants to upgrade into. He just said it's tier 3 neutral. That's interesting. Still has the option. I think he's just not upgraded. Just trying to follow up that BKB,
yeah.
I presume.
And he's not forgetting about it either, because he's sipping.
Yeah. No, he's been enjoying that. Everyone else, though, on a tier 4 neutral already. 2 Dezen Blood Reds. I do love the Dezen Blood Red. I think that it's kind of a sick item, especially on like this Darkseer hero, especially on this Enigma. That seems really good. A Black Hole does cost 175 HP to cast. It's pretty significant, honestly, but it also seems
He's
really
got plenty
good.
of both. We've also hit, by the way, level 25 on the Sven, so 50% extra damage during the God Strength. It's a significant power spike.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Definitely. Synergizes as well with his facet, so he's hitting like a truck. Storm's getting close to 25 as well. Probably going to end up seeing the bouncing overload attack balances, I reckon. Hold on, Lasso. That's a big catch. That's Yamato. He's being dragged into the base. The stun, the lockdown's pretty good. He turns himself banished for just a moment, but out comes the Black Hole, interrupted by Hellscream. Oh, Fade thought he was safe with the BKB, but Hellscream says, I'm going to hit him now. He lulled him into a false sense of security, but the fight still looking a little shaky here for Shopify Rebellion, trying to fight through this one, but stunned up is Timato. He dies underneath the tier 4 towers. What do they have left now for round 2? Bignum dragging him further away from the team, further into the base, as Yamsum standing and delivering speed, giving chase, needs a little bit more mana. The Nullifier onto Yamato, though, out from Bignum. It's perfect. It's exactly what they needed. And Wildcard, they will defend the high ground. Do lose that entire mid lane, but they get through the Aegis, and a big fight win for them here.
Huge. That is the perfect pick-off. That is, you only really need to hit one lasso, and this is the kind of lasso that we're talking about when we say stuff like that. He is halfway towards the end of the fountain by the time anybody knows what's happening.
Got a bodyguard there. So
that was a beautiful hook shot, though. He's definitely threading the needle on a couple of his allies there, that's for sure.
yeah, looks really good. Looks really, really good there.
And then, unfortunately, Aegis on Sven. He doesn't have anything left in the tank. I'm surprised he gets to die outside of the enemy base.
I think that's a little... We're starting to see the difference a bit, right, of this crit versus no crit carry-on-carry matchup. Because it does seem like, yeah, this Sven hits like a dump truck, right, with this God Strength active. But when this Gyro was able to just stand there, the fight looks so good for him now. He's up to level 25 himself, minus 5-second flat cannon cooldown, so 15-second cooldown on those bad boys now.
And it's specifically about the fact that you're up against opponents who can regenerate. So you're up first the Bloodstone, you're up first the Satanic. Dealing good damage is not enough. They need to be dead the first time you go on them, and you can only do that with a crit. And yeah, that's Campbell.
Speed. Oh, the quick blink away. He thought he got him. And actually, Yopaj, he's going to make the jump on in with speed faster on that Glimmer Cape. Quick silence here on the Yamsum, holding on to the BKB, holding on to the Satanic. As Timato joining the fight from behind, he's on to Fade, and he's just burst straight through him. Now trying to go here onto Yamsum. Yamsum holding on to that Satanic. Now he's going to be able to fight through this one, but Yamato still too darn strong. And Yopaj finding 2 heroes there. Oh, the Electric Vortex, it's perfect, and Hellscream continues the lockdown. Hook shot from the side. Yamato with a double kill, and Wildcard scattered to the wind. And Shopify respawning with a vengeance.
Yopaj, 29 galvanized stacks. He has enough mana to chase. Doesn't find speed on the tail end there. What a...
Wow.
The Sven does everything in this fight.
The damage. Yopaj with the control, though.
But this is the first time I think this game that we've seen Wildcard properly mispositioned again. Like that difference.
Right. Wait, hold on.
Saw that in the first 2. Huh?
This is dangerous. There's no buyback actually on this Lesh.
Wait, you're right.
Yamsum's holding on to it. They've got to do something about this. With the fortification out, Roshan nearly in that window. They don't have the tier 2 down bottom, so their only choice is to go for a tier 4 tower siege, and that's the last glyph that Wildcard's going to get. Bignum sending in the boys here. 30 seconds left until Yamsum respawns, but Timato, he's not going to wait that long. The illusions haven't been cleared. Taking the buyback here, but the throne exposed. Shopify Rebellion moments away now from trying to get the win, but speed, he blinks on in, and Timato, he's too fast on that Outworld staff. Amazing use of that new neutralizer here by Shopify as they force out the buyback and they back up to look for this Roche.
Just like that. This is now their game once again. It hung in the balance for so long too. And what are you gonna do now? You need this Aegis on the gyrocopter.
Yeah, they do. It's a non-negotiable here. But this Sven, I mean, he's going to get so scared. He's actually going to go for a swift flank. Initially had the Daedalus queued up, but has since changed his mind. Another
He
big
just
items
will
here.
not.
Dive's got that Aeon disc. I got procced in the last fight. I just didn't see it. Chen has a damn Assault Curious. Holy,
Oh,
this
yes.
guy. Wow.
He had opted out of the Aghanim Scepter.
This is a Chen with
Nice.
67% physical resist. That's that is impressive.
I love that choice. I think AC is underbought. It's so much extra EHP for your team.
Yeah, seriously,
It's-
especially when Bignum's been doing so much work here and against this gyrocopter Flatcan. I don't think they have any minus armor except for the Reality Rift. So it ends up being pretty darn effective here. But you can just tell how carefully this game hangs in the balance. Teams too shy to really be showing too hard in front of those wards.
Yeah. I mean, you know they're there. You see that Chen walking up? Everybody's standing behind him in the bushes with their swords drawn.
You see RCY parting so close to that 25 talent. I assume here you go for that Diabolic Deed Explosion with the Misanthropy, sorry, not
It's a
Misandry.
misanthropy, yeah.
That's misspeak. It's humans in general, not just
Yeah.
some of them. He hates all of them.
Is that old canard, but he means it. It's true, actually.
That's literally what it means, by the way. That's fine though. Oh goodness. And actually Shopify, it is a long Roche timer. It is the longest Roche timer here. I suppose that's worked out the best here for Wildcard as it gets their buybacks looking slightly better. But of course Yamsum is still very much out left on balance with 5 minutes on this Roche timer. And Wildcard, they just don't seem like they're in a position to try and contest this Roche.
No, they are not. It took Rebellion a while to actually get the Sven into the pit, and he is taking it again himself as well. Yopaj is out of slots? Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's true. He's got this refresher card. He can eat his Ags, but his buyback is 2,000. He's getting there. Will we see a block of cheese this game? It's possible. It's possible.
What an item that is. The old block of cheese.
This is a scary game, though. Honestly, this is a
It
scary
is.
game to be playing in, especially for Wildcard. You know, this is their fifth game here in these qualifiers. Their fifth game in 2 days was Shopify. Their fifth game on the day, actually. That's also true. The first time that they've been in a situation where they're in an even game. I mean, 15K, sure, it's significant at this stage. I don't want to downplay that, but still very winnable for this Wildcard lineup.
It's like they've been playing a roguelike. This is the first time they've got this far.
That's true, but they're out of lives.
Yeah,
Valve's
they
gonna,
are.
Gabe Newell's gonna come over and delete the game from your Steam library manually. Drill holes in your hard drive if you lose this one. This is it, and this is the last lane of
No
Barracks.
pressure.
Yamato, he's up there. He's tanky. Aegis for 4 additional minutes, and there is no glyph. There is no glyph here, Kick. 3 seconds till it's back
Look at
on
him
cooldown.
lurking.
You can just see how he's waiting. He's ready to jump in. Another blink on in. Oh, speed. He's going to be able to pull him into the base. This is going to be significant. Yopaj going for the back line. He's actually found Fade immediately. He's going to refresh, trying to pull him in again, but Fade gets off the BKB, and that's going to be the first life, wasting no time. But a hell
angle!
scream. He finds the angle to cancel the black hole a second time. Yopaj, in the meantime, picks up the kill there. The vacuum onto 2. It's perfect, but RCY trying to fight through this one with the BKB active. The damage is good onto Yamato, and he's trapped inside of the Midnight Pulse. He's going to die a second time. The throne is exposed. You've got creeps on the base now, but Wildcard, they hold on. Another fight, another day. Another dream for them here. Riyadh is still in the cards for them. Yopaj,
And
though,
his banner's still up.
he is a menace. Divine making that jump in. Speed, he's going to die to the soul burn, I reckon. Big Nun doing what he can. Yamsum hold off from defending the Ancient as they get a buyback now. A second of this fight. Trying to find something. They need to find something, but Yopaj, he is untouchable. So much mana regen per second here. A friendly hookshot to safety. Even Skem manages to get away. As Hellscream running for his life. Shopify Rebellion
incredible.
forcing out 2 more buybacks. It's close, man.
Losing only to Sven there in all of that chaos, and they brought him so far in again. This time though,
It's rapier time, Kip. It is divine rapier time. Yamsum, he is done playing around. You know what? I respect the call. That's what they need.
I mean, the angle that Hellscream, you have to anticipate for a long time. Like, you need to be in position to come in from the side several seconds before that black hole comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Is the only thing on his mind.
Just a crazy fight, honestly. So much worry. And you look at the death summary here on that Sven.
Deep Divine is.
Everyone's doing damage to him. Yeah, this was so
He makes
crazy
it
by
out.
Shopify. That was... Oh boy, but here we go. And, okay, yeah, a few more buybacks for us, but Yamsuk, okay, BKB TP away. Thankfully, the hook shot is very far out of range this time around. This time around it is.
This time.
Because I was going to say, he didn't have buyback. He will have buyback in 50 more seconds. But I don't know if he's going to have the money.
Dire's bottom
I
tower
highly
is
doubt
under
it.
attack.
1,500.
He's gonna... That's hard to farm up on super creeps.
Yeah, that it is. That's true. Reduced bounties on those bad boys. Just ask Big Num. He's so close to actually getting this Ag Scepter online. That might be actually a little bit of a game changer low key. Oh, speaking of game
Straight
changer,
up for the
Speed
Rex.
once again waiting for Yamato. Yamato, he's at least gotten the Megas, so those are secured now in favor of Shopify. Once again, the
You
Black
wanna
Hole,
save him?
this time too many bodies in the way. Hellscream, he cannot find an angle to cancel this one, but Shopify gotten what they came for. RCY doing so much damage with the dive these explosions as Yopaj. He's going to jump in a single time here. It's good damage. The back wall connecting onto all 3. But there is no follow-up. Not with the Sven dead. Shopify retreating here yet again as Wildcard just unable to really finish them off.
And do you see those stutter steps on the way out? Like those brief moments where they reassess if they're gonna go back in, if somebody needs help, and then they move back out again? Like, this is scary if you're Wildcard. If you overchase, they're gonna collapse back in on you.
And even if you do overchase and the fight goes too long, forget about the supers. Here come the Megas on an exposed Ancient. This game very much in the balance. I mean, look, they've got a pretty decent anti-Megas lineup, I cannot lie. Yamsum also clutching this Rapier. He's got buyback? He's got buyback.
Yeah, he does right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're gonna bring some retribution.
Okay, there was the CK ulti for a little bit more damage. They're bringing in the boys. RCY really wishing he didn't have Misanthropy here at the moment. That's mid lane here. Equalize. That's not going to be enough, and someone needs to go back. Ancients is going to be taking a few auto attacks, but against Megas, that's nothing to sneeze at.
And it means that the chase is on immediately.
Yeah, Yopaj, he's zipping after him. Look at his mana regeneration. 46 mana regen per second. It's criminal.
Insane. It is, you can see it creep up on the big view. You don't need to look at his HUD. You can just see him fill right
honestly,
back up.
yeah, at the mini-map, looks like he's regenning the fountain.
Yep.
Oh boy, wild card. They've got a path to success now. You know, 2 or 3 towers been down bottom, but they can now run it and barrel it through the mid lane for Shopify. The first time in these qualifiers they have faced any sort of significant pushback, and it's in game 3 here as we nearly approach the 1 hour mark. 55 minutes here of play, 29-33. It's Wildcard looking for their maiden win. It's all the fans of NA Dota looking for a series that isn't just a one-sided affair. Wildcard certainly delivering here in game number 3.
Yeah. And there is that Daedalus. Finally. Sven is fully kitted out.
Yeah, he's dropped the boots, so yeah, you know, he's got Swift Blink, but still prone to be kited out, as we've seen. Now that he is probably not going to be able to three-shot the Ancients as he did with the ranged barracks, the execution becomes that much more important.
He is out of targets to threaten. He's out of, or well, at least non-moving targets. It's just the Ancient or bust.
What is this a replay of? This is
Just a rack stake.
Focusing the throw.
Yeah. No, it's so utilitarian. They just weigh the options and they say like, yeah, actually, let's see if we can save you. No? Okay, cool.
The hell, a Tormentor gave like 8,000 gold. Very, very funny. Doesn't go much charge. Okay. It's tense here. It's getting tense.
I would still really like to see a Wind Waker. Just
Chen.
one more save.
Chen under a ward. Chen under Bignum now. Chen, who has got a Glimmer Cape but is now nullified, trying to escape an RCY, melting him there. The misanthropy.
It is misanthropy.
Misanthropy, that's the
If it
Careful
was
here, though.
misogyny, it
Yopaj.
would work on Chen.
Yopaj, he can just pull in all of the illusions here of Bignum. Bignum does not really have an easy way out here. Down he goes. Does not have buyback. That's a dieback for him. Shopify, they could buy back and make it an uneven numbers game here. And of the buyback heroes, Chen probably low S tier. No, he's not as good as like an Ember or a Weaver or a Spectre, but just instantly being able to provide value to your team. That's something for sure.
No need to TP. Just global heal. Yeah.
Enigma just at 25 now from the Shrine of Wisdom. More demonic summoning eidolons. Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Roshan.
You got a lot of mega creeps to keep out of your base.
Roshan number 4. And nobody is getting these loaded. But guys, please. Block of Chi is legitimately quite good now. I wish they'd consider it.
And another Aegis into the pockets of Yamato.
He's gotten all 4 of this game, I believe, right?
No, the first one went to Yopaj.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
I got taken out of his hands pretty nicely.
Invisibility.
Will we hit tier 5s, I wonder, in this kind of a game? Oh, wow, okay. Bignum has buyback here yet again as we hit a pause late into game number 3. A lot of utility ready for both teams. And in fact, in 15 seconds, Speed will have high ground, as Device says. Defense of the Ancients, indeed. That's the name of the game here.
Man, it's psychological warfare. You can't answer him.
Just a little quip, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Shopify.
Are you bored? Hmm?
Waiting on them. Do you think they've muted them? No, I don't believe so. They've probably seen the G. Here we go. Tense moment, though. Bignum, he might have to buy back. That's not the biggest loss. He is just a support after all, but he's doing damage, honestly, this game. What will the entry be here? Will they wait for much else? About 10:25, by the way. Henagata applies a strong dispel. That is very nice. Wow. You can save from lasso with that now. That's global.
That is a big deal. It means that this Sven, well, I mean, he's probably going to keep that outward staff just because there's a couple more nasty things that you can dodge with it, but it's, are they going to go for it? Yeah?
Yeah, they've got to try and make a move.
Not waiting.
Bignum's naturally respawned. Yemsum, he's got enough money for a buyback, but not the backup rapier. As it's just a quick zip in there from Yopaj. He's only actually caught Speed. Bignum quick to pop the ulti. The back wall here onto 2. Actually, RCY put in a bit of an awkward position. They do find a little stun there. Onto, the Sven as the black hole. Yopaj, he zips right into it. That's only going to be the first life, but I don't think he's got a BKB for the second life. And Fade, he's got another black hole. Quick to throw that one down. The hook shot's completely off the mark, and they are melting to the gyrocopter. Yamsum with a double kill as Wildcard once again defend the Ancient. Shopify Rebellion sent packing.
It is the name of the game. Adds a gem on the deck as well. And really just none damage done by Shopify there at all. And the game plan is pretty clear, right? You zip in with the storm, you force some reactions, and your second layer comes in over top of that. That's divine, and the third is the Sven chopping people to pieces. But it's all just not good enough. Wildcard don't react hard enough on that surprise jump in. They're not clumped enough. The vacuum doesn't catch any heroes.
I don't know who wins these. I don't think it's Yopaj though in solo, especially against the bots carriers. He's away though. He finds a nice tree to TP away behind. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off there. Just wasn't sure if that was going to turn into something down bottom. Yeah, it's and when the gyro is able to just stand there and kill everyone with the divine rapier, it sure looks easy. Sure looks nice.
Yeah, that second black hole, nothing they can do.
Ooh, and you know what that means? 60-minute mark.
It does.
It's time.
We're there now.
Our tier 5 neutral items. Here's the real difficulty for Wildcard. Obviously, they don't really struggle to defend against the Megas, but it's more pushing against them, right? Because you're just never really going to be able to effectively leave your base that easily. Does Speed know he can craft other items? Because this is a problem. Because it's 60 minutes, and he has to farm like 30 creeps to get a tier 5.
Yeah, just I don't know, man.
At least I think.
Look, they got RCY.
Whoa, they did. Wait, hold on. That's a problem. He's got buy. He's got buy.
He's got buy. It's such an awkward moment. God Strength was popped for that though, so now a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, just a little bit. Instantly
Grandpa
forces
Simpson
the
walks
buyback.
in, walks
Thinking
out.
about it. Yeah, thinking about it. Letting the creeps give him a little bit of vision as Yopaj blinking on it. Doesn't actually find anything. Creeps onto the throne. Hellscream around the side. That's going to be Yopaj refreshing here. Looking for something, but they're onto the Sven. Sven be able to save himself for a little while thanks to the neutral. He's fighting versus Big Num, and he wins that fight. And it's Fade being controlled. He's got BKB. Black Hole, but no chance to use it. He does have a buyback, though. Buyback number 1 out from Big Num as Yamsum able to force him away, activating his own Black Cannon as well as the BKB. Now the buyback's committed out from Wildcard. Shopify taking a breather here, backing up, farming up for their tier 5s. Got 3 buybacks out from Wildcard. They can rest a little easy now.
In trade for none of their own. Everybody makes it out alive once again. Are they the protagonists? Is that what's happening here?
Everyone loves an underdog story, of course.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a much
Everybody
needed tier 5 coming through here. Yamsum with the Sneaky and Deso with balance as well. That's nice.
Speed crafted a mystical pollen bag.
No.
Well, yes, he's now on the monocle.
Yeah, now he's on the monocle. He's like, wait, guys, what? You can get other neutrals other than... Okay, now he's got Minotaur Horn. Fair enough. What will Big Num take here? I love now that we can see his options. He's got Spider Legs, Fallen Sky, or another Stygian Deso. He's going for another Deso, actually. So they stacked up on the Desos.
Alright. Damage, damage, damage. And to be fair, it looks like they do get split up from time to time.
Yeah.
Yamsum can't always hit everybody.
I do love, I think, I don't know who I heard, one of the panelists at Dream League saying, but every team needs a Book of the Dead. That's for sure. Whoa, Yopaj! Whoa, Yopaj, they're just in!
Was the fact.
They've got a Book of the Dead onto the Ancient! They're trying to finish the game with a Black Hole onto 2! It's pretty darn good, Fade! He's got a second one, and once again, Hellscream, he can't be the hero this time! The Glyph of Fortification preventing Shopify from ending the game, but can they get out of the base? RCY TPing onto the wave, Speed giving chase as well, but they just can't find the storm. Clockwork make that actually Skem saved by the Helm of the Undying, but they will not finish the game, not in this style. Wildcard, they continue to hold.
And that was the scariest jump yet. This time they got a good, solid reaction on Yopaj's jump, baited out several heroes right in front of that time. Look at that back.
The black hole.
Butter, but it's not yet. The black hole
is better. Maybe it's the be all end all.
It is. that's the first buyback I think we see out of Shopify this game.
I think so. Scam, he's bought back, at least since earlier on. I think maybe Hellscream bought back once before, but it's just so much damage here. But again, Wildcard, like, can they get out of the base? Can they really make a serious effort to push here? They're holding now.
Yet, yeah, they're holding. Their Ancient is going to be back at full HP the next time that Shopify tries to be cute like that.
And they might just get another glyph as well. Items are coming through here. Bignum, what have you purchased, my good man? Oh, now he's got the heart ready to go. Lovely. So he's... Oh, and Yamson's got a second Divine Rapier.
All right.
Wow, he's
yeah,
big.
you gotta dual wield those things.
You know, I'm so shocked, by the way, that Tomato went for Book of the Dead. Maybe he just got really bad options. But
Yeah, I
he ends up
didn't-
going for a book.
I didn't get to see. I mean, I suppose somebody needs to get it, but it's
Yeah.
they
Well,
have
Fox got
been
one
using
too.
him
Yeah.
as the game ender for
Yeah,
a
they've-
bit though already.
They've been trying, but it feels like that ship possibly has sailed here. And I also like Devi's way of thinking at. He's actually kept the Dezen Bloodright as a tier 5 and gone for the Feverish.
Yes.
So he's got really short cooldowns on these abilities, doesn't he? Not bad.
Really dying short. He's coming in for an overwhelming blink, and he's got the Wind Waker. That is the item that I wanted to see that on the channel. I was hoping somebody would build that earlier, but on the other hand, most of the time when your Sven Scott, he's BKB'd.
That's true. And we're
You're
even
not gonna.
we're getting to the point of the game, Kip, so we're starting to look at level 30 talents. Everyone's got at least a
Yeah.
25.
Which is, I mean, it was wild enough when the Chen got his.
Right.
You don't see
Speed
that
with
happen
a
very
refresher
often.
now. I'm wondering if there's games where you think the Egg Scepter is worth it, but in this kind of craziness, I think maybe
That
just
was unreal.
simply having 2 is better.
No, like if you have the money left over, for sure. I actually quite like it. Everybody's been, I guess Shopify has been really good on their positioning, better than most teams in staying split. That's been their MO, right? Nobody's been on top of each other.
That's true.
Well, maybe not this game.
That's true.
Otherwise, I quite like it.
Yeah, it's been very solid fights from Wildcard basically the entire way through. I mean, you can just see how Wildcard are positioning themselves now. Very far back, very defensive. Lots of illusions here as well, just constantly being sent down to keep these waves pushed out.
Yep. No, and there's a battle order to consider, right? Like first, in line of fire, Gamson, speed needs to be forward in order to maybe we get the jump on them instead. Second, RCY, Bignum, all the way in the back, Fade.
This is such a long Roche, though, again, to the benefit of Wildcard. I mean, he's going to spawn within the next minute, but it's nearly earned back the buyback here of RCY. Fade is
Yeah,
going to
but-
be the biggest question mark here. If he gets caught out again, his team's in a lot of trouble.
He should be the furthest by. He has to step up from time to time, like you want to ghost push these waves with your Eidolons, but you do need to convert. You do need to come forward, sadly enough. Can't just get those out of your pocket dimension.
And so, Roshan number 5. Sven is now level 30, so his stun lasting an extra second. That is if he can even find anyone who's not magic immune.
And not
Down
much
he
luck.
goes. Aegis this time on Yopaj, so we're switching things up a little bit here for Shopify Rebellion.
On the other hand, he doesn't deal all that much damage currently. No Parasma on him.
Right, I guess it's more about like the control and being able to bait around his second life or something. It just feels like the Sven, he just respawns and dies basically. Maybe at least the
Yeah.
Storm can make a play. I don't know.
I
agree,
no,
though.
I think I know what it is. It's a third mana pool. This man with his 35 stacks, we see him run out in these fights. But if he can die, get another one, then have another cheese. I think that's the real deal.
Okay, here we go, though. Getting ready to push in here. 4th time here. 5th Aegis.
We know the recipe.
Can we make happen? No other objectives. Only the throne standing in the way of Shopify and Riyadh here as they're immediately onto Fade. They're timing the buybacks here nearly certainly, but Fade, he's safe and sound thanks to that Aeon Disc over in the front lines. It's not really going that well for Yamato. Maybe for Big Num, you could say. Hookshot is actually getting the way with the back wall. It's even better onto 3. Storm has died inside the enemy fountain, and there's a black hole waiting for him on the other side of that. Down he goes, and he's going to lose a few of those galvanized stacks here, I reckon. Shopify Rebellion, they try and get past this gyro, but he is a brick wall. He's an immovable object. And Yopaj, well, he just dies in the fountain, honestly.
Yeah, now without being able to throw the Sven in there recklessly, they don't actually. He's not big enough of a threat to need to black hole this time around. Yamson holds his ground.
We're going to be here for a while here, I reckon, Gibbs. This is a team that can't end the game, which is a team that can't push out. I mean, I think we're just going to get to some ridiculous item builds here.
Is it a stoppable force versus an unmovable object?
Yeah, we're kind of getting there, aren't we? We're rebuilding tier 5 neutral items again.
I can't believe it. We were joking about how there's no such thing as a draw in Dota, but this is the situation that's definitely the most like a draw.
Well, I'll tell you what, the last time I saw something similar was, I think it was a PSG Quest versus Gaming Gladiators at the Bali Major. That was the 3rd longest game of Dota on that high level. Be careful here, Fade. Careful here, Fade.
I can see you.
Yeah. Where are you going? 3-second cooldown. Yamato pushing the waves. Oh, okay, gets off the BKB. Actually, this could be trouble for Yamato. Do they have their damage dealer here? Not quite. They do bail their ally out of a pinch. Nice teamwork there. A wild card. Scary moment, though, to be sure.
Such a bummer for a bad rider. That Chen getting the strong dispel up.
So at this point, Kips, it becomes like, all right, if the Sven and the Storm can't end the game, who's going to step up or what needs to change in the builds, right? Sven's he's eaten a Moon Shard. Yopaj, he can also eat a Moon Shard, and he's going to get this Scythe of Ice online. So that's a significant change here.
I want to say that the Storm needs to deal more damage. Like, that is definitely one of the things that can still improve here. He's opting for that Hex instead. So, are you hoping that you're going to get through Yamsen? The BKBs are all short. And he does not have proper space for a refresher. He doesn't even own one. Right. He gets 6 seconds of immunity from that. That's all. Very little in the way of other saves.
Yeah, he had a refresher at one point, but I think he's actually sold it. And they go again. I mean, this is gonna get wild here. Buyback's ready all the way around, except for Fade, who just needs to sell an Ironwood branch and he'll have the money. Almost certainly he'll have the money here. Shopify going back up to the high ground. They're gonna try it now without an Aegis. There's so many units here keeping their creeps outside of the base. This is so obnoxious to push into.
Wild card. No place to hide.
There's the RCY. Okay, that's just a little Minotaur Horn. Yopaj trying to force an overcommitment, but he will find none there. He's got the Arcane Rune, so these jumps are almost literally free.
The only problem is that by now his pool is so big that it takes a long time to fill it back up again.
Yeah. This Gyro also very strong. He's actually got an Aeon Disc, so he's really swapped around quite a few items. No longer he's got that Hurricane Pike in the active inventory. But the Stygian Deso, Daedalus, Satanic, 2 Rapiers, and a BKB. He's got a lot of attack range on the Boundless, so I guess he doesn't need the Hurricane Pike at the moment.
Yeah.
What else? I'm just like, what, you know, once you hit this brick wall phase, like, you need to actually consider these other heroes, right? It's
yes.
Turbo players understand very well.
Exactly. So after a while, you can scale no further. It's gonna come on the heroes that still have some wiggle room left.
Hellscream's just gotta be, he's just gotta be
There's the
ready to find a
hacks.
good blink on in. That's at least the Aeon Disc. Immediately great jump out from Yopaj onto the back lines. Does proc more Aeon Disc here. Bignum, he's actually found a good target. And Fade, he's gonna waste no time. That's gonna be Black Hole number 1. He's caught Yamato. And once again, Hellscream, he just cannot connect on the hook shot. And down he goes, shot down a second time. Yopaj, he's out of mana, nearly out of life to the side gunner. And look who's caught up. It's Fade and RCY. He's got no HP. He's got no mana. And he has no team to stand beside him as Shopify. They go up high ground for the 4th time. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, they say, as wildcard. They will barrel it right back down mid.
Hey, Scam?
Skem is farming. Hold on. Skem is farming here. No way, he just TP'd,
He's invincible.
Right? Yeah,
No.
okay. I was gonna say.
And that is an instant buyback now. There's a level 30 gyrocopter, 2 rapiers, Stygian Desolator barreling down your mid lane.
Oh yeah, and it might be a 3rd rapier here pretty soon. He's got that courier parked in the secret shop. Most annoyingly though, it's trying to get these creep waves into the enemy base. There's still a tier 2 standing top lane.
They're courier baiting.
I don't think Wildcard are going to care too much about that though. You can just see, look at the courier
couriers.
shenanigans. Look at them
Yep.
go, the courier shenanigans, trying to bait with the couriers here. It's actually fairly effective, but they do have at least a few creeps inside the base to break the back door, and that's the 4th buyback. Will we see 5 now from Shopify? 20 seconds until Tomato respawns himself. 1 tier 4 tower down, and the buyback out from Yopaj is enough to give some pause here to Wildcard. Moments away from forcing a game 4, moments away from being eliminated and watching Shopify once again win these qualifiers. Tense moment here, and a back wall out from Divine Llama. On to 2 here, doesn't force much of a reaction though. And there's no immediate follow-up from the Storm, but Yamato, he's respawned, he's under a ward, they see him, he makes the jump in onto RCY, no reaction, nothing in time, but the damage, it's pretty darn good, still not good enough. They get through Bignum, the black hole, onto 2 heroes, forcing at least Yamato to turn around for his life, and Yamsum, it doesn't matter if he's not hit by the black hole, he just shoots them in the back of the head. 3 heroes down, only Tomato with buyback, 2 buybacks now out of Wildcard as they continue trying to push.
Not just trying to push. I guess there's a buyback for the Sven here, but what do you do?
He's got a buyback. He's got to try and win this game. They have to do something about Yamsum. Yeah, I don't think he's died since he picked up these rapiers, and this could be the opportunity to move! Black hole is far too late. The buyback instantly trying to get back in here, but what can he offer now? Fade. He's got another black hole, but he couldn't refresh in time to use it. And Yamsum, he's died back. Tomato, he proves to be the superior carry here. The GG is dropped. Shopify, they work for it. They are repelled, but they will not be denied, as they will be going to Riyadh to represent NA. What an absolute banger of a game 3. Holy moly.
He was the protagonist after all, man. It was him all along.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Shopify Rebellion. What? It couldn't have ended any other way here in NA. It simply couldn't have ended any other way.
No, I mean,
Holy.
if this was gonna go any further, I was gonna say, so the way that these games end is the team that has been on the defense finally gets an opening and overdoes it. Because that is finally a fight in a different arena, something that they haven't practiced, where they have to improvise, where it is order of battle that we've seen repeated over and over again, like the boss fight of a roguelike.
Seriously.
It falls apart.
Just an absolute madhouse game here. The jump in to end it all. What, the vac wall onto 2 into the Sven Superman stun just to get in there. He just needed a few seconds of uninterrupted attacking, and he finally gets it done. It came down to it though. What was that? Was like a 3 versus 4 at the end? Ooh.
Yeah, both the supports dead without buyback in that moment, I believe, so it's just the 3 cores on the Radiant. And just Wildcard not ready for that amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it had been so long since that Sven was sort of relevant. I mean, he was still doing tons of damage in the fights, but eventually, wild card, they will falter. That's the problem. Wild card, it's one of those situations where they have to do everything right, and Shopify, they just have to get lucky once.
Yeah, but I'll be damned if they didn't get it right a lot back there.
They did. Yeah, I mean, no, they absolutely did, and certainly a team that leveled up throughout the day. I think those first 2 games were really tough losses for them to swallow, but they bounced back, especially game 2. But they bounced back and still make it a very competitive third game and really make Shopify work for it. Very good stuff out from them. I think it's, it is one of those things that who's to know, even if they win that game, who's to know what happens in a game 4 and then potentially in a game 5. It is kind of consistency at this level that tends to make a really big difference. But Wildcard proving that they can still, they're not pulling any punches. They're not giving any free passes here to Shopify, even if it is going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, no, they were scary, and not just in the end there. We can't pretend that is the only thing that's happened in the game. Like, oh, right, they hold their ancient. No, in general, that game was very well played for them, in the advantage monetarily several times. Beautiful play out of several of their players. A shout out to Bignum. What a Chad.
Yeah. I mean, I think the position for CK looks super good as well. Yeah, I mean, just a really exciting game to end it all on. It is ultimately for NA. It means that we never saw a series contested. What we had 3, 4, 5, 6 series total, right, Kips? And not a single one ended up going to a game 3, or in the BO5 case, a BO4. So certainly says something about the region as a whole and kind of the balance between the teams. But it is still going to be Shopify at the end of the day, qualifying. Congratulations to them. But first, we have the opportunity here to speak with a player from Shopify before we send you guys all over. Let's go ahead and welcome to the stream. I believe it is Davai Lama, on over to the stream. Hello.
That's correct.
Hello. Can you
Hello.
hear us?
Hello, I can hear you. I think I'm echoing the team just for long. There. Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear now.
Congratulations on the win. Congratulations. You guys you're going to Riyadh. How's it feel?
It's good. It's very nice. Qualified to Riyadh 2 years in a row. So this time the qualifier was not as hard. Well, Walker are a respectable team, so shouldn't be. We can still be proud. We did play very, very clean, which is nice. So I'm happy. Like I'm happy. I'm playing on a good team again. I'm happy that the work I put in this year so far has paid off.
Yeah, no, definitely. You guys are looking super clean. Really impressive to see how you guys kind of read the game and adapt and, just let things come as they are. It looks super good. I do want to say, pretty calm qualifiers. Kind of a crazy last game, though. I just want to quickly ask on that, 70-minute game. We don't always see those these days. What is that like for you guys? Was it still pretty calm, cool, and collected? Because that was kind of the only game this qualifiers that looked close against you guys, right?
Yeah.
How was that for you guys in the comms and in the team?
This is a very, very calm team. Like, having too many emotions is seldom a problem on this team. I'm like the only actual emotional person on this team. And because nobody else is emotional, I also don't tend to get very emotional, so it's just like a very, very cool, calm and collected team, So these late game situations, even though our decision making is not always the best, we're at least always composed. That helps a lot.
Cool. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the answer. I mean, Kips, anything here for Davai?
Yeah, I guess I want to know, like, did you scrim against them a lot previously? Was this a known matchup for you? Or did they manage to surprise you with some things here?
We never scrim wildcard. I don't think they scrim wildcard before I was there. It doesn't make a lot of sense because they're like the only rival in the NA region. Giving them scrims, it's weird, right? Because like they're the only opponent. So even if you do scrim them, you're not gonna give them your best strats. They're not gonna give you their best strats. It's just gonna be worse practice. It's not very productive. I think most of the SA teams, unless they have no other choice and there's no qualifiers for a while, like they never scrim their rivals. They always try and scrim from the other region. I think it's the same in Western Europe. Western Europe always tries to scrim Eastern Europe. SA tries to scrim NA, just like that. Just make it less awkward.
I was wondering if you'd get enough candidates to do that, and maybe with the ping being not exactly in you guys' favor as well, it might come up. But yeah, it makes sense.
Devi, you've been with the team for about a month now, right? You're the newest
Yep,
player to join the roster.
Yeah, I first flew to Canada at the end of May, the boot camp here in Toronto.
Okay. How do you think the team? How do you think, like, have you changed your play style? Do you think the team's like adapted to you? Like, how do you think that kind of? I don't want to use the word marriage, but how do you think this new team is coming along now that you're joining a team that's been around for a while?
It's good. It's good. The previous offliners they had just were kind of bad. Not gonna lie. I mean, they just also didn't listen. Bulb is a genius, and the previous offliner just didn't listen to him, and I'm actually just listening to him. So now it works out, you know.
Awesome. Good to hear. And as you guys look forward to, your next competition, it's going to be one day off, right? And then immediately back into the grind for a longer set of qualifiers for the TI 2025 quals. Are you guys expecting anything different there, or, how is your prep looking?
Well, the biggest difference is that Sammy Boy is present in the other qualifier, so that's going to be a tough matchup.
Right. BSJ and friends. Gotta watch out.
Yeah, BSJ, but they don't have BSJ, right?
They don't, no.
It's a
No.
bit weird. But yeah, they have Sam the Man, so I'm watching out for him.
Any other last questions here for Devi, who's been very generous this time here, Kips, before we let him go?
No, I think I'm all good here. I just I want to say that I've been really enjoying you guys drafting, you guys positioning. I'm looking forward to seeing that on an international stage pretty soon.
I hope so too.
Yep, same here, Devi. Thanks so much for the time, and best of luck in Riyadh, and of course for the TI quals upcoming. Congrats again.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
What a gentleman. Yeah, I mean, interesting to hear him speak. Seems, pretty calm, and that's cool to hear. I feel like, casting those games or watching them, they always get your blood pressure up. You're always kind of expecting kind of craziness, but, these are professionals at the end of the day, right? Like he says, just calm down and listen to Bulba.
Yeah, and I like that you can hear him admit there that he says that he is not calm. But as you can see, like, he's clearly calm now. He's putting a lot of work in to stay calm, and that's important. You're not just born calm. That's something you can work on. So I really like that he went in on that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Kips, that does it for us, though. We are all done. It was a very long game 3, but ultimately not that long of a BO5 series. So it is Shopify Rebellion qualifying through the NA region. They will be the NA representative, the only NA team there. Any final thoughts before we let the good people go here, Kips?
My final thoughts are that this team is looking. Listen. They're coming in with the same team ID as old evil geniuses, right? And it's been a while since we've had like that threat from NA. Like, you can make jokes about NA all day long, but when you play them, you're not laughing anymore. I'm getting a little hope that maybe we're going to see a team like that on the international stage again. The potential is definitely there. They outclassed Wildcard by several categories here, and I'm very curious to see what that's going to look like against some proper opposition. I can't wait.
I agree. I really hope we get to see them in that similar form. They've got one more quals to play, and then basically a few weeks off to prepare, travel, get ready, get rested, and make sure they're in that right mental state, because they will be challenged, right? I mean, they swept every single series here. They played the minimum amount of games and really only looked like they broke a sweat in that last game. That being said, I do wish the best of them here and for the rest of the region as they continue into more qualifiers, and of course as we await the beginning of the Esports World Cup taking place, I think, early in July, folks. Make sure you follow all the channels, follow the YouTubes, follow the social medias. You can follow Kips and myself over, well, I don't know, Twitter, X, whatever it's going on these days. And but that's going to do it for us. On behalf of Kips, myself, the observers, the admins, everyone who has a hand in putting on such a massive production like this, thanks so much for tuning in. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and we'll catch you next time when we return for some more Dota 2. Until then, guys, bye-bye.